How could this happen? I've already kept the Devil Seal tablet inside the spatial ring, but why isn't it in the ring? King Qian felt as though he was going to go crazy mulling over this matter. Was there something wrong with his spatial ring? Could it be that the spatial ring had swallowed the Devil Seal tablet? At this moment, one of the old men behind King Qian speculated, Fourth Imperial Highness, could Duan Lingtian have done something to the Devil Seal tablet? Done something? How could he have done something? He was so far away from me and the Devil Seal tablet. Don't tell me both of you saw the Devil Seal tablet flying back to him? King Qian shook his head. When he recalled the scene earlier, he really could not figure out how this cooked duck had flown away. The two old men fell silent when they heard his words. As Saint Stage powerhouses, they had confidence in their strength and eyesight. They were certain the Devil Seal tablet would not be able to fly away under their noses. They would have noticed if it did. At that time, they had clearly seen the Devil Seal tablet vanishing into thin air in King Qian's hands. It was obvious it had been stored inside the spatial ring. However, King Qian said he could not find it in the ring. Fourth Imperial Highness, maybe you can try searching for it again? The two old men could not help but ask. They felt it was impossible for it to vanish without a trace since it had been stored in the spatial ring. King Qian, who had lost his composure, also lost the bearing a prince should possess as he began to curse out loud. I've searched every corner of the spatial ring, but I still can't find the Devil Seal tablet. How do you want me to search again? This is a hell of a mess. He could not accept the disappearance of the Devil Seal tablet at all. He had also risked a lot by openly bringing the Devil Seal tablet back under King Rong's eyes. He knew King Rong must have gathered many Saint Stage powerhouses from his estate and was on his way over to King Qian's estate. Since King Rong knew about the Devil Seal tablet, it was impossible that he would not want a share of it. If he had the Devil Seal tablet, he would still keep it all to himself even if he had to fight to the end with King Rong. However, the Devil Seal tablet was no longer in his hands. He felt extremely frustrated about this. Not only did he lose the Devil Seal tablet, but he had also brought trouble to himself. The most important thing was, he did not know how the Devil Seal tablet had disappeared from his spatial ring. He had clearly stored the Devil Seal tablet in his spatial ring. Don't tell me the Super Saint weapon of the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking has the ability to conceal itself? After a long while, he began to make blind and irrational guesses. Even he could not convince himself of it. Fourth brother, show yourself. When King Qian was still mulling over where the Devil Seal tablet had gone, King Rong's voice sounded from outside. King Rong had brought the Saint Stage powerhouses from his estate here in a mighty manner. He entered King Qian's estate as though he was walking into an abandoned place. The expression on King Qian's face turned graver when he heard King Rong's voice. Situ Ming, who had been silent all this while, finally said, Fourth Imperial Highness, King Rong must be here for the Devil Seal tablet. However, you don't have the Devil Seal tablet. I'm afraid he won't believe you even if you tell him the truth now. He also found this incident strange. He had personally witnessed the Devil Seal tablet disappearing in King Qian's hands. It was exactly like how it should be when an item was being stored in a spatial ring. However, when they returned, King Qian actually told them the Devil Seal tablet was not in his spatial ring. The first thought that rose up in his mind was that King Qian was acting shamelessly and wanted to deny the fact that he possessed the Devil Seal tablet. After all, if news of him possessing the Devil Seal tablet spread out, it would affect him greatly. He thought King Qian was stupid to do something like this. Everyone had witnessed how the Devil Seal tablet had vanished in his hands. How could anyone believe him unless he swore on the lightning penalty oath? However, if King Qian had a guilty conscience, would he swear on the lightning penalty oath? Until now, Situ Ming still believed the Devil Seal tablet was inside King Qian's spatial ring. The act he had put on was just a show and a way for him to feign innocence. His intention was, naturally, to fool the people around him. If he could not even fool the people around him, how could he fool outsiders? However, when King Qian brought his two other Saint Stage powerhouses to meet King Rong, an unexpected scene took place. I, King Qian, Zhu Xianxing, swear by the 99 heavenly tribulation that if I have the Devil Seal tablet in my possession, I'm willing to be struck to death by the lightning penalty. Faced with King Rong, King Qian instantly swore by the lightning penalty oath before King Rong had a chance to speak. Boom, 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 boom. Along with 9 claps of thunder, the lightning penalty was completed. Although the lightning penalty was completed, King Qian did not suffer any punishment at all. There was no lightning penalty. The fact that King Qian swore by the lightning penalty oath so straightforwardly did not only take King Rong and the Saint Stage powerhouses from his estate by surprise, but it even surprised the people on his side. Naturally, the people on his side who were surprised were only Situ Ming and Yimu Bai. Yimu Bai had similar thoughts with Situ Ming. He had thought King Qian was just putting on a show. However, the fact that King Qian had sworn by the lightning penalty oath made them realize he was not acting earlier. Impossible! King Rong's face was filled with disbelief when he saw King Qian swearing by the lightning penalty oath. But he was not struck by lightning at all. Fourth brother, what tricks are you trying to pull now? Everyone saw the Devil Seal tablet landing in your hand before it was stored in your spatial ring. And yet, you're saying the Devil Seal tablet is not in your possession. I've already sworn by the lightning penalty oath. It's not my problem if you don't believe me. King Qian was originally in a bad mood. He became furious immediately when he saw King Rong doubting him even after he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath. After he finished speaking, he was too lazy to bother with King Rong and he turned to leave. King Rong was rendered speechless. Nobody could avoid the lightning penalty if they were lying. This was something widely known in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although King Rong did not stop King Qian, he looked at Situ Ming and the others before asking loudly in his deep voice, "What's going on?" One of the 2 old men beside King Qian said, "Second Imperial Highness, we know you want the Devil Seal tablet." However, when the 4th Imperial Highness came back, he had searched his spatial ring, but he couldn't find any trace of the Devil Seal tablet. It's apparent Duan Ling Tian's not sincere in handing the Devil Seal tablet over. He must have played some tricks when he handed the Devil Seal tablet over to the 4th Prince Imperial Highness. The Devil Seal tablet must still be in his possession. That's right. After all, the Devil Seal tablet is one of the 10 Great Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. Perhaps it has some special power that we're unaware of. The knowledge we have of the Devil Seal tablet is only based on the rumors in the Dao Martial Saint Land, the other old man chimed in. After they finished speaking, they instantly turned to chase after King Qian. Damn 4th brother. Why didn't he check his spatial ring earlier? At this moment, there was no way for King Rong not to believe this even if he refused to believe it. Since King Qian had already sworn on the lightning penalty oath, he had no choice but to believe it. At this moment, King Rong could only bring his men back to his estate. It was pointless for them to stay in King Qian's estate now. Spare no efforts in finding Duan Ling Tian. I must get my hands on the Devil Seal tablet. After returning to King Rong's estate, he immediately gave an order. He could not resist the temptation of the Devil Seal tablet. If he could get his hands on the Devil Seal tablet, he was confident he would become the master of Windfall Nation's imperial family. After giving out his order, King Rong chuckled sinisterly. 4th Prince, now that Lin Dong died, I'm sure you won't have peaceful days in the future. When King Rong was giving out his order, King Qian, who had gradually calmed down, gave the same order as well. After he had given his order, he finally recalled Lin Dong, who had been killed by Duan Ling Tian. He immediately broke out in cold sweat. Damn it! I'm the one who invited Lin Dong from the Lin clan here. Many people from the Lin clan know about this. The fact is he died in Windfall Nation. The Lin clan won't care that he died in a death duel. They won't give a damn about the details at all. They would think it's my fault for inviting him to Windfall Nation. The moment he thought of this, King Qian became very frustrated, thinking that he had gone out for wool but came home shorn. Although the Windfall Nation's imperial family was not overly afraid of the Lin clan since they were both 6th-rate forces, King Qian was clearly at fault in regards to this matter. Even the Windfall Nation's imperial family might not take his side. He would need to clean up this mess on his own. Lin Dong was dead, and the Devil Seal tablet had shown itself. Along with the denouement of Duan Ling Tian and Lin Dong's death duel, these 2 pieces of news swept through the capital of Windfall Nation like a typhoon. Moreover, it was spreading at full speed in all directions. With this speed, it did not take long for the news to spread to the entire Windfall Nation and to the entire Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's district. Who was Lin Dong? The strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking. When the news of his death, He had died even after he had broken through to the saint stage. It set off a thunderstorm in the entire Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's district. Naturally, Lin Dong's death was not the most explosive news. The most explosive news was about the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet was one of the well-known 10 Great Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. Let alone the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, there were countless people in the Dao Martial Saint Land who wanted to get their hands on it. Due to this reason, many powerhouses were in a frenzy when they heard this news. As the two news took the capital of Windfall Nation by storm, a travel-weary figure entered the capital. His first destination as soon as he arrived in Windfall Nation was the Situ clan. I'm here to look for Situ Hao. This person did not enter the Situ clan through the front door. Instead, he hovered in the air as his thunderous voice spread in Situ clan. This person was a man dressed in black with a grimacing mask on his face. It was apparent that this was a saint stage powerhouse since the person was able to fly in the sky above the capital of the Windfall Nation. Furthermore, given his guts to hover in the air above the Situ clan residence and said that he's looking for the Situ clan Situ Hao so arrogantly, this was no ordinary saint stage powerhouse. Otherwise, he would not have dared to be so overbearing. Just when the man in black's voice took the entire the clan by shock, an enraged, hoary voice resonated from afar. Who the hell dares to intrude my Situ clan so recklessly? After a while, an old man appeared in front of the newcomer. This old man had a strong build with white hair and a ruddy complexion. His gaze with which he stared at the man in black was filled with coldness. And look at you, wearing a mask and trying to play the devil. After the old man appeared, the black-clad old man who was wearing the grimacing mask asked nonchalantly, "Are you Situ Hao?" The old man's white hair was tied behind, making him look rather sagely. His entire body also oozed with a sense of spiritual aura. The old man with white hair and ruddy complexion did not answer the man in black but asked in a deep voice instead, "Who are you actually?" The moment the old man's words left his mouth, the man in black snarled in a deep voice, "How noisy!" Then he raised his hand and did nothing more. At once, vast tremendous energy caused the air to vibrate like a stone, making a calm lake ripple before pressing towards the old man. After a while, it soon crashed upon him. At the same time, true origin rose from the body of the old man whose face had turned grave. From the aura his true origin emanated, it was apparent that he was not an ordinary saint stage powerhouse. Boom. However, in the face of the man's strength, just when the old man's true origin had just started to rise, the latter was crushed mercilessly like a dried branch being pulverized. At that instant, the old man's body trembled and was sent flying away with a mighty blast. Only when he had flown 100 meters away, he finally skidded to a halt forcefully. Our refined saint stage. Who are you really? Throwing up a few mouthfuls of fresh blood, the old man was so miserable that he seemed to have transformed from a sage into a beggar. He cast a gaze on the man in black, now filled with dread that rose from the bottom of his heart and soul. Before the man in black opened his mouth, another voice resonated. "Ancestor!" Then a middle-aged man appeared. Situ Hao, the Situ clan leader, had now revealed himself. From the way Situ Hao addressed the old man, it was apparent that he was the ancestor of their Situ clan. "I'm going to ask once more. Are you or are you not Situ Hao?" Even though the man's face was blocked by the mask, his cold and aloof pair of eyes were still exposed. When he looked at the Situ clan's ancestor, it made the latter feel as though he had fallen into a thaw hole. "Senior, I'm Situ Hao." Upon seeing their ancestor injured so severely, even though Situ Hao could sense that this newcomer appeared with ill intentions, he could only toughen himself and face it. His heart, on the other hand, was filled with puzzlement and questions. According to my ancestor's words, this man in black who's wearing a mask is actually a refined saint stage powerhouse. That's right. The ancestor is already at the peak of the pristine saint stage now. Only a powerhouse who's on the refined saint stage and above could injure him to such a level in just the blink of an eye. The moment Situ Hao thought of this, he could not help but be washed with a sense of bafflement. Even in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, there were not many refined saint stage powerhouses. In the Windfall Nation, other than the few people in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, only the sect leader Ziyun from the Driftblaze sect was a refined saint stage powerhouse. There were various grades and ranks on the Saint stage too. After breaking through the Saint stage was the Pristine Saint stage. The Pristine Saint stage was further divided into 4 different phases: the Elementary Pristine Saint stage, the Intermediate Pristine Saint stage, the Mastery Pristine Saint stage, and the peak of the Pristine Saint stage. After the Pristine Saint stage was the Refined Saint stage. Such a powerhouse would usually exist in a 6th-rated force. Of course, some of the 7th-rated forces would have a Refined Saint stage as well. The Drift Blaze sect was an example of such a 7th-rated force. Even if there were only one of such powerhouse in the 7th-rated force, the force would still be able to become eminent and stand first on the list. Situ Hao himself was an Intermediate Pristine Saint stage and could not be compared to the Situ clan ancestor, let alone the Refined Saint stage powerhouse who was even more powerful than the latter. "Are you Situ Hao, the current clan leader of the Situ clan?" asked the man in black, casting a nonchalant glance at Situ Hao. Due to the reason that he was wearing a grimacing mask, one could not see what kind of expression he was currently wearing. It was precisely this reason that Situ Hao felt anxious. He did not know why this Refined Saint stage powerhouse was here in the Situ clan looking for him. Yes. However, in the face of the re-inquiry of this man in black, Situ Hao did not dare to slack at all. Quickly nodding his head, he asked slightly anxiously, "I wonder if there's any reason for you to come all the way here to find me, senior?" At this moment, the Situ clan ancestor, that old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, had already stood by Situ Hao's side. However, when he looked at the man in black, his face was filled with trepidation. There was even a hint of horror in the depth of his eyes. This man was just too powerful. Even though he was a powerhouse at the peak of the Pristine Saint stage, he also had no energy to fight back in that second when that man made his move. He must be at the Intermediate Refined Saint stage at least. He was almost sure of this. Right now at that moment, a figure stopped not far away in the sky. Not budging an inch at all, it was as though his feet were rooted to that spot. This man was none other than Situ Hao, the supreme elder of the Situ clan. He had personally witnessed how their ancestor was crushed and heavily injured by that man in black. At that instant, he knew that he was merely an ant in the eyes of that man. At the same time, he was also so frightened that he could not move an inch at all. The strength of that man baffled him tremendously. The man's strength elicited terror from his heart and soul. "I heard that the Situ clan has an interim advisor called Duan Ling Tian. Doesn't he?" asked the man in black again while looking at Situ Hao. "Are you here to look for Master Duan?" Upon hearing the man's words, Situ Hao could not help but be shocked. It had never crossed his mind that this Refined Saint stage powerhouse was actually here to look for the former interim advisor of their Situ clan, Duan Ling Tian. "Master Duan is no longer our Situ clan interim advisor." Situ Hao smiled wryly. "He's no longer the interim advisor of their Situ clan? What do you mean?" The gaze of the man in black turned sharp and his voice had also become deeper. Besides that, he also emitted a blood-curdling, chilling aura, sending a shudder down Situ Hao's spine. "To be honest, Master Duan has actually left the Situ clan a few days ago." Situ Hao grinned. "Left?" The man in black's voice became even deeper. "Where did he go?" "Senior, it looks like you still haven't heard of the 2 pieces of news that have provoked discussions in the Windfall Nation lately. Have you?" asked Situ Hao. He could see that this man was worn out from his long journey, and it was apparent that he had just arrived in the capital. In addition to that, it looked like he had come to their Situ clan the moment he arrived. Besides, it was obvious that he did not know about the news that had become a hot topic in the entire Windfall Nation lately. Otherwise, he would not have come to their clan in the first place. "What news?" asked the man in black impatiently. Upon hearing the hastiness in the man in black's tone, Situ Hao was struck by panic. Then, not daring to slack, he hurriedly told him the details of the news. Actually, what he shared was the incident after Duan Ling Tian had announced his departure from the Situ clan. Upon hearing this news, even the man could not help but narrow his eyes as well. Duan Ling Tian has killed Lin Dong from the Lin clan of the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion? That strongest powerhouse on the heaven rankings? Furthermore, he managed to kill Lin Dong, who made a breakthrough to the Saint stage. After learning about this, a hint of shock could also be seen in the man's eyes. A Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator had killed a Saint stage powerhouse? Even though Duanling Tian was suspected to have performed a sneak attack, and that Saint stage powerhouse had just made a breakthrough to the Saint stage, Duanling Tian's strength still gripped him in astonishment. Is he even human? This was the first thought that rose in his mind, for he had never heard of such a person before in the Dao martial Saint land. The fact that he killed a Saint stage powerhouse with the strength of a Saint Rudiment stage was completely heaven-defying. However, along with the other piece of news that entered the man in black's ears, the news of Lin Dong's death was quickly thrown into the back of his mind. A Devil Seal tablet? One of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapon rankings? Did Duanling Tian use it to kill the 2 saint stage devil cultivators in an instant? After learning that the Devil Seal tablet had shown up in this world again, the man's eyes lit up right away. His breathing also started to turn rapid. Devil Seal tablet. That was absolutely a piece of treasure. King Qian's estate? After learning that the Devil Seal tablet had been taken away by King Qian, the man in black turned and left. It was as though he had disappeared into thin air in front of Situ Hao's eyes. After the man in black left, Situ Hao heaved a long sigh of relief. Right then, cold sweat was breaking out on his forehead continuously. Because King Qian's vow by the Thunder Penalty Oath that he did not receive the Devil Seal tablet had not spread out yet. Situ Hao had not learned about the news that the Devil Seal tablet was not in King Qian's hands at the moment. Otherwise, he would definitely not tell the man in black that the Devil Seal tablet was in King Qian's hands, because that would only seem like an attempt to lie. Taking a deep breath, Situ Hao could not help but look at the old man with white hair and ruddy complexion before asking carefully, Ancestor, is he really a refined saint stage powerhouse? He's a refined saint stage powerhouse. He should be at least an intermediate refined saint stage. The old man nodded his head with certainty. I don't have any power to fight back at all when it comes to him. Only a powerhouse who is on the intermediate refined saint stage and above could give me such feelings. Intermediate refined saint stage? Upon hearing that, Situ Hao's heart gave a jolt. In fact, even in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, there was only one intermediate refined saint stage powerhouse, and he was already the most powerful person in the imperial family. Yet, the man in black just now was actually someone this powerful? Just like the pristine saint stage, the refined saint stage was also categorized into early, intermediate, mastery, and peak levels, all of which had different strengths. I can't believe that I didn't manage to find Duanling Tian, but I managed to obtain an extra surprise instead. If I could get my hands on the Devil Seal tablet, even I would step on that old man underneath my feet. I, Jing Yuan, would then be able to replace him as the new leader of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the Windfall Nation. When the man in black appeared above King Qian's estate, his heart was washed with a sense of excitement. The man in black who was wearing the grimacing mask was none other than Jing Yuan, the second strongest person in the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the Windfall Nation. Jing Yuan's strength was only inferior to Hong Zhan, the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the Windfall Nation, who was also a devil cultivator. If Jing Yuan managed to get his hands on the Devil Seal tablet, it would be impossible for Hong Zhan to fight him. It was exactly because of this that Jing Yuan thirsted to get his hands on the Devil Seal tablet. However, when one's hopes were high, the disappointment that came would be even bigger. In the face of Jing Yuan, of course, the whole of King Qian's estate was powerless to fight back. What a joke! Jing Yuan was a mighty powerhouse on the intermediate refined saint stage. Even in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, only one person was qualified enough to compare to him. In front of such a powerhouse, under the leadership of King Qian, the group of saint stage powerhouses in King Qian's estate was as docile as a group of cats. They did not even dare to breathe out loud. Senior, I've sworn by the Thunder Penalty Oath, and that Devil Seal tablet is really not with me. These few days I've thought about it carefully, and the Devil Seal tablet should still have some other special power that could let that Duanling Tian retrieve it back from a far distance. King Qian smiled mockingly at Jing Yuan. Duanling Tian? Jing Yuan's expression hidden beneath the grimacing mask turned grave right away as cold brilliance shone from his eyes. Do you know where he is now? To be honest, Senior, we've been looking for him these few days too, but we can't get any trace at all. I suspect he must have left the capital that day itself. Right now, in the entire Windfall Nation, many people are searching for him as well. After some time when the news has already spread out, I'm afraid there'll be even more people looking for him by then. By that time, I don't think there'll be any place for him to hide anymore even in the Windfall Nation. King Qian speculated there's a possibility that he might have even left. Jing Yuan secretly agreed to King Qian's words. Once the news about the Devil Seal tablet spread out, it would definitely attract more powerhouses to the Windfall Nation. According to you, Duanling Tian has obediently sent that Devil Seal tablet to your hand that day, didn't he? And with the relationship between you and him, it's impossible for him to be so nice. Is that right? Jing Yuan asked. Yes. I was also too thrilled with joy last time. If I had checked my spatial ring on the spot, Duanling Tian wouldn't have been able to leave so easily just like that. Come to think of it now, he must have purposely given that Devil Seal tablet to me with the intention to attract everybody's attention. And when he managed to shift everybody's attention on me, he left quietly. The moment King Qian thought of this, he began to become even more certain. Therefore, the Devil Seal tablet must be in his hand now. I'm very sure about it. A brilliance flashed across Jing Yuan's eyes as he kept quiet for some time without saying anything. At once King Qian and the group of Saint Stage powerhouses behind him were struck with panic as they were in fear that Jing Yuan would kill them directly if he was upset. They had already learned about Jing Yuan's strength now. When he had just arrived in order to kiss King Qian's ass, Situming had shortly made his move on Jing Yuan. The outcome was inevitable. Situming was killed instantly with just one move. From the beginning till the end, Jing Yuan did not even move an inch at all. He merely used the energy from his territory skill to kill Situming instantly. The fact that he could kill an intermediate pristine Saint Stage martial cultivator with such precise technique meant that Jing Yuan was undoubtedly a refined Saint Stage powerhouse. The group of Saint Stage powerhouses in King Qian's estate could affirm this. It was because of this that they became obedient in front of Jing Yuan, not daring to cross the line at all. Whoosh! Seeing Jing Yuan suddenly lift his hand, horror dawned on King Qian and the rest of them at once. They thought that Jing Yuan wanted to make his move on them. Senior, when King Qian just wanted to open his mouth to ask for forgiveness, the scene that took place before him caused him to cease talking. He knew that he had misunderstood. The man in black, who was wearing a grimacing mask, did not have the intention to make his move on them. He raised his hand merely to take out a rolled portrait. Look at this. Is this person in the portrait that Duanling Tian whom you've seen before? As Jing Yuan asked, he rolled the portrait open. This portrait had been copied from the portrait in the hand of the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the Windfall Nation. It was a handsome young man who had an outstanding temperament with dashing brows and bright eyes. In just a sweeping glance, the portrait gave a pleasant and refreshing feeling. After flattening the portrait, Jing Yuan looked at King Qian and asked nonchalantly, "Is that him?" "It's him. That's right. It's him." With a quick flash, King Qian quickly nodded his head. At the same time, he also took out a portrait and flattened it. "Senior, take a look at my portrait here." After the portrait was flattened, a young man could be seen in it. He was at least 90% similar to the young man in the portrait in Jing Yuan's hand. Immediately, one could see that the young man in the two portraits was the same person. As expected, he's the person that our Mountain Shade Black Market wants to find. When Jing Yuan saw the portrait in King Qian's hand, his breathing quickened as well. After he managed to calm his breathing a little, he turned to look at King Qian again and asked indifferently, "Does Duanling Tian have any friends or relatives here in the Windfall Nation?" "I only know that Duanling Tian is close to Situ Hang, the great young master of the Situ clan. On top of that, he has helped a group of people in the Situ clan to settle down recently. They are currently staying in the Situ clan." King Qian told him everything he knew. In the face of such a powerhouse like Jing Yuan, he did not dare to hide anything at all. Not only that, he dared not exaggerate as well. Who knew if he might offend the other party and make him unhappy? Once the other party was unhappy, he did not know who to go to if that person wanted to kill him. Situ clan. Upon hearing the clues that King Qian provided, Jing Yuan's eyes lit up right away. In a flash, he disappeared from King Qian's estate and went to the Situ clan once again. Seeing the refined Saint Stage powerhouse who was wearing the grimacing mask return again, Situhao's heart was anxious as he greeted respectfully, Senior. I heard that your son Situhang is close to Duanling Tian. Plus, Duanling Tian has also brought a group of people to settle down in your Situ clan? Asked Jing Yuan, casting a nonchalant gaze at Situ Hao. In the face of the menacing Jing Yuan, even though Situ Hao did not want to let his son and Duanling Tian's friends face Jing Yuan. Now that it had come to this, he had no other option. If he made that man unhappy, the entire Situ clan might be in danger. Fortunately, as a refined Saint Stage powerhouse, Jing Yuan did not make things difficult for Situ Hang, Bai Li Hong, and the rest. After the few of them swore by the Thunder Penalty oath that they really had no idea where Duanling Tian went, Jing Yuan proceeded to leave. The Thunder Penalty oath was enough to prove that none of them was lying. If Duanling Tian were there, he would definitely have sighed out in relief. It was fortunate that he did not tell Bai Li Hong and the rest where he was heading to. Otherwise, they might be placed in a difficult situation because even if they chose to die, they would not betray him either. When Jing Yuan was leaving the capital of the Windfall Nation, the news of a powerhouse, who seemed to be on the refined Saint Stage, had arrived at the King Qian's estate and forced King Qian to make a Thunder Penalty oath, had started to spread out. Of course, most people had their attention trained on the content in the Thunder Penalty oath King Qian swore by. King Qian swore by the Thunder Penalty oath that he didn't get the Devil Seal tablet? After many people learned about this news, they were astounded. What a joke! A few days ago, I personally witnessed Duanling Tian give that Devil Seal tablet to King Qian, who kept that Devil Seal tablet in his spatial ring already. And now King Qian suddenly said he didn't get his hands on the Devil Seal tablet at all? Who'd believe him? Some people could not help but curse out loud. So, how are you going to explain that Thunder Penalty oath then? If one has gone against the Thunder Penalty oath, nobody will be able to escape its judgment. That's right. I think what King Qian said is true. Otherwise, he would have already been blasted to death now. As time continued to pass by, the content that King Qian swore by the Thunder Penalty oath was verified. After some time, even those people who originally refused to believe that King Qian did not obtain the Devil Seal tablet had no choice but to accept this truth. After accepting this truth, they could not help but think of Duanling Tian again. That day, Duanling Tian gave the Devil Seal tablet to King Qian, who already kept it in his spatial ring. At the very least, in our eyes, King Qian has already kept the Devil Seal tablet in his spatial ring. From the beginning till the end, King Qian drew all of our attention, causing none of us to pay any attention to Duanling Tian at all. We didn't even know when he left. Exactly. That is what happened. Come to think of it, all of this must be Duanling Tian's conspiracy. He must have used some technique to get that Devil Seal tablet back from afar. For this reason, he purposely created an illusion that King Qian has obtained the Devil Seal tablet to distract our attention, so that he could seize the chance to escape. If that's really true, then Duanling Tian is really horrifying. He could still be so calm and come up with a solution in that kind of situation. In fact, had he missed a step in this method, he would have been doomed eternally. Indeed, if King Qian checked his spatial ring and swore by the Thunder Penalty oath that time, saying that he didn't obtain the Devil Seal tablet, then everyone's attention would have switched back to Duanling Tian and he would have never been able to leave. The entire capital of the Windfall Nation was filled with such discussions. There were even many people who admired Duanling Tian from the bottom of their hearts. They knew that they would not necessarily be able to retreat safely if they were the ones in that kind of situation. Yet Duanling Tian had done so. Of course, Duanling Tian had no idea all of these things that were taking place in the Windfall Nation's capital then. At that moment, he had already left the Windfall Nation and entered the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion district. Of course, even the Windfall Nation was considered as a part of the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion district. Or to be more precise, the place that Duanling Tian entered now was the central district of the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion district. There was no 6th-rated Saint Nation here, only 6th-rated clans and sects. Of course, the strongest one there was still the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Other than being the name of a district in the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion also represented a powerful 5th-rated force that ruled a land area. Of course, to Duan Lingtian, the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion was merely a passing area in his journey. His destination was the Greenwave Han Mansion. Just like the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, the Greenwave Han Mansion was also a powerful fifth-rated force in the Dao Martial Saint land that ruled a land. Whoosh! A figure flew past the sky. It was none other than Duan Lingtian, who spared no effort in traveling. When Duan Lingtian was heading to the Greenwave Han Mansion, a loaded piece of news spread out in the Windfall Nation. Not long after that, it took more than half of the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion by shock as well. Of course, that was only because it was a short time since it was released. After a while later, this news would definitely take the entire Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion by bafflement. Even the districts outside the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion would also be greatly astounded as well. It was because this news was related to the Devil Seal Tablet, one of the 10 Great Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapon rankings in the Dao Martial Saint land. Due to its special ability to suppress a devil cultivator, the Devil Seal Tablet was a top-rated weapon even on the 10 Great Saint weapon rankings itself. Its appearance was enough to make many people go berserk, and they included powerful Saint Stage Martial and Dao cultivators too. The news that had just spread out stated that King Qian, the prince of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, had obtained the Devil Seal Tablet. However, it was quickly followed by another piece of news stating that King Qian had sworn by the Thunder Penalty Oath that he had not obtained the Devil Seal Tablet at all. To top it off, the Thunder Penalty Oath was impossible to fake. The incident about Duan Lingtian and Lin Dong's death duel, as well as the situation that time had also spread out eventually. At once, Duan Lingtian became a target for everyone. More than 90% of people decided that the Devil Seal Tablet was still in his hand. However, nobody knew his whereabouts now. Even so, this was not able to stop the passion of many powerhouses heading to the Windfall Nation. To them, the news was spread out by humans and might be fake. Only after they had seen King Qian sworn by the Thunder Penalty Oath with their own eyes that they would believe that King Qian had not lied. It was exactly because of this that, for a long time, King Qian felt frustrated, incredibly frustrated. Once in a while, some impressive powerhouses that he dared not pick any trouble with would come and make him swear by the Thunder Penalty Oath. He had sworn by the same Thunder Penalty Oath many times, so many times he could no longer keep track. Fourth Prince Imperial Highness, the Lin clan members are here. King Qian, who had just sent a powerhouse away, soon received another message. When the messenger who had sent the news just entered the main palace, two people followed him at once. One of them was a middle-aged man who was dressed in a green robe, while the other was an old man who followed behind him. Right at that moment, the middle-aged man in green's expression was grave, and the gaze with which he looked at King Qian was filled with coldness. At once, the King Qian estate guard who came to report the news also noticed the two men that were following him when he entered the main palace. After he turned around, he snarled angrily, How could you two enter just like this by yourself? This is King Qian's estate. How dare you be so rude? Unfortunately, this would be the last sentence that he uttered in his entire life. Humph! Along with a condescending snort, the old man behind the middle-aged man in green finally made his move. Lifting his hand, a pointy sword solidified before it shot out. Whoosh! In the next instant, a swishing sound that disappeared the moment it appeared resonated just as a bloody hole appeared between the brows of the King Qian estate guard. He collapsed immediately on the floor and died in a horrible manner. As Senior Lin. Upon seeing that middle-aged man in green, the color drained from King Qian's face in the blink of an eye because he had seen this middle-aged man in green before. It was none other than Lin Zhan, the third master of the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's Lin clan. At the same time, he was also Lin Dong's biological father. Yu Xianqing, how do you plan to compensate me for this matter? Do you want to die alone, or do you want your entire King Qian estate to die together with you? Lin Zhan's eyes gleamed with a flash of icy brilliance. His voice was so cold that it seemed to have originated from a boundless hell. So cold that it made one felt as though one had fallen into a thawed hole. Even though he had 3 sons, and the other 2 being more powerful than Lin Dong was the most outstanding among them all. At a tender age, he had already taken first place in the heaven rankings and was known as the strongest person below the saint stage in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Therefore, when Lin Dong told him that he wanted to go to the Windfall Nation with Zhu Xianqing, the fourth Prince King Qian of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, to deal with a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, he did not stop him at all. He felt that nobody below the Saint stage would be able to defeat his son in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion district. Nevertheless, after several months, a piece of tragic news spread from the Windfall Nation and gave him a taste of true heartache. His most beloved youngest son had died in the Windfall Nation. After learning about this news, he immediately came to the Windfall Nation and to the capital before going to King Qian's estate. His intention was simple, to get even with King Qian. If it were not King Qian who had invited his son over, his son would not have been dead. Senior Lin, I'm also pained by the death of Master Lin. It has never crossed my mind that Duan Ling Tian actually possesses a strength that could defeat Master Lin. It has never even crossed my mind that after Master Li made a breakthrough to the Saint stage, Duan Ling Tian would still be able to kill him. Even though King Qian knew that this day would eventually come, now that it had come for real, he could not help but be filled with terror. While King Qian was having a headache due to the arrival of Lin Zhan, Lin Dong's father, many powerhouses had gone to the Windfall Nation as well. Their destination was the capital of the Windfall Nation. As time continued to pass by, all of the powerhouses who had left King Qian's estate changed their target to Duan Ling Tian instead. Junior brother. In the Situ clan residence, Bai Li Hong was filled with worry. At first, when he saw how his junior brother passed the Devil Seal tablet to King Qian, he had also asked him, and that time he was told to take a long, hard look. It was only until recently that he finally understood what his junior brother meant. Apparently, his junior brother did not actually give that Devil Seal tablet to King Qian, and that time, the scene that he had witnessed was merely a deceptive trick. The Devil Seal tablet was still with his junior brother. Now that he learned that many powerhouses had started to search for Duan Ling Tian wantonly after leaving the King Qian estate, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Ling Tian. Sima, Chun Xiao Shuai, Xiong Quan, and the rest were worried about Duan Ling Tian as well. In the forbidden area of the Drift Blaze sect, above a volcano that was spouting magma, a figure suddenly walked out from the vast expanse of magma that appeared like torrents. Like a fiery elf, that figure walked out of the magma and was not harmed at all. This was a woman in red who was ultimately beautiful. The moment she appeared, she seemed to make everything in the surroundings dim by comparison. I finally made a breakthrough. Is this the Saint stage? As the woman muttered, a gust of fiery red energy gushed out of her body. It even emitted a series of blazing hot aura like magma. Master is right. Once my cultivation method has broken through to the Saint stage, it could really breed the fire attribute true origin. The woman continued to mutter. Somehow, a smile crept upon her face. I can finally look for Big Brother Duan now. Yeah, I'll go to look for father first. This fiery elf-like woman was none other than Lady Feng from the Drift Blaze sect, Feng Tianwu. Before this, when Feng Tianwu came out of her closed-door cultivation, she had already met Feng Wu Dao, who remained behind in the Drift Blaze sect. That time, both father and daughter, who had not seen each other for a long time, were particularly emotional. In order to be by Duan Ling Tian's side as soon as possible, after accompanying her father for some time, Feng Tianwu proceeded to bury herself in cultivation again. Only now did she finally make a breakthrough to the Saint stage. Because she had been in closed-door cultivation all along, she still had not learned about the incidents that had taken place outside. Coincidentally, ever since he came to the Drift Blaze sect, Feng Wu Dao, who dwelled in deep seclusion and rarely came out, also did not know what had happened outside. It was only until when both father and daughter went to look for Ziyun, the Drift Blaze sect leader, saying that they wanted to go look for Duan Ling Tian, that they finally learned about the recent developments outside from Ziyun. Lin Dong, the strongest powerhouse in the heaven rankings, who came from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's Lin clan, has come to challenge Big Brother Duan? After discovering about this, even Feng Tianwu could not help but feel anxious for Duan Ling Tian. Even though she had never had any contact with the strongest powerhouse in the heaven rankings before, she also knew that he had incredibly extraordinary strength. Otherwise, he would not have been widely acknowledged as the most powerful person under the Saint stage in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion district. After learning that Duan Ling Tian had transformed his territory into a sword and had a speed that surpassed Lin Dong's, Feng Tianwu smiled. I can't believe that Big Brother Duan actually has such immense strength. However, the moment she heard that Lin Dong had made a breakthrough to the Saint stage in that critical moment, horror dawned on her right away. Right then, the tide changed its course and she learned that Duan Ling Tian had taken the Devil Seal tablet out at that critical moment and shifted everyone's attention, including Lin Dong's. At the same time, he killed Lin Dong. With just one sword, Lin Dong, who had made a breakthrough to the Saint stage, was killed by him. Big Brother Duan's strength is actually this powerful? Feng Tianwu was taken aback by the strength that Duan Ling Tian demonstrated. Besides that, she also guessed that the Devil Seal tablet that Duan Ling Tian had taken out must be that incomplete stone tablet that he had lent to her before. Last time, she did not know about the implication of that Devil Seal tablet, but after coming to the Dao Martial Saint land, she already learned that the tablet was one of the Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapon rankings in the Dao Martial Saint land. Has Big Brother Duan actually given the Devil Seal tablet to King Qian? Upon hearing how Duan Ling Tian had passed the Devil Seal tablet to King Qian, Feng Tianwu frowned at once. Despite knowing that the reason her big brother Duan had done that was an improvised makeshift, she could still understand the reluctance that he felt at that time. However, after learning that King Qian did not actually obtain the Devil Seal tablet and that it was most likely still with her big brother Duan, she smiled again. When she heard that all sorts of powerhouses were currently searching for her big brother Duan and wanted to snatch the Devil Seal tablet from him, she could not help but be bothered again. Father Master, I want to go look for Big Brother Duan, announced Feng Tianwu with a determined look at Feng Wudao and Ziyun. Tianwu, I know what you're feeling. Ziyun shook her head. But do you know where is your big brother Duan now? Before he left, he didn't even tell the people around him where he would go. Searching for him would be like finding a needle in a haystack. I still want to try, Master. Feng Tianwu's expression was filled with perseverance. Right then, she worried about Duan Ling Tian's safety the most. It would be hard for her to be free of worry before she met him again. Tianwu, I've told you before that you can't leave the Drift Blaze sect before you've made a breakthrough to the Saint stage. Ziyun told the Fire Worship sect. Due to the special mental cultivation method of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, Feng Tianwu's aura was not exposed even though she had already broken through to the Saint stage. However, upon hearing Ziyun's words, she deliberately activated the true origin inside her body. The aura that belonged to a Saint stage powerhouse spread out at once. Tianwu, Yuv made it to the Saint stage? The moment Ziyun felt the aura from Feng Tianwu's body, her eyes narrowed right away as a delighted joy filled her face. Yes. Feng Tianwu grinned as she nodded. However, signs of worry could still be seen in her eyes as she worried about Duan Ling Tian's safety. As Saint stage? Wu has made it into the Saint stage. On the other hand, Feng Wudao, who was by the side, was completely dumbstruck. Looking at his daughter in a daze, he did not return to his senses for a long time. Of course, he also knew what the Saint stage meant. Even though he knew that his daughter was originally just a step away from the Saint stage, the moment he found out that she had already made a breakthrough to the Saint stage, his heart was still filled with bafflement. After all, this was the daughter that he had been watching over while she was growing up. As he recalled the past, he sighed again in his heart. At the same time, he was washed with a deep sense of gratitude toward Duan Ling Tian as well. It was all thanks to Duan Ling Tian that his daughter was able to get rid of the fire spirit body and break the shackles of having a short lifespan. Finally, she managed to cinch the achievements she had today. Since Feng Tianwu had already made a breakthrough to the Saint stage, it was natural for Ziyun not to have any more excuses to ask her to stay back. Even though she really wanted to break the promise that she had first made the last time, she still kept to it as she knew that she would only make her disciple resent her. This was not a beneficial thing for her. In order not to affect the impression of her disciple toward her, she agreed to Feng Tianwu's request to leave. Now that Feng Tianwu wanted to leave, of course, Feng Wudao would not plan to continue staying in the Drift Blaze sect any longer. He was prepared to go to the Situ clan in the capital of the Windfall Nation to reunite with Bai Lihong, Sima, and the rest. After Feng Wudao and his daughter left the Drift Blaze sect, Ziyun entered the forbidden area of the Drift Blaze sect. At the mountainside of an active volcano, there was a vast underground secret room situated inside. The surrounding of the underground secret room was fiery red, and it oozed a series of blazing aura. However, Ziyun was not affected by this at all when she came here. At the corner of the secret room, an old woman in gray, who was sitting cross-legged on a stone bed, seemed to have noticed something as she abruptly opened her eyes. When she saw that the newcomer was Ziyun, she immediately climbed out of the bed and greeted her nonchalantly. Sect leader Ziyun. Casting a nonchalant glance at the old woman, Ziyun said, "Black Crow, I have an errand for you now. After you complete this errand, you'll be free." The old woman in gray was also the person called the Black Crow. A brilliance flashed across her eyes without warning as she asked in slight surprise, "So, you finally plan to use the promise that I've made to you last time?" Last time, Ziyun had saved her life once. She, on the other hand, was not an ungrateful person. Ever since that moment, she had followed her back to the Driftblaze sect, and on top of that, she had even made a promise that she would only leave the sect after she had repaid her life-saving favor. She had waited for 20 years. Of course, she craved for freedom, but in her opinion, she only wanted it after repaying her. Otherwise, she would feel guilty. Originally, the Black Crow had thought that Ziyun would never call upon the promise that she had made last time because, given her strength, she really did not need any help from her. Particularly in these few years when the gap between Ziyun and her had become bigger and bigger. She had even prepared for the worst possible outcome already, that was to stay in the Driftblaze sect forever. Today, the appearance of Ziyun was like the dawn of light that illuminated the dark corner, making the Black Crow's heart that had been lonely for many years leap. "Once you've finished this errand, you and I will be even," Ziyun said. "Just tell me," the Black Crow asked directly, taking a deep breath. No matter what kind of request it was, she would not reject it if she could do it. "My direct disciple is leaving the Driftblaze sect now and will most likely spend a long period of time outside. I want you to protect her by her side. Protect her until her strength has surpassed yours. By that time, you and I will be even, and you can then leave the Driftblaze sect to live a life that you want." Ziyun did not beat around the bush as she answered directly. "Is that Lassie Feng?" It was apparent that the Black Crow knew about Feng Tianwu's presence too. "That's right." Ziyun nodded. "As she has made it to the saint stage already?" asked the Black Crow in slight astonishment. At the same time, warmth could be seen in her eyes. It was obvious that she had quite an amicable relationship with Feng Tianwu. In addition to that, she also knew about the requirement that Feng Tianwu had to reach before she could leave the Driftblaze sect. Ziyun nodded once again. "With Lassie Feng's innate talent, now that she has made a breakthrough to the saint stage, I think it won't take her more than 10 years for her to surpass me." "Sect leader Ziyun, are you sure you want me to return your favor in such a way?" asked the Black Crow while looking at Ziyun. "This is a loss to you. As long as Tianwu is safe, it's already a plus for me." Ziyun did not find this to be a loss. "I understand then," the Black Crow agreed. "She just left not long ago, and I'm pretty sure she'll go to the Situ clan in the capital first. Make sure you conceal yourself around her, and if there's no danger to her safety, there's no need for you to make a move at all. This departure would be great training for her as well," Ziyun told the Black Crow. The Black Crow responded and then proceeded to leave this place that she had stayed in for over 20 years. Of course, Feng Tianwu did not notice the Black Crow following her at all because the gap between their strength was just too huge. Even Feng Tianwu did not notice it, let alone Feng Wudao. After the two of them left the Driftblaze sect, they headed straight to the capital. Upon reaching the capital, they proceeded to go to the Situ clan. When the Situ clan members learned that Lady Feng from the Driftblaze sect had come, Sitahao, the clan leader, personally came out to welcome her, giving his full respect to the Driftblaze sect. Of course, in addition to giving respect to the Driftblaze sect, he was showing full respect to Duan Lingtian as well, who in the Windfall Nation did not know that Lady Feng of the Driftblaze sect had an abnormal relationship with the former interim advisor Master Duan of the Situ clan. When Bai Li Hong, Sima and the rest discovered that Feng Wudao was back, they were all delighted with joy. Miss Tianwu. When Xiang Quan and Gold Thug saw Feng Tianwu again, they were overwhelmed with emotions too. "It's been such a long time. How are you two now?" Feng Tianwu greeted the two of them with a wide smile. Good, good. The two of them quickly nodded. The purpose of Feng Tianwu leaving the Drift Blaze sect this time was to look for Duanling Tian. Even though Bai Li Hong and the rest did not know where Duanling Tian had gone, she could still guess his destination after learning some things from them. Sister Kuer has been taken by somebody from the Fire Worship sect, which is a powerful force in the Dao Martial Saint Land's upper province. It's unrealistic for Big Brother Duan to find Sister Kuer. In that case, he must have gone to find Sister Fair. She, on the other hand, must be together with Xuanai now. Xuanai has an indomitable force behind her. That force is also a remarkable force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Before Big Brother Duan came to the Dao Martial Saint Land, she even gave him a great number of 5th-grade Saint Stones and a small amount of 4th-grade Saint Stones. Some of this information was already long known by Feng Tianwu, while Bai Li Hong and the rest recently found out about a part of them. After a series of speculation, she became certain of it. In that case, the force behind Xuanai must be a 5th-rated force. 5th-rated force, Han Xuanai. With the surname Han. Though there are several dozen 5th-rated forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land, there's only one that has the surname Han. The Greenwave Han Mansion. In the end, Feng Tianwu was very certain about it. Greenwave Han Mansion. The smart Feng Tianwu had her target set now. Of course, she did not dare to be 100% sure about it as well. However, even though she was not 100% sure, she would not just let such an important clue go unnoticed. Right now, her train of thoughts was similar to Duanling Tian. However, even though she could guess that he might have gone to the Greenwave Han Mansion, she did not tell anybody else, including her father. She knew very well that if she told her father, Bai Li Hong and the rest, it would only invite trouble for them, and that would be terrible. If Duanling Tian knew what Feng Tianwu was thinking about now, he would definitely feel that she was being very sensible. Almost every thought of hers was similar to his. Now that she had locked her sights on her target, Feng Tianwu proceeded to accompany Feng Wudao for several days before leaving the Situ clan in the capital of the Windfall Nation and headed north. As she was traveling, she had a strong intuition that her direction was correct. However, Feng Tianwu did not notice that there was a hoary figure following her from extremely far behind. Duanling Tian? Devil Seal Tablet. At the Mountain Shade Black Market branch hideaway in the Windfall Nation. After Hongjin the leader found out about the news that had gripped the Windfall Nation in turmoil, his eyes narrowed at once. As a devil cultivator other than the powerhouses that were much stronger than him, the thing that he dreaded the most in this world was the Devil Seal Tablet, the super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapon rankings. Even a martial or Dao cultivator whose cultivation base was a stage lower than him would be able to use the Devil Seal Tablet to kill him. Therefore, after learning that the Devil Seal Tablet had appeared once again in the Dao Martial Saint Land not long before this, the first thought that rose up in his mind was not how to get his hands on the Devil Seal Tablet but revolved around his fear against it instead. I wonder if this Duanling Tian, the same Duanling Tian that the headquarters is looking for. If the headquarters has already learned about the whereabouts of the Devil Seal Tablet before this, he must be the Duanling Tian that the headquarters is looking for then. Hongjin thought to himself. Not long after that, Jing Yuan, whom he sent out, had also returned. Jing Yuan, have you checked it? Upon seeing Jing Yuan returning, Hongjin immediately asked, is the Duanling Tian that we're looking for the same person who has gripped the Windfall Nation in chaos? I've already confirmed it. He's the same person, Jing Yuan acknowledged. However, his whereabouts are currently unknown and many powerhouses are looking for him now too. It won't be easy for us to look for him. As expected, they're the same person. A brilliance flashed across Hongjin's eyes as he said in a deep voice, even if we might not be able to find him, we still need to look for him. On top of that, we must pass this news to the higher-ups. Soon, the news regarding Duanling Tian was also passed to a higher Mountain Shade Black Market branch. In the end, the news had reached the Mountain Shade Black Market headquarters. Has Duan Rufeng's son obtained the Devil Seal Tablet? At the Mountain Shade Black Market headquarters, after Leader Dugu learned about this news, his eyes narrowed immediately because he was a devil cultivator as well. He also dreaded the Devil Seal Tablet from the bottom of his heart. If it were possible, he wished that no Devil Seal Tablet existed in this world. Of course, Duanling Tian did not know that the news about him possessing the Devil Seal Tablet had already reached the ears of his father's mortal rival. Right then, he had already entered the Greenwave Han Mansion district. Throughout his journey, he had relied on the flying sword that had been transformed by his 10,000 sword territory to speed his journey up. He was so fast that he could even catch up with a Saint Stage powerhouse. In such circumstances, Duanling Tian did not come across any trouble at all throughout his trip. I think it's better for me to ask around for directions first. Even though he had reached the Greenwave Han Mansion district, he still had no idea where he was currently. Besides, he also did not know where the main residence of the 5th-rated sect Greenwave Han Mansion was. After he descended and looked for a small town to ask for directions, Duanling Tian finally learned that he was in a 6th-rated Saint Nation in the Greenwave Han Mansion district. The 6th-rated Saint Nation was similar to the Windfall Nation of the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. However, Duanling Tian was now in one of its small towns and not in the capital. Hence, the people whom he had met were mostly on the Saint Rudiment stage. From just asking for directions, he noticed that he was already being targeted by someone, but he was not surprised at all by this. This town was secluded and did not usually have many visitors. However, as a stranger, his sudden appearance would surely make him a target. After activating his divine eye and finding out that the few people who had targeted him were only on the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage at the most, he was lazy to give a damn about them as well. After leaving the town, he disappeared into thin air in front of their eyes. He's disappeared. Seeing this young outsider in purple just disappear in front of their eyes like that, the few Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivators who had targeted Duanling Tian and wanted to kill and rob him broke out in cold sweat immediately. At such terrifying speed. He must be on the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage at least, isn't he? Muttered one of the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivators to himself. Only a martial cultivator who was on at least Paramount Saint Rudiment stage could disappear before his eyes like that just by speed alone. No. He must be a Saint stage powerhouse, uttered the strongest among the few of them as he narrowed his eyes in great shock. Trepidation could also be seen in between his eyes. B-Boss, don't tell us that even you couldn't see a trace of him leaving just now? At once, the color drained from their faces. He disappeared into thin air right in front of my eyes. Even an ordinary imminent saint stage could not have such speed. Based on this reason, he's either a powerhouse who is well known in the heaven rankings and specializes in speed, or he's a saint stage powerhouse. The person who was called the boss, the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, gasped sharply. Such a powerhouse should have been able to discover our tracks. It's fortunate that he didn't haggle with us. Otherwise, none of us would have been able to survive. At once, the others were rendered silent. If one paid closer attention, it would be easy to notice that beads of nervous perspiration were breaking out on their foreheads now. Actually, to Duanling Tian, killing these people would be as easy as turning a palm. But since Duanling Tian's thoughts were focused entirely on Li Fei now, he did not waste his time on them at all. After inquiring about the metropolis location of the Greenwave Han Mansion district, his next destination was, of course, the place where the 5th-rated force Greenwave Han Mansion ruled its surrounding district, or to be more precise, the Greenwave Han Mansion stronghold where many powerhouses gathered together. As a 5th-rated force, the Greenwave Han Mansion stronghold was somewhere just anybody could find and lay foot on. For this reason, under such circumstances, Duanling Tian first went to Greenwave City, which was the most bustling city in the Greenwave Han Mansion district. It was also the city that was the nearest to the Greenwave Han Mansion stronghold. Besides that, it was completely controlled by the Greenwave Han Mansion. To top it off, the Greenwave Han Mansion had even set up a submansion there as well. This submansion controlled Greenwave City. The Greenwave City governor was also the ruler of this subbranch, and on top of that, he was also the lineal disciple of the Greenwave Han Mansion. To some extent, the Greenwave Han Mansion could be considered a 5th-rated clan, but in this clan, their management approach was more like a sect. In the Greenwave Han Mansion, even if you did carry the Han surname, you would be equally regarded as important as well if you were powerful. It was also possible for one to become the mansion master of the Greenwave Han Mansion. In the current Greenwave Han Mansion, among the foreign disciples, the most outstanding one was the Beast Tamer, who was like a biological brother to the current mansion master. This Beast Tamer was also someone who was very well known in the entire Greenwave Han Mansion. All in all, as long as one was talented enough, One would not have to worry about having one's talents buried after one entered the Greenwave Han Mansion. After Duanling Tian went to Greenwave City and looked for an inn to stay, he proceeded to hang around the restaurants all day long. The restaurant that he picked was also the busiest one in Greenwave City. Even though this restaurant was huge, it was basically full during mealtimes as it would be swarmed with visitors. Duanling Tian sat by a place near the window alone, sipping his wine and eating his meal. Right now, even if his acquaintance were to sit in front of him, he might not be able to recognize Duanling Tian at all since he now had a completely new look on his face. This was a very cold and aloof face that oozed with an invisible sense of icy aura that was unapproachable. This was none other than Duanling Tian's disguise. Of course, his disguise was not done artificially. Instead, it was purely done by a secret tactic that he performed. He obtained this secret tactic by asking Elder Hua. The concept of this secret tactic was to change the muscles on his face to some extent using his true energy so that his face could be greatly altered. Compared to an ordinary disguise, this disguising secret tactic would not be easily detected by others. An ordinary disguise would not be able to deceive an ordinary martial or Dao cultivator's spiritual energy, let alone a saint stage powerhouse divine consciousness. However, the disguising secret tactic that Duanling Tian used could easily deceive a saint stage powerhouse. Even if the saint stage powerhouse's divine consciousness was shrouding his face, they would not notice any abnormalities on his face at all. Sitting by the window in the restaurant, Duanling Tian listened to all sorts of conversations among the customers from all over the place. In these few days, he did not obtain any useful news at all. At that moment, a waiter just so happened to serve the dishes, and as he walked over and Duanling Tian raised a brow. With his hand lifted up, he took out a 5th grade saint stone and put in front of the waiter. "Sir, this is?" Upon seeing the 5th grade saint stone, the waiter's eyes lit up right away. In fact, this single piece of 5th grade saint stone was already equal to 3 months of his salary. "Waiter, I have something to ask you," Duanling Tian said in voice transmission. "Please do." In the face of Duanling Tian's query, the waiter nodded his head. At once, he replied in voice transmission too, but his gaze never left the 5th grade saint stone on the table. "Have you heard of Han Xuanai?" Duanling Tian asked. "Young Miss Xuanai?" Upon hearing Duanling Tian's query, the waiter was stunned. "Sir, is this your first time coming to the Greenwave Han Mansion?" "How do you know?" This time it was Duanling Tian's turn to be taken aback. "Customer, almost everybody inside Greenwave City and those who come here often knows about young Miss Xuanai. Young Miss Xuanai is the eldest miss of the Greenwave Han Mansion and is also the only daughter of the Greenwave Han Mansion master. She's well known in our entire Greenwave Han Mansion. Not many people in the Greenwave Han Mansion Central District don't know her," replied the waiter. When Duanling Tian heard this, he smiled wryly right away. He suddenly felt that he had wasted the span of a few days. If he had just asked somebody a long time ago, he would have already found out about this then, and it would have saved him the anxiety he felt just now. He was worried about whether Xuanai came from the Greenwave Han Mansion or not. "Looks like my suspicion is correct. Xuanai is indeed from the Greenwave Han Mansion. However, I can't believe that she's actually the only daughter of the Greenwave Han Mansion's mansion master, the eldest miss of the Greenwave Han Mansion." Upon recalling the young lady last time, Duanling Tian's gaze turned warmer. "This saint stone is yours now." After finding out that Xuanai was indeed from the Greenwave Han Mansion, Duanling Tian already knew what he should do next. Since Xuanai had such a special identity in the Greenwave Han Mansion, he could pay her a visit as a friend. "Wait a minute. I can go to the Greenwave Han Mansion submansion in Greenwave City. It doesn't matter whether I go to the stronghold or not as long as Xuanai finds out that I've come to the Greenwave City now." The moment Duanling Tian thought about this, he breathed a sigh of relief. His nerves that had been tight for a long time now gradually eased as well at this moment. At first, though he suspected that Han Xuanai might come from the Greenwave Han Mansion, he was still uncertain, so he had suffered quite an amount of stress throughout this journey. After all, if his assumption had gone wrong, all of the efforts in this period of time would have been in vain already. However, now that the waiter had told him this, he knew that his assumptions were correct after all. Thank you, sir. The waiter thanked him while putting away the saint's stone. After the waiter left, Duanling Tian continued to drink the alcohol and eat the dishes before proceeding to leave. Right at this moment, 3 voices by the table beside him reached his ears in a timely manner. They mentioned Han Xuanai. If this had taken place before his interactions with the waiter just now, Duanling Tian would not have paid any attention if he heard them because he would have still been clueless about Han Xuanai's identity in the Greenwave Han Mansion. I heard that not long after that young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion will come to our Greenwave Han Mansion to marry the precious daughter of Lord Mansion Master. It looks like our Greenwave Han Mansion's eldest miss will no longer be able to inherit her father's Mansion Master's position now, said one of them. I heard that eldest miss will only be a concubine even after she gets married. Another person chimed in. I've long heard that the Rising Sky Mansion's young mansion master is a playboy by nature and already has a wife plus 5 concubines at home. Still, I can't believe that this time he actually has his eyes set on our Greenwave Han Mansion's eldest miss, the last person piped in furiously. I heard that some time ago, the Rising Sky Mansion's young mansion master suddenly acted out of the blue and came to the Greenwave Han Mansion as a visitor. Then, he instantly took a fancy to that eldest Mississippi. That eldest miss is really unlucky too. Originally, she could be said to be the precious daughter in the Greenwave Han Mansion. But in front of that Rising Sky Mansion's young mansion master, she's nothing at all. She can only allow him to commit the outrage acts as he likes. Even though the Greenwave Han Mansion is a 5th-rated sect and a well-known presence in the Dao Martial Saint Land's lower province, it was still far from being comparable to that Rising Sky Mansion. That's right. The Rising Sky Mansion is a 4th-rated force, and its strength far dominates the Greenwave Han Mansion. Even our Greenwave Han Mansion's Lord Mansion Master doesn't dare to act recklessly in front of the Rising Sky Mansion's young Mansion Master at all. After all, the Rising Sky Mansion's young Mansion Master represents the entire Rising Sky Mansion. The Rising Sky Mansion's Mansion Master has 4 children, but only 1 son. For this reason, he's fully doted on and spoilt. I heard that since young, there's nothing that the Rising Sky Mansion's young Mansion Master can't do if he wants to. What a different life he leads. From the moment he came into this world, he has already been labeled as the Rising Sky Mansion's young Mansion Master, but look at us. We can only work hard through our own strengths. That's right. Constantly comparing yourself to others will only make yourself angry. As the conversation between the 3 of them reached the end of the topic, they sighed emotionally, feeling jealous over the privilege of the Rising Sky Mansion's young Mansion Master. Rising Sky Mansion? 4th-rated force. Duanling Tian frowned. That Rising Sky Mansion's young Mansion Master has taken a liking towards Greenwave Han Mansion's eldest Mississippi. And according to what the waiter said just now, Xuanai is the eldest miss of the Greenwave Han Mansion. So, does this mean that he has taken a liking toward Xuanai? What an animal. She's still a young girl. In Duanling Tian's memory, Han Xuanai was still that young girl who would never grow up, always appearing like a 15 to 16-year-old girl. He did not know that Han Xuanai had long broken the shackles of the cultivation technique and had grown to become an adult now. 4th-rated force. Rising Sky Mansion. When Duanling Tian left the restaurant, his heart also felt a little heavy. A 5th-rated force was already a colossus to him, let alone a 4th-rated force. Right now, he was no longer the newbie that had just arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land, and he now had a great understanding of the Dao Martial Saint Land as well. This also included the fact that Dao Martial Saint Land was split into both upper and lower provinces. Right now, he was currently at the Dao Martial Saint Land's lower province. In the Dao Martial Saint Land's lower province, the 4th-rated force was already a top-rated force, and there were innumerable powerhouses. Besides that, they even had powerhouses who had far exceeded the Eminent Saint stage, which was the stage after the Refined Saint stage. In a 6th-rated force, the strongest powerhouse would usually also only be on the Refined Saint stage. A 5th-rated force, on the other hand, had Eminent Saint stage powerhouses. In a 4th-rated force, there were even powerhouses who had already exceeded the Eminent Saint stage. On the way back to the inn, Duanling Tian thought to himself, right now, I've not even stepped into the pristine Saint stage yet. Even if I use the Devil Seal tablet, I can only kill an ordinary pristine Saint Stage Devil Cultivator. A refined Saint Stage Devil Cultivator would be more than enough to crush me immediately. It looks like what's most important now is to raise my cultivation base. I only need one step to be able to make a breakthrough to the pristine Saint Stage successfully. Of course, other than the Devil Seal Tablet, Duanling Tian could still kill a refined Saint Stage Devil Cultivator with the help of his Jasper Celestial Sword. When he was still in the Moon Illumination sect, the first Saint Stage powerhouse who had died by his Jasper Celestial Sword was a Moon Illumination sect Supreme Elder who was on the early pristine Saint Stage. Then, Duanling Tian had just made a breakthrough to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage and had used up almost 90% of his strength to kill him using the Jasper Celestial Sword. Last time, in the face of Lin Dong who had just made a breakthrough to the early pristine Saint Stage, even though Duanling Tian had also killed him with a slice of his sword, he had only used almost 50% of his strength. In other words, the current Duanling Tian could brandish the Jasper Celestial Sword twice continuously to kill two powerhouses who were on the early pristine Saint Stage. Of course, this was also only limited to 2 strikes. After killing the 2 early pristine Saint Stage powerhouses, his entire strength would be depleted and he would fall into a weakened stage. By that time, anybody would be able to kill him. If I use up more than 90% of my strength to activate the Jasper Celestial Sword, it should pose no problem for me to kill a person who is on the intermediate refined Saint Stage. However, it's almost impossible for me to kill a person who is on the Mastery Refined Saint Stage. Duanling Tian understood his own strength quite well. Even though the Jasper Celestial Sword was heaven-defying, it still needed strength as support. The more power was infused into the Jasper Celestial Sword, the power it would demonstrate as well. Right now, if he spared no efforts in using the Jasper Celestial Sword with all of his force, he would only be able to kill an intermediate refined Saint Stage powerhouse at the most. However, if I've already made it to the Saint Stage, it would then be different. By then, it won't be hard for me to kill a Mastery Refined Saint Stage powerhouse with the help of the Jasper Celestial Sword. I might be able to kill a person who's at the peak of the refined Saint Stage as well. Duanling Tian was confident about this. Once he had made a breakthrough to the Saint Stage, in addition to elevating his strength in various aspects, his true energy would change to become True Origin and in turn also transform to become the Sun True Origin. By then, the benefits of the enlightenment that Elder Hui carried out for him would reveal themselves gradually too. It was exactly because of this that Duanling Tian was looking forward to the Saint Stage. However, although he was looking forward to it, he was now stuck on the final step of the imminent Saint Stage. He was only one step away from crossing the threshold to enter the Saint Stage. It was exactly this last step about which Duanling Tian did not know what to do. Just like the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he still could not find any opportunity. However, between these two, Duanling Tian felt that his cultivation base would most likely make a breakthrough first compared to the Sovereign Heart Sword because the latter was just too profound. Until now, he still could not find any penetration point of the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Somehow, Duanling Tian returned to his inn. After returning to his inn, he rested for an entire day before coming to a conclusion. I'll go to the Greenwave Han Mansion's submansion here in the Greenwave City early morning tomorrow. By that time, I'll ask them to inform Xuanai with an identity as Xuanai's friend. If she learns that I've come to the Greenwave City, she'll definitely come to meet me. Now that he had a plan, Duanling Tian made up his mind straight away. Of course, his heart could not rest 100% in peace because he knew that the situation that Xuanai was facing now was not very promising. With Xuanai's personality, it'll definitely be impossible for her to take a liking to that Rising Sky Mansion's young mansion master. I'm sure she'll definitely reject this marriage. However, I wonder whether she's already been grounded in the Greenwave Han Mansion or not. If she's grounded, I'll need to go to the Greenwave Han Mansion myself then. The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, he frowned. He had long known Xuanai, so he knew her personality quite well. Xuanai had told him before that her future husband could only have her as his only wife. That was her bottom line. Xuanai worshipped the concept of monogamy. This was not rare in Duanling Tian's past life, so he did not find this idea of Xuanai to be wrong. However, in this world, this idea of her was indeed rather unconventional. This was because the strong ruled in this world. It was completely normal for a powerhouse to have multiple women or more than 10 or even several dozen women at the same time as long as he could put up with them. Of course, it was because of this that Duanling Tian felt that Han Xuanai would never agree to the marriage between her and the Rising Sky Mansion's young mansion master. I hope that little Feier is indeed in the Green Wave Han Mansion. If she is, my child would have been born by now too. As Duanling Tian thought of this, a warm smile crept upon the corner of his mouth. The next morning, Duanling Tian asked for directions and headed to the Green Wave Han Mansion's submansion. The moment the person in charge of the Green Wave Han Mansion's submansion, who was also the Green Wave city governor, heard that he was Han Xuanai's friend, he personally welcomed Duanling Tian. The Green Wave Han Mansion's submansion was also the city governor's estate of Green Wave City, was situated by the east of the city. The area that it occupied was vast and was no smaller than the Situ clan in the capital of the Windfall Nation. Under the guidance of the city governor's estate guards, Duanling Tian entered the main palace of the city governor's estate and saw the governor, who was also the person in charge of the Green Wave Han Mansion's submansion. When this handsome, middle-aged man who was wearing a long silver robe stood there and looked at Duanling Tian, it gave him an invisible sense of pressure straight away. Did you say that you're the eldest Mrs. Friend? Seeing how Duanling Tian's expression remained unfazed even though his aura was locked upon him, shock flashed across the depth of his eyes as well. When this person walked into his main palace, he already knew that this was a young man who had not entered the saint stage yet, and looking at the vitality from his body, he should be less than 40 years old. Despite his age, he could remain unfazed although his aura was targeted. Even among the young generations in their Green Wave Han Mansion, not many people could do this as well. Yes, Duanling Tian nodded. What's your name? Asked the middle-aged man again. Ling Tian. Duanling Tian responded. He did not mention his surname as he needed another name for the other disguise that he was currently wearing. Despite this, he knew that Xuanai would immediately guess that it was him if she heard this name. Of course, he had his reasons for disguising his face and concealing his identity as well. After leaving the Windfall Nation, Duanling Tian already knew that the truth about how the Devil Seal tablet was not in King Qian's hand would be exposed, and by then, he would be targeted by everyone. By that time, everybody would firmly believe that the Devil Seal tablet was with a person called Duanling Tian. Besides, the people who had seen him before could also draw a portrait of him and search for him everywhere. Even though the news about the Devil Seal tablet had not spread to the Green Wave Han Mansion yet, Duanling Tian could already predict that the news regarding the tablet being in his hands would definitely sweep the entire Green Wave Han Mansion's district like a typhoon not long after that. By that time, the people in the Green Wave Han Mansion would also know about Duanling Tian and him having the Devil Seal tablet with him. Because he had taken this into account, he decided to change his appearance to avoid unnecessary trouble. The moment the news about the Devil Seal tablet spread out, the powerhouses that it would attract might even include eminent saint stage powerhouses. Before he possessed adequate strength to protect the Devil Seal tablet, he would never easily reveal his identity. This was also why he changed his look and did not spill out his true name. Ling Tian? What a good name! Praised the middle-aged man before telling Duanling Tian again. You said that you're the eldest Mrs. Friend, but I can't believe you completely. How about this? I'll arrange for you to stay in the city governor's estate this period of time, and after I've sent my men to confirm this, I'll ask my men to bring you to see her then. Bring me to see Xuanai? Upon hearing Green Wave City Governor's words, Duanling Tian was stunned, but the moment he recalled the situation that Han Xuanai was in now, he calmed down again. It looked like things might just be as he suspected. Han Xuanai had most likely been grounded. Thank you, City Governor. Duanling Tian nodded and expressed his gratitude to the Green Wave City Governor. If you're really a friend of the eldest miss, then you're a guest of our Green Wave Han Mansion as well. Of course, I won't treat you badly, assured the Green Wave City Governor. The meaning of his words was apparent as well. All of this was because he respected Han Xuanai. If Duanling Tian were not Han Xuanai's friend, he would not give a damn about him at all. In fact, this was fully understandable. As the Green Wave City Governor, the person in charge of the Green Wave Han Mansion submansion in Green Wave City, he was an elder who also had a high position in the Green Wave Han Mansion. With the Green Wave Han Mansion as his backbone, along with the fact that his own strength being quite powerful, it was natural for him to be haughty and treat anyone as he pleased. The reason he treated Duan Ling Tian so politely was mostly because of the respect that he had towards his own eldest miss, Han Xuanai. If he could affirm that Han Xuanai did not have such a friend, then he would no longer be this polite anymore. Not only that, but he would also punish Duan Ling Tian as well. Duan Ling Tian could roughly guess what the Greenwave City governor was thinking about, but he was not worried at all. This was because he did indeed know the eldest miss of the Greenwave Han mansion. She was Han Xuanai, that same Han Xuanai who would always follow alongside him and would always call him Brother Ling Tian last time. City Governor, can you please ask your man to help me pass a message to Xuanai? Even though Duan Ling Tian was sure that Xuanai would immediately think of him the moment she heard of the name Ling Tian, he still decided to make a full-fledged preparation just in case. Of course. The Greenwave City Governor nodded his head. To him, this was only a small matter. Please ask your man to tell Xuanai that Brother Ling Tian is here, Duan Ling Tian said. Brother Ling Tian. Upon hearing his words, the Greenwave City Governor narrowed his eyes. This kind of address shocked him. After all, unless they were closely related, it was basically impossible for her to address him like this. However, according to this young man who was called Ling Tian, the eldest miss of their Greenwave Han mansion actually called him Brother Ling Tian. Right at this moment, his attitude also had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Brother Ling Tian, I'll bring you to rest first. This time, the tone that the Greenwave City Governor used was much warmer when he talked to Duan Ling Tian again. As though this man who was standing in front of him was not a person whom he had just met, but an old friend whom he had long known for many years. The change in the Greenwave City Governor's attitude was within Duan Ling Tian's expectation, so he was not surprised at all. After leaving the main palace, the Greenwave City Governor took the initiative to introduce himself. I'm Han Qing, the External Affairs Elder of the Greenwave Han Mansion. Usually, I'm responsible for all the affairs in Greenwave City. If you don't mind, Brother Ling Tian, you can call me Big Brother, as Greenwave City Governor sounds a little too formal. If it were an ordinary martial cultivator who had not made a breakthrough to the saint stage yet, it would be impossible for Han Qing to call him brother, even if his innate talent was very high, higher than Duan Ling Tian in fact. The reason Han Qing lowered himself down and called Duan Ling Tian brother was mostly because of the eldest miss of their Greenwave Han mansion, Han Xuanai. In the Greenwave Han mansion, although he was an elder who held a high position, he was still far from being comparable to Han Xuanai. Most importantly, it was because he respected the Greenwave Han mansion's mansion master, Han Xuanai's father, a lot. Back then, when he was still young, the mansion master had saved his life before. Otherwise, he would have long been dead now. It was exactly because of this that he respected Han Xuanai, the precious daughter of the mansion master, a lot too. Big Brother Han Qing. Duan Ling Tian was the type of person who would be respectful if the other party was respectful to him too. Besides that, until now, the impression that Han Qing had given him was quite pleasant as well. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian addressing him, Han Qing broke out into a smile. Actually, after Duan Ling Tian had uttered the message that he wanted to pass on to Han Xuanai, Han Qing was almost 100% certain that Duan Ling Tian was Han Xuanai's friend. Otherwise, he would not have dared to come to the Greenwave City Governor to be reckless unless he was just seeking his own death. However, this purple-clad young man who had a cold and aloof face did not seem like someone who was seeking for his own death no matter what. Most importantly, their Greenwave Han mansion's eldest miss seemed to also have quite a close relationship with this person. Hence his attitude had undergone an earth-shattering transformation too. Big Brother Han Qing, even though I've just arrived at Greenwave City, I've also heard about the news of how that Rising Sky Mansion's young mansion master wants to marry Xuanai. This matter. Duan Ling Tian looked at Han Qing, but before he could finish his sentence, he noticed that Han Qing's expression had already turned grave. That young mansion master from the Rising Sky Mansion is completely a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. He's a dandy, good-for-nothing, rich playboy by nature, and he doesn't deserve the eldest miss at all, Han Qing said in a deep voice. It was apparent that he was very displeased about this marriage as well. His life had been saved by the Greenwave Han mansion master, and of course, he would stand by Han Xuanai's side when it came to this matter. However, I heard that Rising Sky Mansion is a fourth-rated force, and I'm afraid it'd be hard for the Greenwave Han Mansion to reject this matter. Is that right? Duan Ling Tian asked. It's indeed hard to reject. Han Qing nodded. After taking a deep breath, he continued again, right now, our Greenwave Han Mansion has already been split into two great sides because of this matter. One side is led by the Lord Mansion Master and is unwilling to agree to this marriage, while the other is led by the Supreme Elder. They want the eldest miss to agree to this marriage to prevent offending the Rising Sky Mansion. Which side has the best of the struggle now? Duan Ling Tian frowned as he asked. The Supreme Elder's side. Anger flashed across Han Qing's eyes as he said in a deep voice. To be honest, I really have never noticed what a coward our Greenwave Han Mansion is. But in the face of a Rising Sky Mansion, everyone has become a coward, cowering in fear that the people from the Rising Sky Mansion would kill them. They don't even feel ashamed to use a little girl's happiness in exchange for their own safety. Upon hearing Han Qing's words, Duan Ling Tian could also sense that the situation was not promising. Big brother Han Qing, can you tell me the situation about the Greenwave Han Mansion? Duan Ling Tian asked. Brother Ling Tian, it's not that I don't believe in you, but since these are the secrets of our Greenwave Han Mansion, it's not convenient for me to tell you too much before the eldest miss has confirmed your identity yet. Han Qing told Duan Ling Tian apologetically. How about this? After the eldest miss has confirmed your identity, I'll tell all of the ins and outs about the situation of our Greenwave Han Mansion to you. Is it okay? You don't have to feel guilty. This is reasonable and I can understand. Duan Ling Tian could comprehend Han Qing's worries, so he did not ask anymore. Under Han Qing's arrangement, Duan Ling Tian stayed in the Greenwave City Governor's estate. Han Qing had arranged a vast residence for him, and there was even a wide field in the residence that he could use to practice his martial arts. Other than that, there were also a few vacant rooms. The room was spotlessly clean, and it was apparent that it was often cleaned. After bidding goodbye with Duan Ling Tian, Han Qing proceeded to leave as he still had some other affairs that he needed to handle. Even though he did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's identity, he still sent his men to the Greenwave Han Mansion's estate to look for eldest Miss Han Xuanai to confirm just in case. After Han Qing left, Duan Ling Tian returned to his room and closed the room door. He entered the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to continue his cultivation. How amazing would it be if I could make a breakthrough to the Saint stage? Who knows? I might be able to be of some help to Xuanai too. The moment he thought about Han Xuanai's current situation, his heart felt a little heavy. In his eyes, Xuanai was like his younger sister that he needed to protect and watch over. She was no different from his biological sister. Now that it concerned Xuanai's happiness, even he was burning with anxiety now. Even though Xuanai's father is the Greenwave Han Mansion Master, as a fifth-rated force, of course, the Mansion Master wouldn't have all the say unless Xuanai's father has the strength and is able to compel everything and everyone in the Greenwave Han Mansion by dominance. But, for now, it's apparent that his strength has not reached such a level yet. Upon recalling the words that Han Qing said just now, Duan Ling Tian's heart turned even heavier as though a stone had pressed down on it. Taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian did his best to calm himself down before immersing himself completely in his cultivation. While Duan Ling Tian was cultivating, someone walked out of the Greenwave City Governor's estate. After leaving the City Governor's estate, this man left Greenwave City and headed to the north. After spending a day and a night, he finally entered a deep mountain that was surrounded by clouds. Behind the deep mountain was where the Greenwave Han Mansion's estate was situated. He was from the Greenwave City Governor's estate, and at the same time, he was from the Greenwave Han Mansion too. Therefore, he was not blocked during his journey and easily arrived at the central district of the Greenwave Han Mansion's estate. I'm the deputy commander of the Mansion Guards of the Greenwave City Governor's estate. I'm here to look for the eldest Mississippi. Standing outside the residence that Han Xuanai, the Greenwave Han Mansion's eldest miss, was living in, the curly-bearded man wearing armor who was worn out by his long journey, told the two maids outside of the great entrance of the residence. One of the maids entered to report this news at once. Young miss has asked you to enter. Soon, the maid came out again and brought the curly-bearded man in. The backyard of the mansion had a vast lake with a pavilion beside it. A person was sitting beside the pavilion. It was a woman who possessed an ultimately beautiful appearance. Leaning quietly right there, it was as though the colors of everything by her surroundings dimmed down in comparison. However, there was a hint of anxiety in her eyes as she stared at the lake ahead. Nobody knew what she was thinking at all. Young Mississippi. Only until the maid opened her mouth, the woman finally snapped back to reality. At the same time, she looked at the curly-bearded man by the side of the maid before forcing a smile with great difficulty as she asked, "Is Uncle Qing looking for me?" He was from the Greenwave City Governor's estate. The only person that she was familiar with in the Greenwave City Governor's estate was Han Qing, who was also the city governor of Greenwave City as well. "Yes, eldest miss," replied the curly-bearded man respectfully. The woman who was leaning on the side of the pagoda was none other than Han Xuanai, the eldest miss of the Greenwave Han Mansion. Unlike the Han Xuanai in Duan Ling Tian's memory, who looked like a perpetual 15 or 16-year-old, the childishness on the current Han Xuanai's face had now mostly disappeared. It was as though she had grown to become an adult overnight and matured into a great beauty. At the very least, in terms of beauty, she was in no way inferior to Kur, Li Fei, and Feng Tianwu. "Is Uncle Qing looking for me?" Han Xuanai asked. The curly-bearded man did not answer directly but cast a glance at the maid by the side instead. His action also meant one thing, that it was inconvenient for him to talk with the maid's presence. Of course, he could always use his voice transmission, but there was a great disparity between his position and the woman in front of him, so unless it was absolutely necessary, he dared not communicate with her using voice transmission in such a rude manner. "You may retreat now." As soon as Han Xuanai opened her mouth, the maid responded and retreated. Soon, only Han Xuanai and the curly-bearded man were left in the backyard. From the attitude of the curly-bearded man just now, she could tell that things did not seem to be very simple. Before he could open his mouth, she had already beaten him into it and asked, "Is it really important?" "Yes." The curly-bearded man nodded. "Since it's important, you don't have to have any misgivings at all. Just tell me through voice transmission directly." Even though Han Xuanai had no idea why Uncle Qing was looking for her, she still treated it as important because she knew that he would not have looked for her if there was no issue. The curly-bearded man responded once again before transmitting his voice transmission, "Eldest miss, the reason Lord City Governor asked me to look for you is to ask you a question." "Ask me a question? What's that?" Han Xuanai asked curiously. "Lord City Governor wants me to ask you whether you know any young man called Ling Tian, eldest miss? That young man isn't even 40 years old yet," continued the curly-bearded man in voice transmission. "Ling Tian." Long before he even finished halfway, Han Xuanai's gaze had already lit up. A sense of excitement crept upon her ultimately beautiful face. Of course, the two words Ling Tian were not foreign to her. It was the name of her brother Ling Tian. Upon hearing these two words, she instantly thought of her brother Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian. "Is he only called Ling Tian? Did he say what his surname was?" Han Xuanai asked. "Isn't Ling his surname?" The curly-bearded man was stunned. "He didn't say that his surname is Duan?" Upon hearing his words, Han Xuanai frowned before quickly easing it again. Even if the other party did not say that his surname was Duan, she still felt that he must be her brother Ling Tian. "Where is he now?" "At the Greenwave City Governor's estate," replied the curly-bearded man truthfully. "At the city governor's estate?" When Han Xuanai heard this, she instantly thought of going to the Greenwave City Governor's estate to meet that young man who was called Ling Tian to see whether he was her brother Ling Tian or not. Even though she had a strong intuition that he was indeed her brother Ling Tian, her heart was still not 100% sure. Of course, even though she wanted to go to the Greenwave City Governor's estate, she knew that she could not. Even though she appeared to be free now, there were many Greenwave Han mansions powerhouses lurking around her mansion. These powerhouses were all on Han Xian, the Supreme Elder's side, the person who had taken a stand of wanting her to marry the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. There was only one reason for them to lurk around, to monitor her and not let her leave. Therefore, even if she wanted to leave, she would be blocked as well. What else did he say? Han Xuanai looked at the curly-bearded man and asked rather emotionally. "Lord City Governor said that he has a message that wants me to pass to you, eldest miss," added the man. What message? Han Xuanai's breathing started to turn slightly rapid now. Brother Ling Tian is here, he said. These are his original words. He soon realized that the moment the words left his mouth, the eldest miss in front of him seemed to have an acupuncture point jabbed as she stood rooted to the ground, not moving an inch at all. The expression on her face was frozen and did not change for a long time. However, after a while, he saw the excitement in her eyes and on her face. Before Han Xuanai opened her mouth, the man already thought to himself, "Looks like that man is really the eldest Miss's friend. That man claimed to be your friend, eldest Miss." He still added obediently, "Brother Ling Tian." Upon hearing these 3 words, Han Xuanai was 100% sure that the young man called Ling Tian, who was currently in the city governor's estate now, was her brother Ling Tian. However, it had never crossed her mind that her brother Ling Tian would come to find her here. In fact, because she was worried that her brother Ling Tian would be burdened in the past, she had never told him that she was the eldest miss from the Greenwave Han Mansion, let alone tell him what kind of force the Greenwave Han Mansion was in the Dao Marshal Saint Land. After knowing that he was in the Greenwave City Governor's estate, Han Xuanai wanted to go look for him immediately. However, the moment she recalled the situation that she was in now, she could not help but sigh in her heart. She could not leave at all. Nonetheless, the fact that she could not leave did not mean that Duan Ling Tian could not come. Han Xuanai quickly went to look for Qing Nu and asked her to fetch Duan Ling Tian to the Greenwave Han Mansion to reunite with her. Currently, she had a lot to say to her brother Ling Tian, and she also wanted to see the man whom she had not seen for many years. Duan Ling Tian is here? After learning that Duan Ling Tian had come to the Greenwave City and was now in the Greenwave City Governor's estate, Qing Nu was slightly taken aback as well. Soon, she followed the curly-bearded man back to the Greenwave City Governor's estate. Of course, when she arrived, she first went to see the Greenwave City Governor. Elder Han Qing. Qing Nu, you actually made the visit yourself. Looks like that brother Ling Tian of mine is indeed the eldest Mrs. Friend. When Han Qing saw Qing Nu, he already had his answer before she could open her mouth. Where is he now? Qing Nu asked. When he just arrived here 2 days ago, I arranged for him to take a rest. Let's go. Let's find him together. Han Qing motioned to Qing Nu and headed toward the mansion that Duan Ling Tian stayed in together. When the 2 of them had just walked into the mansion, Duan Ling Tian, who was in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, opened his eyes straight away. Of course, this was not coincidental, but it was Elder Hua who notified him in a timely manner. Ever since Elder Hua had regained his strength last time, he could always keep an eye outside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Usually when Duan Ling Tian was cultivating, he would always keep track of the situation outside. If there was something happening outside, he would inform Duan Ling Tian immediately. Hence, when Han Qing and Qing Nu just came in, Duan Ling Tian instantly awoke from his cultivation. After waking up from his cultivation base, he sighed. Even though I've caught some of the profoundness on the saint stage, I'm still a step away. Even though it was merely a step away, this gap was the part that became the shackles holding him back from making a breakthrough to the saint stage. With just that one thought, he left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, returning to the room. Knock! Knock! Right at this moment, a series of knocks reverberated. Duan Ling Tian opened the door, and in just one glance, he saw a couple of familiar faces. Quickly, he returned to his senses. The face that looked familiar was Qing Nu, who had stayed by Han Xuanai's side the last time. It had been her who had brought Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold away. After the 3 little fellows left and returned once again, they had also demonstrated shocking strength in front of him. All in all, he felt a sense of gratitude towards Qing Nu as well. After all, she had helped the 3 little fellows before. Big brother Han Qing, senior Qing Nu, Duan Ling Tian greeted the 2 of them and was slightly overwhelmed with emotions. Seeing Qing Nu also meant that he would see Han Xuanai very soon. When Duan Ling Tian first arrived at the Greenwave Han Mansion estate, it was an eye-opening experience to him. So, is this the Greenwave Han Mansion, the 5th-rated force in the Dao Marshal Saint Land? Looking at the estate that resembled a small nation, Duan Ling Tian felt slightly dazzled as bafflement filled his heart. A 5th-rated force was already so impressive. How about a 4th-rated force? Or even a more powerful 3rd or even second and first-rate forces. Of course, Duanling Tian also knew that the forces that were third-rated and above only existed in the Dao Martial Saint Lan's upper province. In the lower province, the fourth-rated force was the most powerful one. Of course, the fourth-rated forces in the Dao Martial Saint Lan's lower province were grouped into various grades and ranks too. The most powerful fourth-rated forces were also called quasi-third-rated forces. In the entire Dao Martial Saint Lan's lower province, there were very few quasi-third-rated forces. When Duanling Tian saw Han Xuanai again, he could not help but be stunned. She seemed to have changed to become another person. Of course, other than her childishness having faded away, her face was still distinguishable. In his eyes, Xuanai seemed to have grown to become an adult overnight. She was like a flower bud that was waiting to bloom and had finally blossomed into a beautiful and flaming, fiery rose. Right now, Han Xuanai was no longer the young girl from last time. She had grown up to become a great beauty now. No wonder that Rising Sky Mansion's young mansion master would fall for Xuanai, Duanling Tian thought to himself. When he first saw Han Xuanai, he was dumbstruck. The instant she laid her eyes on him, her heart jolted right away. Then, as though she had found a release point, she threw herself into Duanling Tian's arms as tears flowed down her cheeks. The tears were tears of grievance. In this period of time, though she had suffered an inexplicable sense of burden in her heart, she had not revealed them at all even to her current closest friend, Mu Shui, let alone in front of everybody else. However, although she wanted to reveal it in front of her dad, she still swallowed it down in the end, for she knew that the pressure that her father was shouldering was in no way smaller than hers. She refused to get married, so how could her father be willing to? However, at that instant when she laid eyes on Duanling Tian, she seemed to have gotten rid of all restraints completely as she threw herself into his arms and let her tears fall freely. At this instant, Duanling Tian's embrace seemed to become the estuary that could allow her to vent out her grievance as she liked. Xuanai. Upon feeling Xuanai's grievance, Duanling Tian's eyes gleamed coldly and brilliantly. At the same time, he also reached out a hand to pat on her back lightly as he reassured her softly. "It's all right. It's all right." Ever since Duanling Tian met Han Xuanai, this was his first time seeing her showing such an expression. In his eyes, Han Xuanai was always an optimistic, cheerful, and vivacious girl. However, she felt unfamiliar to him at this moment. All of this was related to the proposal from the Rising Sky Mansion's young mansion master. Rising Sky Mansion. A flame of fury rose in Duanling Tian's heart when he saw the girl whom he regarded as his biological sister so sad. If it was possible, he wanted to destroy the Rising Sky Mansion so that Xuanai would return to how carefree she was. However, he also knew with his current strength, any powerhouse from the Rising Sky Mansion would be able to kill him easily. How would he be able to destroy the Rising Sky Mansion then? Although he had the Jasper Celestial Sword and Devil Seal Tablet in his hands, the Devil Seal Tablet was only useful against devil cultivators. With his current strength, even if he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword with all his strength, he could only kill an intermediate pristine Saint Stage Martial or Dao cultivator at the most. Such strength was nothing at all in Greenwave Han Mansion, let alone the Rising Sky Mansion that was even more powerful than Greenwave Han Mansion. When Duanling Tian arrived at Greenwave Han Mansion, he only wanted to find out whether his fiancée, Li Fei, was in the Greenwave Han Mansion. He had planned to ask Han Xuanai this as soon as he saw her, but he could not do it when he saw Xuanai's breakdown and her sorrow. All he could do was reassure her in a soft voice. At this moment, Duanling Tian no longer had an aloof expression on his face. When he entered the mansion Han Xuanai was residing in, he had deactivated the disguising secret tactic and reverted to his original appearance. Qing Nu could not recognize him at all when she first saw him. However, after he had used his voice transmission and told her about the incidents in the past, she did not doubt his identity at all. Standing in the distance, Qing Nu could not help but sigh when she saw the scene in front of her. She had watched Han Xuanai grow up, and her young miss had always been free of worries until the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion came and proposed to her. Ever since then, her young miss had changed. She became taciturn and hardly spoke to Qing Nu anymore. There were many instances when she was overwhelmed with the urge to kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. If he died, there would be no marriage. However, put aside the fact that there were far stronger powerhouses in the Rising Sky Mansion that would make it difficult for her to make a move, even if she succeeded in killing the young mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion. It would only bring doom to Greenwave Han Mansion. She was from the Greenwave Han Mansion after all. Her actions would definitely implicate the Greenwave Han Mansion. In the Greenwave Han Mansion's surrounding district, who did not know that she, Qing Nu, was from the Greenwave Han Mansion? At that time, even if she announced her departure from the Greenwave Han Mansion, the Rising Sky Mansion would still vent their anger on the Greenwave Han Mansion. This was why she could not do anything even though her heart ached for Han Xuanai. Although she could not help Han Xuanai escape from the evil grip of the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, she could still block the divine consciousness that was coming from every direction. She did not know why Duan Ling Tian would disguise himself, but she knew he had to have a reason for doing so. Due to this reason, she extended her own divine consciousness to block the divine consciousness from the other Saint Stage powerhouses lurking around the mansion. By doing so, those people hiding in the surrounding would not be able to see Duan Ling Tian's true appearance. After a long while, Han Xuanai finally left Duan Ling Tian's embrace. She wiped off her tears and forced a smile on her face with great difficulty. "Brother Ling Tian, how did you manage to find me here? I wasn't sure if you're in the Greenwave Han Mansion. I was just trying my luck. As it turns out, I'm really lucky," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. However, there was a hint of concern that was hard to conceal in the depth of his eyes. Han Xuanai glanced at the surrounding of the mansion before she motioned to Duan Ling Tian to leave the courtyard and enter the mansion. "Brother Ling Tian, let's go inside and talk." After entering the house, she locked the door behind her while Qing Nu stayed outside, guarding the door like a deity. It allowed Han Xuanai and Duan Ling Tian to speak in a safe environment. Taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian looked at Han Xuanai and asked slightly eagerly, "Xuanai, did your sister Fair and the three little fellows come to Greenwave Han Mansion?" "Yes." Han Xuanai nodded. "Where's your sister Faye now? Is she in your mansion?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as an expression of urgency filled his face, as though he wished he could grow a pair of wings to fly to Li Fei. Upon hearing his words, Han Xuanai smiled wryly. She was, but now. Before she could finish her words, Duan Ling Tian had already interrupted her with a frown on his face. "But now what?" "Brother Ling Tian, not long after Sister Fair gave birth, she was brought away by your father's man." When Han Xuanai reached this part of the sentence, a puzzled expression could be seen on her face. "Brother Ling Tian? Who's your father exactly?" "My father's man?" Duan Ling Tian's frown deepened. "What's going on, Xuanai? Please explain." After listening to Han Xuanai's explanation, Duan Ling Tian learned about what had happened. "Tell young Miss Xuanai that my young madam and her son have returned home with me." These were the words said by the powerhouse who took Li Fei and her son away. He had addressed Li Fei as his young madam. Then, Duan Ling Tian had to be the powerhouse's young master. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's joy over finding out he had a son was overshadowed by confusion. The mysterious powerhouse had entered the Greenwave Mansion as though he was entering an abandoned place. One could easily imagine how powerful he was. Such a powerhouse is actually father's man? Duan Ling Tian was a little dazed. He felt this was a little far-fetched. Although he knew his cheapskate father also had a fortuitous encounter and had a powerful cultivation base to the point that he was able to establish himself in the Dao Martial Saint land, he merely thought his stingy father was an ordinary martial cultivator in the Dao Martial Saint land. He did not expect his father to have such a strong powerhouse under his command. "Father, how many things are you hiding from me?" Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly when he thought about this. Duan Ling Tian became more at ease after he found out Li Fei and his son had been brought away by his father's man. He asked Xuanai, "Xuanai, apart from addressing your sister Fair, did he say anything else?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes were filled with anticipation. This was because if he managed to find out who the mysterious powerhouse was, he might be able to find his cheapskate father and his mother. Their family would be reunited. No. Han Xuanai smiled wryly. He only said that he's your family's man and did not reveal anything else. Duan Ling Tian felt slightly dejected when he heard this. Brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai seemed to have recalled something, but she stopped herself from speaking. Xuanai, is there anything else you want to tell me? Duan Ling Tian could tell something was not right. Brother Ling Tian. There's something I can't hide from you. Han Xuanai clenched her teeth and told him about how Han Jinyan, the grandson of the Supreme Elder of Greenwave Han Mansion, had evil intention toward Li Fei and how he was killed by the mysterious powerhouse during the critical moment. Perhaps that powerhouse had long been protecting Sister Fair in the dark. When Han Jinyan was about to make his move on her, the powerhouse had instantly made his move. After that, he had brought Sister Fair away. This was Han Xuanai's assumption. Han Jinyan. At this instant, a killing intent could be seen in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. A cold aura emitted from his body, making people feel as though they were in a thaw hole. Even Han Xuanai could hardly endure his aura. Brother Ling Tian's current strength is even more powerful than mine? Her heart jolted as a hint of disbelief appeared in her eyes. She was currently a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, but she still felt pressured by the aura emanating out of her brother Ling Tian's body. Although the pressure was not comparable to a Saint stage powerhouse, it felt like it was close to it. Due to this reason, she could faintly deduce Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base. Imminent Saint stage. Brother Ling Tian. Han Jinyan is dead, Han Xuanai said softly, trying to snap Duan Ling Tian out of his daze. Only then did Duan Ling Tian regain his senses. He took a deep breath and managed to calm his aggravated emotions. To him, Li Fei was his reverse scale. Whoever dared to lay their hands Li Fei was touching his reverse scale. Every dragon had a reverse scale, touch it, and one would absolutely die. It was the same for him. Xuanai, when I was in Greenwave City, I heard the Supreme Elder of Greenwave Han Mansion had led a group of people with him to agree to your marriage to the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. How many Supreme Elders are there in your Greenwave Han Mansion? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Han Xuanai. Only one, she replied with a piercing look in her eyes. I suspect it's because of Han Xian that the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion came to our Greenwave Mansion. Han Xian? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He did not make the connection immediately. Han Xian is the only Supreme Elder of Greenwave Han Mansion. He's also Han Jinyan's biological grandfather. Han Xuanai replied. Why do you say so? When Duan Ling Tian heard he was Han Jinyan's grandfather, he, naturally, did not like him. He was curious about what Han Xuanai had to say. According to her, Han Xian had something to do with the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion coming to the Greenwave Han Mansion. Our Greenwave Han Mansion has nothing to do with the Rising Sky Mansion at all before this. The young mansion master has never even visited once. However, not long after Han Jinyan's death, the young mansion master suddenly came here. It's fine if he was only here for a visit, but Han Xian asked me to go over because he wanted to see me. Killing intent surged out of Han Xuanai's body when she reached this part of her sentence. It didn't cross my mind that the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion would be present as well. Come to think of it, this was all a trap that Han Xian specifically set up for me. Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, Duan Ling Tian frowned. So he's intentionally seeking revenge? He said this because of Han Xian's identity. Apart from being the Supreme Elder of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Xian was also Han Jinyan's grandfather. Han Jinyan was killed by a mysterious powerhouse that was connected to Han Xuanai's friend. Yes. Han Xuanai nodded before she said with a grave expression. When his grandson, Han Jinyan, was still alive, Han Xian treated me quite well. It was as though I was his granddaughter. However, since Han Jinyan died, his attitude toward me has changed. At that time, he had asked me who had brought Sister Fair away, but I said I don't know. Put aside the fact that I really didn't know, even if I knew, I wouldn't have told him. Ever since then, he had been cold toward me until that time when he asked me over to his place and I met the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Han Xuanai's expression turned even graver when she reached the end of his sentence. I really don't get it. It's obvious that Han Jinyan was seeking death. How dare he plot to lay his hands on Sister Feyre? He deserves to die. However, Han Xian acts as though Han Jinyan is innocent. He keeps trying to find the mysterious powerhouse who rescued Sister Feyre away to seek revenge. Until now, Han Xuanai could not wrap her head around this. Xuanai, you're too naive. Duanling Tian shook his head before he said, no matter what, Han Jinyan was his biological grandson, someone of utmost importance to him. It doesn't matter what Han Jinyan had done, it doesn't change the fact that Han Xian is his grandfather. That's why no matter what evil deeds Han Jinyan had done, he wouldn't think Han Jinyan deserves to die. As the saying goes, prioritizing righteousness over blood ties is easier said than done. Duanling Tian said. Even if he hates me, he can't do this. How's he so sure I'll agree to marry the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion? What if I'd rather die than submit? That would infuriate the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion and the Rising Sky Mansion. At that time, the Rising Sky Mansion wouldn't have let the Greenwave Han Mansion go. Don't tell me the Greenwave Han Mansion is not as important as his grandson. Han Xuanai was indignant. She could understand Han Xian's feelings after listening to Duanling Tian's explanation. However, the moment she thought of Han Xian's disregard of the Greenwave Han Mansion, she became furious. Xuanai, the fact that you're able to think like this shows that you've matured. Duanling Tian nodded before he said, naturally, he has thought about all this. However, since things have already developed to this stage, it means Han Jinyan's importance has long surpassed the Greenwave Han Mansion in his heart. Moreover, I'm certain he knows you won't selfishly abandon the Greenwave Han Mansion. You're the eldest young miss after all. Moreover, your father is the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion. Although he's the supreme elder, the authority still lies in your father's hands. The person who's placed in the most difficult position in the matter of the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion proposing to you is your father. On one hand, he's the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion. He needs to consider the overall well-being of the Greenwave Han Mansion. On the other hand, he's your father. He obviously cares about your happiness. Asking you to marry the notorious young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion is no different from pushing you into a fire pit. From what I can see, he's a good father. He chose to stand on your side and not submit to the Rising Sky Mansion. For your happiness, he's willing to fall out with the Rising Sky Mansion. Duanling Tian's voice was filled with admiration when he spoke. Perhaps Han Xuanai's father might not be a good leader, but he was definitely a good father. When Han Xuanai heard Duanling Tian's words, her eyes brimmed with tears. Father. Although she knew about the burden her father had to carry before this, she could feel the difficulties her father faced even more after Duanling Tian explained things to her in detail. Remorse immediately filled her heart and she secretly made up her mind. Duanling Tian was, naturally, unaware of it. Brother Ling Tian, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold are in the midst of closed-door cultivation. I'm sure they'll come out of closed-door cultivation if they know you're here. Do you want me to speak to them? Han Xuanai used her true energy to dry her tears and forced a smile on her face. No, it's all right. Duanling Tian shook his head. I'll meet them eventually. It doesn't have to be now. At this moment, all his thoughts were on Han Xuanai. As for Li Fei and his son who had just been born, he was certain they were safe since they were brought away by his cheapskate father's man. Li Fei and his son were probably reunited with his parents now. Currently, he was focused on solving the crisis that Han Xuanai and the Greenwave Han Mansion faced. It would be easy if he only had to help Han Xuanai since he could just bring her away. Duanling Tian believed the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion had already proposed this idea to Han Xuanai but was rejected. The Xuanai he knew was not someone who would abandon her family and the people of Greenwave Han Mansion for her own sake. Brother Ling Tian, previously Little Gold, the others, and I returned to the Half Moon Island and Cloud Continent, but we couldn't find you at all. Based on the clues you left on Cloud Continent, we returned to the Tao Martial Saint Land and went to the Moon Illumination sect. However, the sect has ceased to exist except in name. Where did you go after you left the Moon Illumination sect? Han Xuanai asked. The Moon Illumination sect has ceased to exist except in name? Duanling Tian frowned. He remembered when he left the Moon Illumination sect, he had only killed a Saint Stage Supreme Elder. How did the few other Saint Stage powerhouses in Moon Illumination sect end up this way? Yes. Han Xuanai nodded. It said that the few Saint Stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect had disappeared. When news of this spread out, it brought disaster upon the sect. Duan Ling Tian finally understood. It was only natural for that to happen if this was the case. The reason the Moon Illumination sect could stand in the 9-sect alliances district and become a 7th-rate sect was mainly due to the few Saint Stage powerhouses. If the news of the disappearances of all the Saint Stage powerhouses spread out, even those forces who had a close relationship with the Moon Illumination sect would turn against them to benefit from them, let alone those forces who were not on good terms with the sect. Although the Saint Stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect were gone, the huge amount of cultivation resources still existed. This would naturally cause greed to rise in the others. I wonder why the Saint Stage powerhouses in Moon Illumination sect would disappear. Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. I wonder how they're doing now. After learning that the Moon Illumination sect had ceased to exist except in name only, he could not help remember the few acquaintances he had made in the sect. He was worried about them. He responded to Han Xuanai's question and told her about how he had gone to Windfall Nation and what had happened there. This included how he had entered the Situ clan, the conflict with the Dark Nether sect, how King Qian had invited Lin Dong from the Lin clan in the Southern Ridge Yuan mansion to kill him so that he could snatch the Devil Seal tablet away from him. Xuanai knew the Devil Seal tablet was in his possession. However, even if Xuanai did not know, he did not plan to hide it from her any longer. This was because news of the Devil Seal tablet being in his possession would reach the Green Wave Han mansion soon enough. Xuanai would find out about it one way or another. The Devil Seal tablet? Han Xuanai furrowed her delicate brows when she discovered this had something to do with the Devil Seal tablet. In fact, the reason she went to Cloud Continent with Qing Nu previously was to search for the Devil Seal tablet. However, Qing Nu could not find it even after searching for it for so many years. In the end, Han Xuanai finally learned that the Devil Seal tablet was in her brother Ling Tian's possession. Although she knew about this, she did not reveal it to her father or Qing Nu since she could not guarantee her father and Qing Nu would be able to resist the temptation of the Devil Seal tablet and snatch the tablet from her brother Ling Tian. If that happened, she would be placed in a difficult position. One was her brother Ling Tian, the other was her family. In order to prevent conflict between her family and her brother Ling Tian, she decided to hide this information. This means news of the Devil Seal tablet being in your possession will soon spread to Green Wave Han Mansion. Han Xuanai was worried, let alone the powerhouses outside. Even their own Green Wave Han Mansion's people might become greedy if they found out Duan Ling Tian had the Devil Seal tablet with him. Don't worry, Xuanai. I've disguised my appearance and changed my name when I came to the Green Wave Han Mansion. Duan Ling Tian smiled when he heard Han Xuanai's words of concern. At the same time, he activated the disguising secret tactic, and in just an instant, the muscles on his face began to twitch. A few moments later, it changed into a completely different face. It was the face of an aloof young man. Right now, I'm Ling Tian, not Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian said. Brother Ling Tian, why you? Han Xuanai was stunned when she saw the cold and unfamiliar face. She was not unfamiliar to disguising oneself using props. However, it could be seen through by spiritual energy. Duan Ling Tian's disguise did not look like that kind of low-grade disguise. She witnessed for herself the changes on her brother Ling Tian's face. Her brother Ling Tian's face changed in just a blink of an eye to a different and aloof face. Han Xuanai curiously reached out and touched Duan Ling Tian's face, and she could not find any flaws. She did not notice any flaws even when she used her spiritual energy. This is remarkable, Han Xuanai exclaimed. Duan Ling Tian's disguising secret tactic greatly surprised Han Xuanai. Xuanai. Suddenly, an idea that could counter the proposal from the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. I can teach you the disguising secret tactic, and you can make yourself look disfigured. At that time, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion might not want to marry you when he sees your appearance. The moment his words left his mouth, Han Xuanai's eyes lit up immediately. She felt that the idea might work. However, when she thought about it carefully, her face darkened again. Brother Ling Tian, it won't work. Let alone this is only a temporary solution. Even if the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion cancels the marriage, the Greenwave Han Mansion would still receive backlash from the Rising Sky Mansion if my disguise is exposed. Moreover, the date of our marriage has already been set, and they've invited many honorable guests. Due to this reason, even if my face is disfigured, and the young mansion master is no longer interested in me, they might not even cancel the marriage. No matter how ugly I look, the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion will probably not cancel the marriage. When Han Xuanai reached the end of her sentence, her face was filled with helplessness and bitterness. The Rising Sky Mansion was a fourth-rate force, and its power was far superior to the Greenwave Han Mansion. The Greenwave Han Mansion would have to behave themselves before the Rising Sky Mansion. The marriage date is already set. The guests have already been invited. Duan Ling Tian's face turned grave as his eyes gleamed coldly. Xuanai, when's the date? In a year's time, Han Xuanai replied. A year. Duan Ling Tian nodded before saying, So, unless something happens to the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, they would not let this matter go no matter what? Yes. Han Xuanai nodded. As a disgusted look flashed across her eyes, she said in a voice filled with hate, I've long heard about the infamous young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. He's basically the same as Han Jin Yen. How good would it be if something happens to him, and he dies within this 1-year period? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian kept quiet. His eyes gleamed brilliantly. Nobody knew what he was thinking about. Suddenly, as though she had recalled something, Han Xuanai asked Duan Ling Tian with a grave expression, Brother Ling Tian, the message you left behind on Cloud Continent stated that Sister Kerr has been taken away by somebody from the fire worship sect? Why? Do you know about the fire worship sect? Xuanai. When Duan Ling Tian saw the grave expression on Xuanai's face, he faintly felt that she knew something about the fire worship sect. Before this, I really didn't know about the fire worship sect. However, I asked Qing knew about it when I returned, and she found a book that contained some information about the fire worship sect. Han Xuanai said. She raised her hand and an ancient-looking book appeared out of thin air. She passed the book to Duan Ling Tian. I've already marked the few pages that contained information about the fire worship sect, Han Xuanai added. Duan Ling Tian instantly turned to the pages that Han Xuanai had marked. His expression turned graver as time continued to pass. The fire worship sect is one of the top 3 religions in the Dao Martial Saint Land, and it's an extremely famous force. After the Dao Martial Saint Land had split into 2, it moved to the upper province. Duan Ling Tian had already known that Dao Martial Saint Land was separated into the upper and lower province. He also suspected the fire worship sect was from the upper province. He was already mentally prepared for this. This was because Kuer's sister had revealed her own identity when she brought her away. Moreover, Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon, had never heard of the fire worship sect before. Previously, although Duan Ling Tian knew the dragon clan was powerful, he did not know much about it. It was only after he had gone to Windfall Nation and settled down in the Situ clan that he read the records that had been in the Situ clan since ancient times regarding the dragon clan. The Dragon Clan was a 4th-rate force and was also one of the quasi-3rd-rate forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land's lower province. Although quasi-3rd-rate forces were still 4th-rate forces, their power was far superior to ordinary 4th-rate forces. It might be weaker than 3rd-rate forces, but it was definitely stronger than ordinary 4th-rate forces. However, such an important person from such a force had never heard of the fire worship sect before. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had already begun to suspect the fire worship sect was not from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, but from the upper province. Although he suspected the fire worship sect was from the upper province, he did not think it would be one of the most famous forces in the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land. Among the 3 religions and 9 forces, the 3 great religions had been unmovable colossuses in the Dao Martial Saint Land since ancient times. The fire worship sect was one of them. Duan Ling Tian's feelings hit rock bottom when he found out what kind of sect the fire worship sect was. A powerful force that stood on the summit of the Dao Martial Saint Land? How did Kua have a connection with someone from the fire worship sect? Moreover, it's her sister. Duan Ling Tian could not understand this at all. The fire worship sect was one of the most famous forces in the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land. Kur, on the other hand, had grown up in his hometown, Fresh Breeze Town. Even on the mortal continent, Fresh Breeze Town was an unknown and isolated place, let alone the Dao Martial Saint Land. The fire worship sect and Fresh Breeze Town were poles apart. However, the fact remained that Kur, who had come from Fresh Breeze Town like him, had something to do with the fire worship sect. The woman who looked identical to Kur claimed she was her sister, and she was from the fire worship sect. When Han Xuanai saw the changes on Duan Ling Tian's face, she remained silent. She understood how Duan Ling Tian felt. Initially, before she learned about the fire worship sect, she was indifferent. However, after she read the book and learned about the origin and the strength of the fire worship sect, she was stunned as well. It was only then she knew such a powerful force existed in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was one of the 3 oldest and greatest religions in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was a colossal force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. At that time, she had thought to herself, if her brother Ling Tian found out the woman who took Sister Kur away came from such a force, he would definitely be unable to accept it. As it turned out, she was right. Earlier, she was considering if she should disclose the information she had regarding the fire worship sect to Duan Ling Tian. In the end, she did not think it was right to hide it from him. Her brother Ling Tian would find out about it eventually, and he had a right to know about it. Brother Ling Tian. At this moment, it was Han Xuanai's turn to reassure Duan Ling Tian. I'm all right. Duan Ling Tian shook his head before he said to Han Xuanai, Xuanai, please arrange a room for me. I want to rest. All right. Han Xuanai nodded before she personally brought Duan Ling Tian to a vacant room. Han Xuanai sensibly bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian since she knew he was in a bad mood. When she left, she had a bitter expression on her face. She was just as distressed as her brother Ling Tian. When she thought of her current situation, she could not help but feel extremely glum. She knew she could run away from the Greenwave Han mansion if she wanted to, since her father had asked her to leave as well. However, she had rejected that idea. If she were to leave, it would implicate the Greenwave Han mansion. She did not care about Han Xian and the others. However, she could not leave her father and Uncle Mu. Due to this reason, she rejected her father's suggestion and chose to stay behind. I can't believe that I, Han Xuanai, would have a day like this as well. If I had known Han Xian is a merciless wolf, I would have ignored him that day. If I didn't go over to his place that day, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion would not have seen me. Every time she recalled the incident that day, her heart would be filled with great regrets. However, as the saying went, it's hard to stay objective when one is personally involved in the situation. Even if she did not go over that day, Han Xian would have thought of another way to raise the interest of the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion in her. For example, he could have just asked somebody to draw a portrait of her. After Han Xuanai left, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the bed in a daze. His thoughts were only filled with Kur. After some time had passed, he realized it would be useless for him to sit in a daze, and he regained his senses. Kur was brought away by her sister. It didn't seem like her sister would harm her. I can only hope she doesn't hurt the child in Kur's belly for Kur's sake. Until now, Duan Ling Tian could still remember the woman's anger when she found out Kur was pregnant with his child. At that time, it seemed as though the woman had wanted to kill him on the spot. Cultivate. When he thought about how Kur might have been brought to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, his mind was only filled with thoughts of cultivating. As far as he knew, his cultivation base would need to be at the eminent saint stage at the very least to cross to the upper province from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Only a powerhouse at the early eminent saint stage or above could freely travel between the upper and lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Kur, wait for me. I'll definitely rescue you and our child. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was burning as he entered the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just a thought. I hope that I'll benefit from the closed-door cultivation this time. If I still can't make a breakthrough to the saint stage, I won't be of any help to Xuanai at all. Duan Ling Tian felt greatly pressured during the closed-door cultivation this time. It would take a while before he could rescue Kur. Han Xuanai's current situation was extremely urgent. Although Han Xuanai was the eldest miss of Greenwave Han Mansion, she was currently under surveillance from a group of people under the Supreme Elder of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Xian's command. The news that someone had appeared in Han Xuanai Mansion and did not leave for a month quickly spread to Han Xian's ears. Even if that girl's not worried about damaging her reputation, is she not worried about angering the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion if news of this spread out? Han Xian's expression was extremely grave. He had intentionally let the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion see Han Xuanai because she had refused to cooperate with him to find out who killed his grandson. Previously, he was indeed very kind to Han Xuanai. However, after he discovered his grandson's death had something to do with Duan Lingtian to a certain extent, he had long thrown their relationship to the back of his mind. Since Han Xuanai refused to cooperate with him, he would destroy her. Naturally, he only wanted to destroy her, not the Greenwave Han Mansion. No matter what, the Greenwave Han Mansion was a force that had nurtured him. It was all thanks to Greenwave Han Mansion that he managed to achieve his current cultivation base. Without the Greenwave Han Mansion, there would be no Han Xian. Moreover, he owed his current position to the Greenwave Han Mansion as well. Without it, he was no different from an abandoned dog. Due to this reason, he did not think of destroying the Greenwave Han Mansion. He only wanted to destroy Han Xuanai for refusing to disclose the identity of his grandson's killer. The moment Han Xian heard a stranger had come to Han Xuanai's mansion and that it was a young man who had been staying for a month now, he wanted to go to Han Xuanai's mansion and grab that young man and kill him to prevent him from destroying Han Xuanai's reputation. Naturally, he was not really concerned about Han Xuanai's reputation. He was concerned about the safety of Greenwave Han Mansion. If this news spread to the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, it might infuriate him and he might vent his anger on the Greenwave Han Mansion. At that time, it would be dangerous since the Greenwave Han Mansion might fall out with the Rising Sky Mansion. If something happened to the Greenwave Han Mansion, he would not be able to escape as well since he was the Supreme Elder. Go warn that girl and tell her to ask the man to leave. If the news spread to the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, she won't be the only one who's implicated. The entire Greenwave Han Mansion would be implicated as well. He ordered as he looked at a green-clad old man standing on his right. The green-clad old man was an inner mansion elder, and he was usually at Han Xian's beck and call. He worshipped Han Xian as though he was a god. He responded when he heard Han Xian's words before he turned to leave and look for Han Xuanai. Eldest Miss, you must know that you're not only the eldest miss of Greenwave Han Mansion. Currently, you're also the fiancée of the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. If people find out that you allowed an unfamiliar young man to stay at your residence, they would definitely talk about it. If this news is heard by the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, I'm afraid he won't let the matter go, the green-clad old man said bluntly when he saw Han Xuanai. The reason you came here is to tell me this? Faced with the lackey who was always by Han Xian's side, Han Xuanai snorted coldly. If that's the case, Elder Ku, please return. This inner mansion elder of Greenwave Han Mansion was called Han Ku. When the green-clad old man heard Han Xuanai's words, a hint of anger flashed across his eyes. However, he did not dare to show too much of his anger due to Han Xuanai's identity. Instead, he merely said in a low voice, "Eldest Miss, I know you won't listen to me. Even if you don't want him to leave the Greenwave Han Mansion, you should at least make him leave your mansion to avoid arousing suspicion. You should know what consequences it would bring if news of this spread out. Don't tell me you intend to let the Rising Sky Mansion vent their anger on the Greenwave Han Mansion. Eldest Miss." Han Ku used his trump card. It was not only him, but Han Xian and the other high-ranking officials on his side knew how Han Xuanai cared about the safety of Greenwave Han Mansion. Otherwise, she would have long fled from the Greenwave Han Mansion with the help of the mansion master. They would not have been able to stop her if she really wanted to leave. Put everyone else aside. Just the strength of the mansion master alone was not inferior to Han Xian. Coupled with the beast tamer Mu Yi by the side of the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion, nobody would be able to stop her at all. In regards to the situation Han Xuanai was in, the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion would have taught a lesson to those who dared to defy him if it did not concern the survival of the Greenwave Han Mansion. Scram! Han Xuanai snarled as she furrowed her delicate brows. Han Ku's expression turned grave immediately when he saw how impolite she was. He did not speak anymore and left with a wave of his sleeves. After Han Ku left, Qing Nu appeared and sighed. Young miss, he has a point. Maybe we can arrange for him to stay in another place. I won't let Brother Ling Tian leave. Usually, Han Xuanai would consider Qing Nu's suggestion. However, she rejected it at this moment without considering it at all. Even if he was not her brother Ling Tian, since Han Ku had interfered, she would not let him go. Let alone the fact that he was her brother Ling Tian. How could she bear to ask him to leave? She knew very well whose side Han Ku was on. She also knew he came under whose instruction. You're finally feeling anxious, huh? You're worried this news would spread out, and it would infuriate the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, causing them to vent their anger on Greenwave Han Mansion. A cold sneer appeared on Han Xuanai's face. There was a cold light gleaming brilliantly in the depth of her eyes. The person who caused the look in her eyes was none other than the Supreme Elder of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Xian. Meanwhile, Han Xian was furious after he listened to Han Ku's report about Han Xuanai. Don't tell me that girl's trying to rebel now? Han Xian's expression was extremely grave. His eyes gleamed coldly as he exuded a terrifying and piercing aura that felt as sharp as knives. It felt as though it could cut through anything. Supreme Elder, what should we do now? We can't let her act so unrestrained. If this continues, even if she doesn't run away from the marriage, she would drag the Greenwave Han Mansion down, Han Ku said anxiously. Go and investigate the identity of the man and how he came to the Greenwave Han Mansion, he ordered. Han Ku responded before he left. As Han Xian's man and an inner mansion elder of the Greenwave Han Mansion, he, naturally, had his ways to investigate Duan Ling Tian's background. However, the information he obtained was only limited to after Duan Ling Tian had arrived in Greenwave City. Prior to this, everything was blank according to his investigation. It was as though Duan Ling Tian had appeared out of nowhere in Greenwave City before he appeared at the city governor's estate in Greenwave City. Ling Tian? Through Han Ku's report, Han Xian learned Duan Ling Tian's name. Naturally, it was not his real name. It was a name he began using when he arrived in Greenwave City. Outsider? That girl's friend. Han Xian's eyes brightened. As far as I know, apart from following Qing Nu to the mortal continent a few years ago, she mostly stays in the mansion and rarely goes out. Even when she went out, it was only for a short while and she did not make any friends. Since the young man is staying at her place, it means they're quite close. Don't tell me this young man is a friend she made when she went to the mortal continent. Han Xian speculated. Unfortunately, no matter how much he speculated, he would never be able to guess that the young man, Ling Tian, was the fiancé of the woman his grandson had wanted to lay his hands on. Moreover, the person who killed his grandson was this young man's father's subordinate. He would feel restless if he was aware of this. That should be the case. Han Ku agreed with Han Xian. No matter what, we have to make him leave. At the very least, he needs to leave her mansion. Apart from that, make sure to send some men to keep an eye on the maids in that girl's mansion. Don't let them talk about this. Whoever dares to speak about this has to die. Han Xian looked at Han Ku. Yes, Supreme Elder, Han Ku replied respectfully. I guarantee that those maids won't dare to spread this news out. Other than that, contact all the other elders and ask them to gather so we can pressure the mansion master. The fact that the girl is keeping a strange man in her mansion puts the Greenwave Han Mansion in a precarious situation. Naturally, don't pressure him too much. We're not asking the strange man to leave the Greenwave Han Mansion. We just want him to leave the girl's mansion. Han Xian continued to tell Han Ku. At this moment, that girl hates us to the core. Who knows if she'll run away? That's not something you and I want to see happening. Don't worry, Supreme Elder. I'll contact the other elders immediately to pressure the mansion master. I believe the mansion master will prioritize the safety of Greenwave Han Mansion since this is an important matter, Han Ku said. Prioritizing the safety of our Greenwave Han Mansion? Han Xian smiled disdainfully. If he really cares about the safety of our Greenwave Han Mansion, he would not have thought of sending that girl away. In his heart, the Greenwave Han Mansion may not be as important as her. In eldest Miss Heart, her father is also the most important to her. more than her own happiness. Han Ku smiled. Due to this reason, we don't have to worry about her rejecting the marriage. All we have to do is wait for the young mansion master to marry her, and our Greenwave Han mansion will be related to the Rising Sky mansion in the future. Although the young mansion master of Rising Sky mansion is a rich man's playboy son, he's a giant among men. Who knows if he'll become the mansion master of Rising Sky mansion in the future. When Han Ku reached the end of his sentence, his eyes lit up as though he could see the infinitely bright future of Greenwave Han mansion. After the elders of Greenwave Han mansion on Han Xian's side gathered, they went to see the mansion master of Greenwave Han mansion after half an hour. The mansion master of Greenwave Han mansion was a well-built middle-aged man. His face was jade-like, and he wore a silver robe. His dignified aura as he stood there emitted a tremendous pressure. Even the elders like Han Ku felt his eminence when they stood in front of him. For a moment, none of them dared to breathe too heavily. The mansion master of Greenwave Han mansion, Han Xianxia, glanced at Han Ku and the others coldly before he asked, "Elders, what brought all of you here?" At this moment, Han Ku and the others finally regained their senses. Han Ku was the first to step forward and said, "Lord Mansion Master, since the young Mansion Master has proposed marriage to the eldest miss, why? Did all of you come to persuade me to agree to the marriage?" Han Xianxia sneered. "Lord Mansion Master, this is not the reason we're here this time," Han Ku said. His heart was filled with disdain. This marriage was no longer a matter that Han Xianxia could decide on alone, even if Han Xuanai was his daughter. The Rising Sky Mansion had already confirmed the marriage. Moreover, they had also set the date and sent out invitations to many honorable guests. The Rising Sky Mansion did not think the Greenwave Han Mansion would reject this proposal, nor did they think the Greenwave Han Mansion would dare to reject it. Han Ku thought the same. This marriage was not something Han Xianxia could change. Unless the people from Rising Sky Mansion broke their promise, the eldest miss of Greenwave Han Mansion would have to marry the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. "This is not the reason you're here?" Han Xianxia was curious. "Lord Mansion Master, there's a stranger staying in the eldest miss mansion recently. The young man has been staying there for a month. We're afraid this matter will affect eldest miss reputation. That's why we came here today to ask Lord Mansion Master to persuade young miss to ask the young man to leave her mansion and arrange another place for him to stay in," Han Ku said without beating around the bush. When Han Ku finished speaking, Han Xianxia was stunned. He was not aware there was a strange young man living in his daughter's mansion. However, after hearing Han Ku's words, he sneered. "I know my daughter very well. As for her reputation, I believe in my daughter. The truth will speak for itself. All of you want me to persuade her to ask her friend to leave because you're worried the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion will feel displeased, right?" Han Xianxia said as his sneer widened. If it was before, he would have slapped Han Ku and the others for speaking about his daughter in such a way. However, currently, the Greenwave Han Mansion was in a precarious situation. He did not dare to act recklessly even though he was the mansion master. Han Ku and the others did not say anything, but their expressions spoke for them. I'll repeat it again. Although the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion came to Greenwave Han Mansion to propose marriage, I haven't promised him anything. As a father, I have the right to choose my son-in-law. Han Xianxia glared at them like an angry guardian. As his eyes swept past Han Ku and the others, they all felt the pressure increasing. Scram! Han Xianxia shouted as the air stirred and became distorted. Boom! 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 At the same time, a rolling energy came out from Han Xianxia's mouth and shrouded Han Ku and the others in just a blink of an eye, causing them to stagger a few steps backward. Han Ku and the others' expressions changed multiple times. However, in the end, they left without saying a word. They had completed what they came to do. As for Han Xianxia's next course of action, it was not something they could control. Han Xian. Han Xianxia's eyes gleamed coldly as though he wanted to devour someone. Previously, Han Xian was the one who received the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion when he came to propose. Moreover, Han Xian was the one who had agreed to their request. After learning about the matter, he went to look for Han Xian immediately. He managed to injure Han Xin during the battle because he was slightly stronger than him. At that time, almost 80% of the high-ranking officials in Greenwave Han Mansion had sided with Han Xin and supported his decision. Due to this reason, he could not attack Han Xin again. He was angry at Han Xin for acting on his own accord since he knew his daughter's fate was connected to the fate of the Greenwave Han Mansion. If his daughter refused to get married, it would probably bring disaster to the Greenwave Han Mansion. However, if his daughter chose to get married, her life would be destroyed. As her father, he would live the rest of his life in regret for not being able to protect his own daughter. Due to Han Xion's action and the behavior of nearly 80% of the high-ranking officials of Greenwave Han Mansion, he made a decision then. He would not allow his daughter's happiness to be ruined. He wanted his daughter to run away. As for the disaster that Greenwave Han Mansion would face, he would take responsibility for it as the mansion master. He did not think he would survive once his daughter had left. Nevertheless, he would still forfeit his life for his daughter's sake. However, it did not cross his mind that his precious daughter would refuse to leave. For his sake, his daughter could also give up everything, including her happiness. Ever since then, he had been worried, trying to think of a countermeasure. No matter what, he would not let his daughter live a life in hell. He had long heard about the character of the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion. If his daughter married him, her life would be ruined. It seems like that's the only way, Han Zhengtian thought to himself. He meant to kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. He believed it would be easy considering his strength. If he dies, the Rising Sky Mansion will, naturally, cancel the marriage. However, there's a lot I need to prepare for if I'm going to kill him without leaving a trace that leads back to the Greenwave Han Mansion. Han Zhengtian thought to himself. A strange young man is living in Xuanai's mansion? Not everyone is allowed to enter her mansion, let alone stay there. Who's that young man? Driven by his curiosity, Han Zhengtian went over to Xuanai's mansion. Father. Han Xuanai did not seem surprised by Han Zhengtian's presence. Han Ku and the others went to see you? Girl, you're really smart. It seems like before they came to see me, they've already come to you. Affection could be seen in Han Zhengtian's eyes when he looked at his daughter. He figured out Han Ku and the others must have been rejected by his daughter. Father, you didn't come here to persuade me on this matter, right? Han Xuanai chided. However, she regretted her words as soon as she was done speaking. It was impossible for her father to do that. He was even willing to sacrifice his life for her. How could he come here to persuade her to ask Brother Ling Tian to leave just because of Han Ku's words? You! Han Zhengtian shook his head. Naturally, he knew that his daughter often spoke rashly, so he did not mind it. Father, I'm sorry. Han Xuanai took the initiative and apologized. We're father and daughter, you don't have to apologize. However, I'm still curious. Who's staying in my precious daughter's mansion? As far as I know, this is the first young man who has ever stayed in your mansion. Moreover, he has even stayed for a month now, Han Zhengtian said as his eyes gleamed with curiosity. Father, he's the Brother Ling Tian I've mentioned before, Han Xuanai said with a smile. Brother Ling Tian? The one you mentioned previously, the young talent from the mortal continent, Duan Ling Tian, Han Zhengtian said. He was slightly taken aback. Yes, it's him. Han Xuanai nodded. But didn't he disappear after leaving the Moon Illumination sect? How did he appear here? Han Zhengtian knew a little about Duan Ling Tian. He knew he was a talented person who rose to the top in the mortal continent before he decided to venture out. He made his way to the Dao Martial Saint Land after leaving the mortal continent. In fact, he was very interested in Duan Ling Tian. He had even thought about asking him to join the Greenwave Han Mansion. Unfortunately, his daughter did not bring him back the last time she went out. Father, promise me, no matter what happens, you won't make things difficult for Brother Ling Tian, Han Xuanai said to Han Zhengtian as her expression turned solemn. Girl, why are you being so serious? Han Zhengtian shook his head and smiled. Father, I won't tell you if you don't promise me, Han Xuanai said solemnly. It was the first time Han Zhengtian had seen his daughter so serious. His smile faded as he nodded. All right, I promise you. No matter what happens, I won't make things difficult for your brother Ling Tian. You can't take away any of his possession as well. Han Xuanai added. Girl, you are showing less and less respect for your elders. What would someone from the mortal continent have that I, the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion, would want? Han Zhangtian shook his head helplessly. You must promise me. Han Xuanai remained as solemn as ever. All right. I promise you that I won't take away any of your brother Ling Tian's possession, okay? Although Han Zhangtian's voice contained a hint of helplessness, his gaze toward Han Xuanai was filled with love. Han Xuanai sighed in relief when Han Zhangtian gave his promise. Then she told him about Duan Ling Tian and the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet? Han Zhangtian's eyes widened immediately. Although Han Zhangtian was surprised by the other things mentioned by his daughter, it was all overshadowed by the Devil Seal Tablet. Han Zhangtian was no stranger to the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet was one of the 10 great Super Saint weapons on the 10 great Saint weapons ranking in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, it was ranked at the upper part of the 10 great Super Saint weapons on the 10 great Saint weapons ranking. The reason it was ranked at the top was not due to its strength. It was because of its function. The Devil Seal Tablet could suppress devil cultivators. Due to this reason, when he learned the Devil Seal Tablet was on the mortal continent, south of the Tao Martial Saint Land, through certain means, he ordered Qing Nu to go there and search for it. However, her search did not produce any result. In the end, he could only give up. He did not expect the Devil Seal Tablet that he had ordered Qing Nu to search for would be in Duan Ling Tian's hands. He was someone his daughter had met when she followed Qing Nu to the mortal continent. In other words, the news he had received was accurate. The Devil Seal Tablet was indeed on the mortal continent. However, Qing Nu had failed to obtain it, and it was obtained by Duan Ling Tian. He finally understood why his daughter had vehemently asked him to promise her. This was because she knew how appealing the Devil Seal Tablet was to him. However, the Devil Seal Tablet was nothing compared to his daughter. His daughter was the most important person in his heart. Her importance surpassed everything, including his own life. You're afraid I would snatch away your brother Ling Tian's Devil Seal Tablet, aren't you? Han Zhangtian shook his head and continued to say, Your brother Ling Tian has a surprisingly high innate talent. Previously, I thought he was comparable to the young talents in our Greenwave Han Mansion. However, it seems like I've underestimated him. I heard about what happened with the strongest person on the heaven ranking of Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, Lin Dong. His strength shouldn't be any weaker than the strongest person on the heaven ranking of Greenwave Han Mansion. More importantly, he actually managed to kill Lin Dong, who had broken through to the Saint stage, let alone the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, everyone in the Greenwave Han Mansion, and possibly in the entire upper and lower province of Tao Martial Saint Land. Who's below the Saint stage probably won't be a match for him. Han Zhangtian's eyes were bright as he said, Girl, I'm extremely interested in your brother Ling Tian. Won't you introduce him to me? Father, brother Ling Tian went into closed-door cultivation the moment he arrived. I'm afraid he's still. Han Xuanai was shaking her head and was about to tell her father Duan Ling Tian had not come out of closed-door cultivation when a voice from outside interrupted her. Miss, young Master Ling Tian wants to see you. It was one of the servant girls in Han Xuanai's mansion. Brother Ling Tian came out from his closed-door cultivation? Han Xuanai's eyes brightened immediately when she heard the servant girl's words. Hurry up and bring him here. As it turns out, I'm pretty lucky, Han Zhangtian said with a smile. At the same time, a hint of profundity could be seen in the depth of his eyes. It was obvious he was mulling over something. When Duan Ling Tian arrived, he discovered another person next to Han Xuanai. That middle-aged man had a dignified aura that slightly pressured him. If Duan Ling Tian had faced him a month ago, he would have been suppressed to point of suffocating. Even Qing Nu and the city governor of Greenwave City could not compare to him. Diju, the five-clawed golden dragon, would lose to him if he was here. With a second glance, he could faintly see the resemblance between him and Han Xuanai. Duan Ling Tian immediately guessed his identity. Han Zhangtian, the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion. Brother Ling Tian, you came out from your closed-door cultivation. Joy was written on Han Xuanai's face when she saw Duan Ling Tian. Her mood seemed to have improved significantly. A knowing smile appeared on Han Zhengtian's face when he saw this. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded at Han Xuanai. After he smiled, he looked at Han Zhengtian and greeted him with a slight bow. I'm Duan Ling Tian. Greetings to Mansion Master Han. Duan Ling Tian did not conceal his identity in front of Han Zhengtian. Haha. Well. Duan Ling Tian. I've long heard about you from Xuanai. From your meteoric rise in the mortal continent until now. Your future is boundless. Han Zhengtian laughed and said, however, since you're a friend of Xuanai, there's no need for you to be so polite. If you don't mind, you can address me as Uncle Han. Han Zhengtian could not help but admire Duan Ling Tian's achievements. Brother Ling Tian, this face of yours is too aloof. It's better to revert to your original appearance. I'm not used to this, Han Xuanai said cheekily before she stuck her tongue out. Disguise? Han Zhengtian was stunned when he heard this. When Duan Ling Tian had entered the room, he had extended his divine consciousness to probe Duan Ling Tian. It surprised him that he could not see through Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base. Every time he tried to probe him, it seemed as though he had transformed into a bottomless pit. No matter far he extended his divine consciousness, there was no end to it. Although he was surprised, he did not pay much attention to it. The Tao Martial Saint land was big. There were some secret techniques that could hide one's cultivation base. These secret techniques might not even be able to be seen through by a powerful Saint stage powerhouse. Han Zhengtian was not shocked because of that. He was shocked because of Duan Ling Tian's face. This was because he had checked Duan Ling Tian's face with his divine consciousness earlier, but he did not find any trace of a disguise. Nevertheless, when he saw Duan Ling Tian's appearance change into a young man with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes in just a short while, he was stunned again. This. He had never seen or heard of such an amazing disguise technique. Without any external help, he forced the facial muscles on his face to change with his own strength. Han Zhengtian's eyes lit up immediately as though he just recalled something. Uncle Han. Duan Ling Tian smiled and greeted Han Zhengtian. He was still very impressed with Han Zhengtian. At least, he was a responsible man and a responsible father. He did not agree to the proposal from the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, even though Rising Sky Mansion was pressuring the Greenwave Han Mansion. He was a good father, and someone worthy of his respect. Following that, Han Zhengtian began to chat with Duan Ling Tian. Han Zhengtian began by telling stories about Han Xuanai being mischievous when she was young. She was even more mischievous than when she met Duan Ling Tian. She had pulled a lot of pranks and caused a lot of trouble. Father, how can you say that? I heard from Grandpa that you were also quite a handful when you were young, Han Xuanai said in defense. Okay, I'll stop. Han Zhengtian shook his head and turned to look at Duan Ling Tian as he said, since you're Xuanai's friend, and you've agreed to address me as Uncle Han, allow me to address you as Little Tian if you don't mind. Duan Ling Tian smiled and nodded. Naturally, he did not mind. Little Tian, Xuanai told me about the incident in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's district. Did you really kill Lin Dong, the strongest person on the heaven ranking in Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion? Moreover, you killed him after he had broken through to the Saint stage. Han Zhengtian asked curiously as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He did not mention the Devil Seal tablet because it was a sensitive matter. He was afraid Duan Ling Tian would overthink things. He asked the question that was burning in his mind the most, apart from the Devil Seal tablet. As a Saint stage powerhouse, he knew what it meant to break through to the Saint stage. It was not just a quantitative improvement, but it was a qualitative transformation as well. A Saint stage powerhouse, even if it was someone who had just broken through, possessed strength that Saint Rudiment stage martial and Tao cultivators could not compare to. The strongest person on the heaven ranking in Greenwave Han Mansion was not inferior to Lin Dong. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the Saint stage in Greenwave Han Mansion. However, he would still be easily defeated if his opponent whom he had previously defeated suddenly broke through to the Saint stage. That was the difference between a non-Saint stage and Saint stage powerhouse. The Saint stage was a different world. Due to this reason, he still doubted Duan Ling Tian had killed Lin Dong, who had broken through to the Saint stage since his cultivation base was only at the Saint Rudiment stage. It was just too outrageous. I just got lucky. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by Han Zheng Tian's curiosity, and he smiled in response to his question. As the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Zheng Tian was incredibly perceptive. He could tell from Duan Ling Tian's body language that he was not lying. As such, he felt more and more impressed. Although I don't know how you did it, you still managed to do it. I'm afraid not a single person below the Saint stage in the entire Dao Martial Saint land is a match for you. Han Zheng Tian exclaimed. Below the Saint stage? Duan Ling Tian was moved, but he was not affected. A month ago, he might be elated receiving such praise from Han Zheng Tian. However, he was quite indifferent now. This was because those below the Saint stage were no longer in his league. Brother Ling Tian, I told father about the Devil Seal tablet being in your possession. You don't blame, right? At this moment, Han Xuanai sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. She had been feeling uneasy. It's all right. Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission with a smile. Since your father knows about my real identity, it wouldn't have taken him long to discover the Devil Seal tablet is in my possession even if you didn't tell him. Han Xuanai sighed in relief when she heard his words. Girl, excuse yourself for a moment. I want to speak to little Tian for a bit. Han Zheng Tian suddenly looked at Han Xuanai and asked her to leave. Father. Han Xuanai could not help but frown when she heard this. She thought her father was going to break his promise and attack brother Ling Tian to take possession of the Devil Seal tablet. Don't worry. As Han Xuanai's father, Han Zheng Tian, naturally, knew his daughter's thoughts. He shook his head to indicate he was not planning to snatch the Devil Seal tablet away from Duan Ling Tian. Han Xuanai left feeling at ease when she saw Han Zheng Tian understood what she had meant and promised to not break his promise. Although she was curious why her father wanted to speak to her brother Ling Tian privately, it was obvious from her father's attitude that he did not want her to know about it. After Han Xuanai left the room, Han Zheng Tian looked at Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression on his face. Uncle Han. Duan Ling Tian looked at Han Zheng Tian in confusion. He did not know why Han Zheng Tian wanted to speak to him alone. Little Tian, I realize that your disguising technique is extremely impressive. It should be a very unique disguising technique, right? Han Zheng Tian asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had thought Han Zheng Tian had wanted to speak to him alone because of the Devil Seal tablet, but as it turned out, it had nothing to do with it at all. He could tell Han Zheng Tian was interested in his disguising secret tactic. I wonder if you're willing to teach me your disguising secret tactic? Han Zheng Tian asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian eagerly. Han Zheng Tian saw Duan Ling Tian was stunned for a moment, and he continued to say, Naturally, it won't be for free. In exchange, I'll give you something else. You definitely won't suffer a loss. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he said solemnly, Uncle Han, there's no need for you to give me something in return. You're Xuanai's father. Naturally, you're also my elder. This is my first time visiting, and yet, I didn't bring any gift. It's not a big issue for me to teach you the disguising secret tactic. However, I hope you can keep the disguising secret tactic a secret. This means you're not allowed to pass this on. As for Xuanai, I'll personally teach it to her. Previously, when Elder Hua taught him the disguising secret tactic, he had told him the secret tactic was extremely powerful even in the Devata realm. It was something he had obtained by chance. The disguising secret tactic could fool everyone in terms of appearance. Naturally, it did not grant one the memories or mannerism of the person they were disguised as. One would be easily found out if one had used the secret tactic in front of someone who had a close relationship with the person one was disguised as. You don't have to worry in this regard. I'm willing to swear an oath. When Han Zheng Tian heard Duan Ling Tian was willing to teach him the disguising secret tactic, his eyes brightened. As he spoke, he was prepared to prick his finger and swear on the lightning penalty oath with the 99 heavenly tribulation as a witness. Wait a minute. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian stopped Han Zheng Tian. Han Zheng Tian could not help but frown. He thought Duan Ling Tian was going to go back on his words. Uncle Han, may I ask why you're so keen on learning my disguising secret tactic? What are you planning to do with it? Duan Ling Tian asked Han Zheng Tian with a solemn expression. Han Zhang fell silent when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. You're not thinking of killing the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, are you? Duan Ling Tian asked again. When Han Zhang heard Duan Ling Tian's question, although his expression remained calm, his eyebrows twitched a little. Duan Ling Tian did not fail to notice this. He realized his suspicion was not wrong. He had stopped Han Zhang earlier because he had thought of this. Han Zhang knew he was exposed as soon as he saw the changes in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. I don't want Xue Nai to marry that playboy. Based on the current situation, that's the only solution, Han Zhang said solemnly. Based on Han Zhang words, it was obvious he was admitting that he planned to disguise himself and kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Uncle Han, I really admire you for the lengths you'll go to for Xue Nai, Duan Ling Tian said somberly. However, there's something I would like to ask you. Even if you disguise yourself flawlessly and manage to kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, are you certain the Rising Sky wouldn't suspect the Greenwave Han Mansion and retaliate? If you're 100% certain it won't bring danger to you and the Greenwave Han Mansion, I'm more than willing to teach you the disguising secret tactic. However, if you're not 100% certain, I'm afraid I can't teach you the secret tactic, Duan Ling Tian continued to say. He did not mind teaching the disguising secret tactic to Han Zhang. Han Zhang was Xue Nai's father after all. As the saying went, when you love someone, you'll love their dog as well. It was only natural that Duan Ling Tian did not treat Han Zhang like an outsider. Han Zhang could not help but frown when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. 100% confident? He was certainly not 100% confident. Even if he disguised himself as someone that did not have any link with the Greenwave Han Mansion to kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, he could not guarantee the Rising Sky Mansion would let the Greenwave Han Mansion go. They would rather kill the wrong person and err on the side of caution. To the Rising Sky Mansion, the Greenwave Han Mansion was just a fifth-rate force. They were nothing. It was a small issue if they had wanted to annihilate the Greenwave Han Mansion. No, Han Zhang shook his head with a bitter smile on his face in response to Duan Ling Tian's question. He did not bother to lie because he knew he would not be able to fool the young man in front of him. The young man might not be old, but his wise eyes seemed capable of seeing his inner thoughts. Then you'll have to forgive me. I can't teach you the disguising secret tactic, Uncle Han, Duan Ling Tian said apologetically. Little Tian, I know you're being considerate. However, there's no room for discussion in regards to this matter. Han Zhang said solemnly. Han Xian had taken the initiative to represent the Greenwave Han Mansion and accepted the proposal from the Rising Sky Mansion. Apart from that, the Rising Sky Mansion had even set a date and sent out invitations to guests from afar. There's only one way to stop this wedding, and that's to kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Originally, this could be solved if Xue Nai agrees to leave. However, that girl is too sensible. She's unwilling to abandon me and watch as calamity falls on the Greenwave Han Mansion. I can't even persuade her to leave now that she has decided to stay, Han Zhang said with a bitter smile. I've even thought of another method. I thought about using a special method to render her unconscious before bringing her away. However, that girl is very smart. She seemed to know I would do that. She swore on the lightning penalty oath that if I did that, she wouldn't live even if she manages to escape, Han Zhang said. There was an odd mixture of helplessness and happiness in his eyes. He felt helpless because his daughter refused to listen to him and cooperate with him. On the other hand, he was happy because his daughter had matured and had a sense of responsibility, although it was not her responsibility to begin with. Duan Ling Tian was moved when he heard Han Zhang words. Although he had known Xue Nai for many years, in his memory, Xue Nai had always been a child. He did not know when she became so responsible. Due to this reason, he felt even more sorry for Han Xue Nai. Rising Sky Mansion, anger burned hot in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as though it was able to burn anything. I've given this some thought. Han Zhang looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, after I kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Xue Nai still has a chance of surviving even if the Rising Sky Mansion insists on blaming the Greenwave Han Mansion. At that time, if you bring her away, she won't be considered as breaking her oath. That's why I hope you'll teach me the disguising secret tactic. No way. Duan Ling Tian rejected him directly. Was he joking? Han Zhengtian was planning to give up the Green Wave Han Mansion and sacrifice himself. There was no way he would agree to Han Zhengtian's plan. Otherwise, how would he be able to face Han Xuanai in the future? Little Tian, you should know the disguising secret tactic is just like the icing on the cake in my plan. Even without the disguising secret tactic, I would still do it, Han Zhengtian said as he shook his head. He looked determined as though he had already made up his mind. Uncle Han, this matter isn't that simple. Please don't make rash decisions. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. Actually, a month ago he had also thought of killing the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion to spare Han Xuanai from a life no different from hell. However, while he was in closed-door cultivation, he had thought about it carefully and felt it was not the right thing to do. The news of Xuanai's father falling out with the Supreme Elder of Greenwave Han Mansion due to the marriage must have already spread to the Rising Sky Mansion. The Rising Sky Mansion might let the matter go if the wedding was not affected. However, if the wedding was affected, the Rising Sky Mansion would not let go of Han Zhengtian. If the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion was killed during this period of time, the people from Rising Sky Mansion would definitely suspect Han Zhengtian. At that time, not only Han Zhengtian, but the entire Greenwave Han Mansion would suffer the wrath of Rising Sky Mansion. Duan Ling Tian knew it would not be difficult to kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, but the consequences were not something the Greenwave Han Mansion would be able to bear. If it's possible, I don't want to do this either. However, this is the only option, Han Zhengtian said. There's really no other way around it? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Is there any other way to kill the young master of Rising Sky Mansion without implicating the Greenwave Han Mansion? There is only one way to kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion without the Greenwave Han Mansion incurring the wrath of Rising Sky Mansion. However, it's still not possible. Han Zhengtian sighed while shaking his head. What's it? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. In a year's time, in the Rising Sky Mansion's district, there'll be a Rising Sky ranking battle that's held once every 50 years. As far as I know, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion will also be joining the battle since he's aiming for the first place. The wedding date is set a month after the end of the Rising Sky ranking battle. Han Zhengtian's eyes flashed coldly when he spoke as though he wanted to devour the others. The Rising Sky ranking that's held once every 50 years? This was the first time Duan Ling Tian had heard of the Rising Sky ranking. He had a skeptical expression on his face. Yes. Han Zhengtian nodded. The Rising Sky ranking is extremely important in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Only martial and Dao cultivators below the age of 50 can participate. Hence, everyone only has one chance in their lives to take part in the Rising Sky ranking battle. There are only 10 places in the Rising Sky ranking. Participants will be ranked according to their performance during the battle, and the results will be set for the next 50 years. That's why the Rising Sky ranking is especially meaningful to the Rising Sky Mansion, Han Zhengtian continued saying. Duan Ling Tian finally understood the importance of the Rising Sky ranking after listening to Han Zhengtian's explanation. He knew it would be an extreme honor to be able to rank in the Rising Sky ranking in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. It's because the Rising Sky ranking represents the strongest people in the Rising Sky Mansion generations after generations. That's why even a fourth-rate force like the Rising Sky Mansion values the Rising Sky ranking so much. It's to the extent that only disciples who manage to rank in the Rising Sky ranking are qualified to compete for the position of Mansion Master in the Rising Sky Mansion. Han Zhengtian said. The current Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion is keen to pass his position to his son, the young Mansion Master. That's why he has to rank in the top 10 of the Rising Sky ranking. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to inherit the position of Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. Although the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion is a playboy and fools around a lot, I have to admit he's a martial Dao prodigy. It might be difficult for him to rank first on the Rising Sky ranking, but it won't be difficult for him to rank in the top 3 based on his strength, Han Zhengtian added. Uncle Han, you mentioned the Rising Sky ranking so suddenly. Could it be the Rising Sky ranking is a death duel? Duan Ling Tian asked without beating around the bush as his eyes glinted. He believed Han Zhengtian would not have mentioned the Rising Sky ranking for no reason after he asked if there were other ways to help Xuanai avoid this disaster without implicating the Greenwave Han Mansion. That's right. Han Zhengtian nodded. The Rising Sky ranking battle is a death duel. This rule has been passed down in the Rising Sky Mansion's district since ancient times. This rule was made to ensure the people at their prime would do their best in the battle. So as long as someone manages to kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion during the Rising Sky ranking battle, it wouldn't implicate the Green Wave Han Mansion. Moreover, the promised marriage between him and Xuanai would also be cancelled. Duan Ling Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. Han Zhengtian nodded again. However, he had a bitter expression on his face when he said again, however, even if there are 1 or 2 participants who are stronger than the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, they probably wouldn't kill him as a favor to the Rising Sky Mansion. As for the others, they're probably not a match for the young mansion master. Due to this reason, Han Zhengtian did not think the young mansion master would be killed during the Rising Sky ranking battle. He had only brought this up to show Duan Ling Tian there was no other way to save his daughter apart from him killing the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Uncle Han, do you know how strong is the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion? Duan Ling Tian asked. He's at the refined saint stage, Han Zhengtian said solemnly. A few years ago, I heard he has broken through to the refined saint stage. Due to the upcoming Rising Sky ranking battle, the Rising Sky Mansion would most definitely be giving their best cultivation resources to him. That's why it's not impossible for him to break through to the intermediate refined saint stage by the time the Rising Sky ranking battle begins. Intermediate refined saint stage? Duan Ling Tian widened his eyes. As far as he knew, the strongest person in a 6th-rate force was not stronger than a refined saint stage powerhouse. A young master from a 4th-rate force whose age was under 50 years old possessed a cultivation base at the refined saint stage? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally understood how terrifying a 4th-rate force was. Yes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said he'll be able to rank in the top 3 of the Rising Sky ranking. Han Zhengtian smiled bitterly. Uncle Han, are there any other restrictions to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle apart from the age restriction? For example, are people who are not from Rising Sky Mansion's district allowed to participate? Duan Ling Tian asked. Theoretically, anyone can join as long as they're not older than 50 years old. The fact is those people who are not from the Rising Sky Mansion's district wouldn't participate since every 4th-rate force has their own ranking battle every 50 years. It's just held at a different time, Han Zhengtian said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. There was an unnoticeable glint in the depth of his eyes. Uncle Han, do you trust me? Duan Ling Tian suddenly asked as he looked at Han Zhengtian. Han Zhengtian was stunned. He did not know why Duan Ling Tian would ask such a question. However, he still nodded as Duan Ling Tian stared at him. Although this is the first time we met, I've heard Xuanai spoke about you more than once. I know you're a trustworthy person, so I trust you. Thank you, Uncle Han. Duan Ling Tian thanked him and said, Uncle Han, I made a friend not long after I arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land. He's not much older than I am, but he's far stronger than I am. When I met him a few years ago, he was already at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Currently, he must have broken through to the refined saint stage, Duan Ling Tian said with a burning gaze. I plan to look for him and ask him to kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion during the Rising Sky ranking battle. Boom. Duan Ling Tian's words were like a bolt of lightning on a sunny day. Stunned Han Zhengtian. Are you sure? He did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words. He was just concerned if Duan Ling Tian's friend was stronger than the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Uncle Han, he's only a few months older than me. A few years have passed since then. He must have broken through to the refined saint stage. It's not unlikely that he has broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage or even the mastery refined saint stage. Duan Ling Tian nodded with certainty. His words made Han Zhengtian's eyes lit up. He began to feel a sliver of hope. Although he had decided to personally kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, it was only a last resort. If there was another way to resolve his daughter's problem without implicating the Green Wave Han Mansion, he was naturally willing to try it. Moreover, this was a method proposed by Duan Ling Tian. Just like he had said earlier, although it was his first time meeting Duan Ling Tian, he could tell Duan Ling Tian was a trustworthy person. Therefore, he did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian spoke again. However, He did not continue speaking immediately, keeping Han Zhengtian in suspense. When he saw the curiosity in Han Zhengtian's eyes, he finally said, I suspect he might be the disciple of a quasi-third-rate force in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's not a problem for him to get grade 3 Saint Stones. Quasi-third-rate force. Duan Ling Tian's words shocked Han Zhengtian again. A quasi-third-rate force was still a fourth-rate force, but they were superior compared to ordinary fourth-rate forces. Although the Rising Sky Mansion was strong, they were merely an ordinary fourth-rate force. They were inferior compared to a quasi-third-rate force. Moreover, the cultivation resource controlled by a quasi-third-rate force was better than an ordinary fourth-rate force. Their Saint Stone reserve was one of the best in the lower province. It produced a large number of grade 3 Saint Stones. Can you really find him and ask for his help? Han Zhengtian asked, slightly losing his composure, as he stared at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. One could imagine how shocking Duan Ling Tian's words were for it to be able to shock a leader of a fifth-rate force like him. Uncle Han, this matter concerns Xuanai's happiness. I wouldn't dare to joke about it, Duan Ling Tian said solemnly. Besides, there's no harm for you to believe me now. It's not too late for you to kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion at the end of the Rising Sky ranking battle, right? Duan Ling Tian said again. Little Tian, if you're able to invite your friend over and kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion during the Rising Sky ranking battle, Uncle Han will really owe you a big one. Han Zhengtian said with a serious expression. Uncle Han, your words are too polite. It's only natural for me to help. Previously, Xuanai had helped me a lot, and I've long treated her as my sister. I'm not looking to be rewarded for helping my sister, Duan Ling Tian said seriously. I was being too polite. Han Zhengtian nodded. After Han Zhengtian left, Han Xuanai immediately appeared before Duan Ling Tian and asked curiously, Brother Ling Tian, what did my father say to you? How mysterious. Nothing much. We were just discussing ways to help you out of this problem, Duan Ling Tian said as he glanced at Han Xuanai with brotherly affection. Brother Ling Tian, it's not that simple, Han Xuanai said with a bitter smile. In fact, she had already resigned herself to her fate to a certain extent. For her father and the Greenwave Han Mansion, she was already prepared to sacrifice herself. We'll have to wait and see if it's simple or not. Xuanai, Brother Ling Tian has to leave for some time. Take good care of yourself. Perhaps, when we meet again, we'll have a solution for this problem. Duan Ling Tian said to Han Xuanai. Brother Ling Tian, you're leaving? Han Xuanai's expression changed slightly. She bit her lips before she muttered, Brother Ling Tian, can't you stay a little longer? I? Han Xuanai really wanted to say that she hoped Duan Ling Tian would accompany her here before she married into the Rising Sky Mansion. However, she could not verbalize her thoughts. How could she tell her brother Ling Tian she had resigned to her fate? Xuanai, I'm leaving because I really have something to do. Don't worry, Brother Ling Tian will be back to see you sooner or later, Duan Ling Tian explained to Han Xuanai with a smile before he left. Naturally, he asked Han Xuanai to pass on his greetings to Little Black, Little Gold, and Little White before he left. After all, he had failed to meet them this time around. He came in a hurry, and he also left in a hurry. Duan Ling Tian's departure made Han Xuanai depressed. Originally, she thought her brother Ling Tian would be able to accompany her through this difficult year. She did not expect her brother Ling Tian would have to leave. Naturally, she did not blame her brother Ling Tian. She believed if it was not urgent, her brother Ling Tian would not have left during this time. She trusted Duan Ling Tian unconditionally. Duan Ling Tian's departure allowed the group of people from Greenwave Han Mansion, who was led by the Supreme Elder, Han Xian, sighed in relief. They no longer had to worry about Han Xuanai's reputation being tarnished or incurring the wrath and blame from the Rising Sky Mansion. That person left after the Mansion Master visited the eldest young miss. As it turns out, the Mansion Master is still worried about implicating the Greenwave Han Mansion. Han Ku said as he looked at Han Xian with a smile. No matter what, he's still the Mansion Master of Greenwave Han Mansion. He wouldn't risk angering the Rising Sky Mansion for a young man whom he's not familiar with. Han Xian did not seem surprised. Supreme Elder, since that person has left the Green Wave Han Mansion, should we? When Han Ku spoke, he made the kill gesture. It was obvious he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. Since he left, there's no need to complicate things, Han Xian said with a wave of his hand. He's just an insignificant person. Naturally, Han Xian only said that because he was unaware that the person who killed his grandson was this young man's father's subordinate. Otherwise, he would not have spared Duan Ling Tian's life. In fact, he might even personally make a move. On the other hand, when the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Zheng Tian, learned that Duan Ling Tian had left the Greenwave Han Mansion, he felt quite excited. I hope little Tian's friend is powerful enough to defeat the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion and kill him. If that happens, I won't have to personally kill him and possibly implicate the Greenwave Han Mansion. Han Zheng Tian thought to himself. That would be the best outcome. Naturally, he was also prepared for the worst-case scenario. He would kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion if Duan Ling Tian's friend was unable to do so. At that time, he would no longer care about his own safety or the safety of the Greenwave Han Mansion. He only wished his daughter would be able to live a happy and carefree life. It did not cross Han Zheng Tian's mind that the friend Duan Ling Tian had mentioned was purely created by Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, he was not lying when he said he wanted the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion to die during the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, the person who would kill him was not his friend, but himself. He did not reveal this because he felt Han Zheng Tian would not believe him if he said he was confident he could kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion in a year's time. After all, Han Zheng Tian thought he was just a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. Even if he managed to kill a Saint stage powerhouse, the one he killed was a pristine Saint stage powerhouse who had just broken through to the Saint stage. The difference between a pristine Saint stage powerhouse and a refined Saint stage powerhouse was worlds apart. Therefore, it was unlikely Han Zheng Tian would believe him if he had told him he could kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion in a year's time. Let alone Han Zheng Tian, even Duan Ling Tian was not 100% confident he would be able to do it. During his conversation with Han Zheng Tian, he also learned about some of the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle. The Rising Sky ranking battle forbade the use of Saint weapons, Dao talismans, and other external forces. This meant Saint inscriptions were forbidden as well. Duan Ling Tian would not be allowed to use the Jasper Celestial Sword in the Rising Sky ranking battle that was going to be held in a year's time. Ever since Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the Saint stage a few days ago, he was confident he could kill a Saint stage powerhouse if he used the Jasper Celestial Sword, if he unleashed all his power and channeled them into the Jasper Celestial Sword. He was confident he could kill a powerhouse at the peak of the refined Saint stage, let alone the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion who was only at the intermediate refined Saint stage. With the Jasper Celestial Sword, Duan Ling Tian only needed to insert 20% of his true origin to be able to kill intermediate refined Saint stage martial or Dao cultivators. To be more precise, he needed to use 20% of the Sun true origin. In the past few days, after he managed to break through the final barrier to the Saint stage, the true energy in his body had undergone an earth-shattering change. The benefits of Elder Hua's previous enlightenment began to show itself. First, his true origin transformed into the Sun true origin that was much stronger than ordinary true origins. In fact, it might be a level higher than the true origin of an ordinary martial or Dao cultivator. Currently, he could easily defeat an ordinary pristine Saint stage martial or Dao cultivator by just relying on his Sun true origin. Even if they were at the peak of the pristine Saint stage, he was confident he could defeat them without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. Naturally, he still could not defeat an early refined Saint stage powerhouse without using the Jasper Celestial Sword because he had just broken through to the Saint stage. He was still unfamiliar with the Sun true origin in his body. Once he had familiarized himself with the Sun true origin in his body, he would naturally gain the confidence to defeat an early refined Saint stage powerhouse without the Jasper Celestial Sword. At that time, those weaker early refined Saint stage martial and Dao cultivators might not even be a match for him. After all, his advantages were not limited to only the Sun true origin. He still had his powerful physical body, the strange pupil, and the Sovereign Heart Sword. However, due to the progress of the Sovereign Heart Sword being stuck at the first stage, It did not have much use against Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactics that were cultivated by Saint-stage powerhouses. I still have a year. No, I should say I still have 5 years. Even after deducting the time I need to travel to Rising Sky Mansion, I'll still have more than 4 years. Duanling Tian thought to himself as his eyes gleamed. Although the Rising Sky ranking battle was set to take place in a year's time, Duanling Tian, who owned the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, had 5 years in the 3rd level of the pagoda. He had confidently made Han Zhengtian a promise because he thought he had plenty of time. However, he did not dare to be careless even though he had plenty of time. Regardless, his opponent was still the young master of a 4th-rate force. He would definitely be stronger than ordinary martial and Dao cultivators at the same level even without relying on saint inscriptions or Dao talismans. Duanling Tian was almost certain of this. Right now, it would never have crossed Duanling Tian's mind that the lies that he told Han Zhengtian, saying that he had a friend whom he suspected coming from a quasi-third-rated force, was actually not quite fiction at all. This was because the Azure Cloud Mansion that his father ruled was one of the quasi-third-rated forces in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The Azure Cloud Mansion was even more powerful than the Rising Sky Mansion. The two of them were on completely different levels. Of course, it was also because Duanling Tian had not known that his father was the leader of a quasi-third-rated force yet. Otherwise, he only needed to tell his father. It would only be a matter of a string of words from his father to call the marriage between Han Xuanai and the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion off. After Duanling Tian had left the Greenwave Han Mansion district, a piece of shocking news reached the Greenwave Han Mansion from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion and took everybody in the district by surprise. The Devil Seal Tablet, one of the Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapon rankings, had actually manifested in this world. Apart from that, it was in the hands of an imminent Saint stage martial cultivator called Duanling Tian. At once, Duanling Tian's name swept the entire Greenwave Han Mansion together with the Devil Seal Tablet, making everyone in the district familiar with it. The legendary Devil Seal Tablet has actually appeared? That's right. It's said to have appeared in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, in the hands of an imminent Saint Stage Dao cultivator. With the help of this Devil Seal Tablet, he can even kill a pristine Saint Stage Devil cultivator instantly. An imminent Saint Stage killing a pristine Saint Stage Devil cultivator instantly? Looks like this rumor is not groundless. That Devil Seal Tablet does indeed possess shocking restraining strength against a Devil cultivator. If I could get my hands on the Devil Seal Tablet, even a refined Saint Stage Devil cultivator would be no match for me. Humph. How can a mere imminent Saint Stage fellow get the Devil Seal Tablet? If I know where he is, I'll instantly rush over and kill him so that I can snatch that Devil Seal Tablet away. Dream on. It's not even your turn to kill him. Similar remarks had been raging on in the Greenwave Han Mansion district. Anyone who knew about the meaning of the Devil Seal Tablet itched to get their hands on it. Some of them knew their own limitations and merely watched on in amusement. Others, on the other hand, overestimated themselves and kept clamoring about how they wanted to search for Duanling Tian and snatch the Devil Seal Tablet from him. At the same time, most people started to pay attention to the imminent Saint Stage martial cultivator who was called Duanling Tian. As each of the news slowly spread out from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, the Greenwave Han Mansion was stormed by commotion again. Duanling Tian was a young genius martial cultivator who was not even 40 years old yet. With his imminent Saint Stage cultivation base, he managed to kill the strongest person in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's heaven rankings who had already made a breakthrough to the Saint Stage. Later, with the mysterious means of the Devil Seal Tablet, he deceived everybody and successfully fled the scene. What? Duanling Tian isn't even 40 years old yet. He isn't even 40 years old yet, and he's already obtained the Devil Seal Tablet. And his own strength is actually this mighty. To think that he could actually kill a Saint Stage powerhouse with the cultivation base of an imminent Saint Stage. Even though the strongest person on the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's heaven rankings just made a breakthrough to the Saint Stage, he still reached the Saint Stage. A Saint Stage and a non-Saint Stage are worlds apart. This is the ultimate rule in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Still, he could kill a Saint Stage powerhouse with his imminent Saint Stage cultivation base. And it was an instant kill on top of that. Impossible. I think that he must have used some very high-grade Dao talisman. That Dao talisman could have corresponded with his true energy and formed a sword technique that killed Lin Dong. That's a possibility too. However, he's from the mere 6th-rated Saint Nation from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, so how could he have gotten such a high-grade Dao talisman? Humph. Don't forget that he even has the Devil Seal tablet with him. The Devil Seal tablet is an item that even powerhouses who have exceeded the eminent saint stage yearn for. As time continued to go by, some of the matters regarding Duan Ling Tian that had taken place in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion of the Windfall Nation had also been dug out. At once, Duan Ling Tian's fame spread out everywhere at an alarming speed. In the Greenwave Han Mansion estate, Han Zheng Tian, who had found out about the bustling news outside, could not help but be washed by a sense of bafflement, even though he was already mentally prepared, despite already believing Duan Ling Tian before this. Hearing this news from the outside world gave him a completely different sense of feeling. Perhaps he can really help our Greenwave Han Mansion go through this difficult time, Han Zheng Tian muttered to himself. Now that Han Zheng Tian had heard about the bustling news outside, it was natural for Han Shui, Nai to pick it up too. After she did, she became very moody. It had been quite some time since Duan Ling Tian left. Because of his departure, she had been in a bad mood, but recently, her spirits had lifted a little. Now that she heard about his news again, she could not help but think of her brother Ling Tian again involuntarily. Brother Ling Tian, you must come back to visit me before I get married. Otherwise, I might not stand a chance to see you anymore, Han Xuanai muttered to herself with tears in her eyes. She had long heard about the infamy of the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion before and knew that he was a complete dandy, good-for-nothing, rich kid. Other than enjoying his promiscuous lifestyle, he had an extremely strong possessive desire. Usually, he would use house arrest to prevent his wives from leaving his mansion, let alone leave the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Therefore, once she was married, leaving might not be possible for her anymore. If she could not leave, then it would no doubt mean that she would not be able to see her brother Ling Tian anymore. Right now, Han Xuanai did not know that her brother Ling Tian had already entered the district surrounding the Rising Sky Mansion and was soon entering the vicinity. As a 4th-rated force in the Dao Martial Saint Land, the strength of the Rising Sky Mansion was merely inferior to those few quasi-3rd-rated forces. Even though such a force did not deliberately expand its territory, the 5th-rated forces in the large district around it would automatically present a huge amount of Saint Stones every decade to please it. Consequently, with Rising Sky Mansion as the center, the surrounding expanse, including the vast land where 3 5th-rated forces were situated, was known as the Rising Sky Mansion District. Of course, the Greenwave Han Mansion did not fall under the Rising Sky Mansion District. Instead, it was in the district of another 4th-rated force. However, even though the Greenwave Han Mansion would present Saint Stones to the 4th-rated forces every decade as well, the latter would not give a damn about whether the Greenwave Han Mansion survived or perished. It simply would not touch the Greenwave Han Mansion. As for whether the Greenwave Han Mansion would be annihilated or not, it did not give a damn at all. If the Greenwave Han Mansion fell, another Greenwave Han Mansion would automatically rise. In this realistic world, the strong ruled ruthlessly. Casting a glance at the mountain range in front, Duan Ling Tian, who was flying in the sky with the flying sword underneath his feet, muttered to himself, "The Rising Sky Mansion District is in front. After the mountain range would be the Rising Sky Mansion District." The Rising Sky Mansion District was adjacent to the district of the 4th-rated force that the Greenwave Han Mansion was in. However, the district that Duan Ling Tian was in currently did not belong to the Greenwave Han Mansion but to another 5th-rate force instead, which belonged to the district of the same 4th-rated force as the Greenwave Han Mansion. The Rising Sky Mansion. After Duan Ling Tian entered the Rising Sky Mansion district by stepping on the flying sword to zoom across the mountain range, his expression turned grave at once. Due to the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, he did not have any good impression of the Rising Sky Mansion at all. If he had sufficient strength, he would have rushed up to annihilate the Rising Sky Mansion and create an earth-shattering commotion by now before killing the young mansion master in front of everybody in the Rising Sky Mansion. Strength. Ugh, my strength is just too weak in the Dao Martial Saint Land's lower province, let alone in the upper province. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart, feeling somewhat helpless. With his cultivation base now, even if he strengthened his Sun True Origin and used his Jasper Celestial Sword, he would only be able to kill a powerhouse who was at the peak of the refined Saint stage at the most. He would be no match for an eminent Saint stage powerhouse even if he used his Jasper Celestial Sword. As a fourth-rated force, not only did the Rising Sky Mansion have eminent Saint stage powerhouses, but they also had powerhouses who had already exceeded the eminent Saint stage as well. Right now, even if he rushed into the Rising Sky Mansion brandishing the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would most likely be killed before he managed to destroy more than a few people. After entering the Rising Sky Mansion district and inquiring about some information regarding the Rising Sky Rankings battle, he went to find a quiet, deserted and secluded valley and dug out a cave before staying in there. Of course, it was the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda that he placed there. He then proceeded to enter the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda instead. After some inquiries, he learned that although the Rising Sky Rankings would only be officially held a year later, the most talked about news since 6 months ago in the Rising Sky Mansion district was this topic. The Rising Sky Rankings would be refreshed every 50 years. Being able to enter the Rising Sky Rankings would also be an inexplicable great honor. Once you made it into the Rising Sky Rankings, no matter much of a nobody you were before this, your name would automatically spread out to every corner of the Rising Sky Mansion district. Even the few great fourth-rated forces beside the Rising Sky Mansion would know your name too. Therefore, the Rising Sky Rankings was an outlet for anyone to make it big. In addition to that, once you made it into the Rising Sky Rankings and proved your strength, you would also be invited to the Rising Sky Mansion. If you were willing, you would be able to enter the Rising Sky Mansion and become a genius disciple there. Furthermore, you would be nurtured by the Rising Sky Mansion and rise to the top from then on. In history, 90% of the powerhouses who walked out of the Rising Sky Mansion had all been listed in the Rising Sky Rankings before. It was exactly because of this that the Rising Sky Rankings was the most divine rankings in the Rising Sky Mansion district. Even though there was still more than a year to go before the Rising Sky Rankings battle would be held, a bustling commotion that heralded the Rising Sky Rankings battle had already erupted in the district. I can't believe that the people in the Rising Sky Mansion district would place such a great emphasis on the Rising Sky Rankings. No wonder the Rising Sky Mansion would set a rule that only disciples who have entered the Rising Sky Rankings before standing a chance in becoming the Rising Sky Mansion Master. The Rising Sky Rankings are, without a doubt, the best touchstone. Only by successfully passing the test set by this touchstone can one be considered as a qualified genius. Duanling Tian mused to himself. On the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duanling Tian sat cross-legged in the air and had his eyes shut, completely immersing his heart and mind in cultivating. Somehow, gushes of dazzling golden brilliance rose from his body. As time continued to go by, it became even more intense, as though it transformed into a bright sun that was hanging on the lower sky. The reason such an effect was taking place was that Duanling Tian was activating the Sun True Origin in his body. Once the Sun True Origin was released, it would display some of the characteristics solely possessed by the bright sun. When Duanling Tian was strengthening his early pristine Saint Stage cultivation base and the Sun True Origin in his body, Duan Rufeng had also obtained the news regarding Duanling Tian in the faraway Azure Cloud Mansion. The Devil Seal Tablet? After learning that his son had obtained the Devil Seal Tablet, even Duan Rufeng could not help but narrow his eyes right away. He was extremely familiar with the Devil Seal Tablet. The reason he had left and never returned at that time, even to the extent of being separated from his wife and son ever since, it was all because of that Devil Seal Tablet and the powerful soul sealed inside it. That owner of the powerful soul was an extremely horrifying devil cultivator. It was him who had made Duan Rufeng the man he was today. However, Duan Rufeng did not feel grateful towards him but felt only hatred instead because he had tried to possess Duan Rufeng's body. Had it not been for his own strong determination, his body would have long been snatched away by the other party. In that case, it was also Tiana who caused the Black Nether's main soul to be annihilated then, wasn't it? Duan Rufeng's eyes lit up right away. He did not know about this at all before. Even though he knew where the Devil Seal Tablet was, due to the reason that he was also a devil cultivator himself, he did not dare easily go near the Devil Seal Tablet if he did not have 100% confidence. Who knew whether the Devil Seal Tablet would try to seal him or not? At that time, he was very clear about just how powerful that black nether who had tried to snatch his body was. Only a fragment of the soul remnant of the black nether had made him who he was today. If the black nether that had escaped was not the split soul but the main soul at that time, I'm afraid my soul would have most likely been destroyed by him then. My body would have also become his already. The moment Duan Ru Feng thought about this, he counted himself lucky. Because the black nether's main soul was still being sealed by the devil seal tablet then, he was able to live by sheer luck and live to see today. The black nether's main soul had been destroyed and the soul remnants were affected in turn, which allowed him to completely snatch back the authority of his body. That time, he already knew that something must have happened to the devil seal tablet. Somebody might have touched the devil seal tablet, activated its energy and killed that black nether completely before the black nether's main soul managed to attack him. However, it had never crossed his mind that that person would be his own son, Duan Lingtian. That black nether's strength was completely invincible and the main soul was extremely tyrannical. That time, I still recall wondering who was able to block the black nether's main soul and use the devil seal tablet to kill it. I can't believe that it would actually turn out to be my own son. Duan Ru Feng mused in his heart. One could say that whoever obtained the devil seal tablet had rescued him. Otherwise, he might still be fighting for authority over his body with the black nether split soul now and would be unable to return to the cloud continent to be reunited with his wife and son. He always wondered who his benefactor was, but he never expected to be his own son. However, Tianer's current situation is a little troublesome now. The moment he recalled the situation that his son Tianer was facing now, Duan Ru Feng could not help but frown. Not long after that, I'm afraid the entire Dao Marshal Saint Lan's lower province will want to look for him and snatch that devil seal tablet from him. When he learned that his son had obtained the devil seal tablet, he also knew that he was now being targeted by all sorts of powerhouses. If his son dared to show himself, he would definitely be targeted by everyone. As a fourth-rated force in the Dao Marshal Saint Land, the land area that the Rising Sky Mansion estate occupied was vast, far greater than the Greenwave Han Mansion. If the Greenwave Han Mansion estate was said to be like a small nation, then the Rising Sky Mansion estate was like an enormous nation. It stretched out as far as the eyes could see, but people were everywhere, making the entire Rising Sky Mansion estate appear flourishing and prosperous. In this seemingly vibrant and flourishing Rising Sky Mansion, uproar took place in an inconspicuous mansion. The mansion was slightly dilapidated and was covered with spider webs, as though nobody had come here for a long time. However, if one paid attention, one could easily see that there were no traces of spider webs in the east of the mansion at all, as though somebody had deliberately opened a road that led straight towards the door of the main bedroom in this mansion. Standing by the door of this main bedroom was a young man that looked like a door deity. This young man was slightly hunched back and had a pair of shifty eyes. In just one glance, you could tell that he had ill intentions. And knew. Right at this moment, a helpless shriek echoed from the main bedroom. Just from the scream alone, one could hear that it was a woman. After a while, the woman stopped shouting abruptly as though she never existed. Just as the woman's voice disappeared, another low voice resonated from inside. "Get rid of her!" As the voice resonated, it sent a shock through the young hunchback man. Instantly returning to his senses, he opened the door and entered the main bedroom. A dried corpse was lying on the floor of the main bedroom. Upon closer attention, one could still distinguish that the body belonged to a woman. The dried corpse was still emitting heat. Obviously, she had just died not long ago. Behind the dried corpse was a bed, and a devilish-looking young man was sitting cross-legged on the bed with a gush of black aura that had hints of bloody mist emanating off his body. As time went by, his body absorbed this aura. At the same time, one could see that this devilish-looking man was glowing with ruddy health, as though the black aura with hints of bloody mist was his tonic. At that instant, the young man opened his eyes as quickly as lightning and stared straightly at the hunchback who had just entered. Young mansion master. Under the intense stare of the devilish-looking young man, the hunchback was scared until he turned ashen. His body shuddered and he collapsed to the floor. "I'm sorry, young mansion master. I didn't mean it." Seeing the devilish young man's brows knit together, the hunchback hastily crept up from the floor. As he did so, He reached out a hand to snatch the dried corpse closer. After he lifted it up, he hastily retreated from the room and closed the room door behind him, as though the devilish young man was a dreadful monster. After the hunchback had left, the devilish young man's frown eased up, and at the same time, he muttered to himself, "If I can get enough young women in the next 10 months, I'll be able to make a breakthrough to the mastery refined saint stage at the very least before the Rising Sky rankings battle starts with the help of the devouring dark devil technique. If there are enough virgins among these young women, then it'll be possible for me to make a breakthrough to the peak of the refined saint stage when the Rising Sky rankings start." As the young man daydreamed, his eyes brightened like the array of stars in the night sky, glistening with splendor. In 10 months, the first place in the Rising Sky rankings is destined to be mine, Su Jing's. The devilish-looking young man's eyes flashed even brighter. The words that he uttered were filled with great, unparalleled confidence. Su Jing! This devilish-looking young man was none other than the son of the current mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion. At the same time, he was also the person who would be marrying Han Xuanai in a year. However, from what he just said, it turned out that he had actually cultivated the devil technique. In addition to that, it was the extremely vicious devouring dark devil technique. There were countless devil cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land and innumerable devil cultivation techniques too. Perhaps nobody had heard of the normal ordinary devil technique before, but once the devouring dark devil technique was mentioned, none of the martial and Dao cultivators who had some semblance of knowledge would find it foreign. Even though the devouring dark devil technique was not widely spread, it had created a powerful devil cultivator before and made a hell of fuss in the Dao Martial Saint Land, so everyone was informed about it. Many years ago, after an ordinary endowed martial cultivator had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, his strength was rapidly improved, and in just several dozen years, he managed to transform from a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator that originated from a 9th-rated force to an unparalleled powerhouse who could annihilate a 4th-rated force with his own strength. This had taken the entire lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land by shock. If it was just the achievement in the latter, he deserved praise from everyone in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, somebody had pointed out that it was because he had cultivated a devil cultivation technique called the Devouring Dark Devil Technique that allowed him to level up in such a short period of time. Once the Devouring Dark Devil Technique was cultivated, one would have to devour the vital essence and blood of young women every once in a while. Otherwise, one would be devoured instead. If a large number of young women provided the vital essence and blood, the devil cultivator who cultivated the Devouring Dark Devil Technique would be able to elevate his cultivation base rapidly. To such a devil cultivator, there would be absolutely no bottleneck in his path of pursuing martial Dao. As long as he had enough young women's vital essence and blood, his cultivation base would be elevated to a ridiculous, unbelievable level in a short period of time. Besides, there was no restraint from one's innate talent too. Ever since the cultivation method of the Devouring Dark Devil Technique was exposed, it had set off an uproar in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, terrorizing countless martial and Dao cultivators, while enraging many powerhouses. These powerhouses included some of the eminent powerhouses in the quasi-third-rated forces. In the end, these eminent powerhouses from the quasi-third-rated forces and some of the reclusive powerhouses in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land stood up publicly and tried to surround the devil cultivator who had cultivated the Devouring Dark Devil Technique together. They wanted to attack and kill him together. That battle was a flurry of chaos and darkness. Even the sun and moon seemed to dim in comparison to it. The eminent powerhouses of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land who had joined forces together finally managed to cast heavy injuries on that devil cultivator who had cultivated the Devouring Dark Devil Technique at the cost of losing 3 people, but were not able to kill him. This was because an escaping secret tactic in the Devouring Dark Devil Technique that came at a great cost had successfully saved his life. In the end, that devil cultivator who fled vanished without a trace in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and had never shown up ever since. Many people had said that he must have gone to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. No matter what, even though he never revealed himself anymore, the people in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land now remembered him and the Devouring Dark Devil Technique that he cultivated, a technique that had never been heard in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land before this. There were many ordinary devil techniques that devoured the blood essence to cultivate, but the elevation that followed was not as ridiculous. On top of that, they had many requirements too, just like the profound dark devil technique that was only one word different from the devouring dark devil technique. The profound dark devil technique was a widely practiced devil technique in the Tao Martial Saint Land. As long as the devil cultivator in the Tao Martial Saint Land had the intention to, almost all of them could get their hands on this if they wanted to. The profound dark devil technique would usually be cultivated by devouring a female virgin's blood essence. But the elevation was not as ridiculous as with the devouring dark devil technique. Besides that, even if the girl was no longer a virgin, there was no use for the devil cultivator to eat her anymore no matter how young she was. The devouring dark devil technique was an eminent devil technique in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land as well, let alone in the lower province. The reason Su Jing, the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, was able to obtain the devouring dark devil technique was the fortuitous encounter he had 3 years ago. Back then, he had entered a place by mistake and obtained the devouring dark devil technique. Other than that, he had also come to know the person who had left the devouring dark devil technique behind, an almighty devil cultivator at that time. Perhaps other people would have some knowledge about that powerful devil cultivator, but as the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, he knew about it profoundly well. This was because among the eminent powerhouses from the quasi-third-rated forces who had joined the slaughter of the devil cultivator, one of them was from the Rising Sky Mansion. At that time, the Rising Sky Mansion was not just a fourth-rated force but a quasi-third-rated force instead. The reason the Rising Sky Mansion could become a third-rated force was all thanks to that powerhouse. Unfortunately, in that battle, that Rising Sky Mansion powerhouse had died during the battle. Since then, it had cost the Rising Sky Mansion an eminent powerhouse in the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. At first, due to the respect towards that Rising Sky Mansion powerhouse's sacrifice to the Tao Martial Saint Land, nobody voiced out anything at all, even though many people knew that this powerhouse's Rising Sky Mansion was no longer qualified to be listed as a quasi-third-rated force. However, as time continued to pass by, several generations of people were replaced as well. The sacrifice that the Rising Sky Mansion powerhouse made for the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land slowly faded. Not many people in the later generations paid respect to him anymore. The eminent powerhouses at that time, who were old men, had all gone to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land one by one too. This also caused the Rising Sky Mansion that had had several generations of people to be replaced, and no eminent powerhouses were born in the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land to sway in the midst of a raging storm. Finally, one day, a fourth-rated force that had given birth to an eminent powerhouse in the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land had charged into the Rising Sky Mansion, trying to replace it as the new quasi-third-rated force. All the powerhouses of the Rising Sky Mansion went out, but none of them was any match to that powerhouse from that force. At once, the Rising Sky Mansion could only admit their defeat and obediently let the few best Saint Stone veins in the Tao Martial Saint Land out before moving to the original estate of that force, all the way until now. Every mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion had a dream, which was to regain the glory of the Rising Sky Mansion's yesteryears. Unfortunately, as the long years went by, even though the Rising Sky Mansion could maintain its position today, it had never given birth to any eminent powerhouse in the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land ever since, so it could not become a quasi-third-rated force again. As Su Jing's eyes were gleaming brilliantly, he muttered in a deep voice, "By the time I become the mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, I'll definitely make it the most powerful force in the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land." The reason he dared to say so was because he relied on the devouring dark devil technique in his hand. To the Rising Sky Mansion, the devouring dark devil technique was no doubt a taboo. By right, as the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, after Su Jing had obtained the devouring dark devil technique, he should have handed over this devil technique to the Rising Sky Mansion so that it could destroy it. After all, the one that destroyed the Rising Sky Mansion was the owner of this Rising Sky Mansion. However, due to his greed of the power of the devouring dark devil technique, Su Jing made a decision and kept it instead. At first, although he had kept the devouring dark devil technique, he did not cultivate it all because he had not made up his mind yet. It was only a few months ago when a piece of news spread out in the entire Rising Sky Mansion district that made him set on a decision. That news was nothing much to others, and not only that, to a Su Jing that had yet to obtain the devouring dark devil technique, he would not think much too, even though he was displeased by the news. However, having already obtained the devouring dark devil technique, this news was certainly a heavy blow to Su Jing. Our young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion should be able to enter the top 3 in the Rising Sky rankings and get 3rd place. I think so as well. After all, the strongest martial and Dao cultivators below the age of 50 in our Rising Sky Mansion are that flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Their strengths are hard to tell apart, but they are both much powerful than that young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion. I agree on the part where you said that the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion is indeed not as strong compared to the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. However, I don't agree when you say that he can take 3rd place in the Rising Sky rankings. In fact, among the powerhouses who are below 50 years old in our Rising Sky Mansion district, other than that flowery monk and Jing Suzi, we still have someone who is quite powerful too. You mean Zhonggu? Yeah, that's him. In fact, when our young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion was still at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage, Zhonggu's strength was already much more potent than his. However, in the end, he made a breakthrough to the refined saint stage, so, in everybody else's opinion, he's still far more powerful than Zhonggu, who has yet made a breakthrough to the refined saint stage. Nonetheless, I've just recently received a piece of news saying that Zhonggu has already made a breakthrough too. Zhonggu has already made a breakthrough? In that case, he might really threaten young mansion master Su. This news was also the reason why Su Jing completely made up his mind to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. Even though he was the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, one must admit that he was quite unlucky. This was because, in the same era, the Rising Sky Mansion district had given birth to 2 powerhouses who had an innate talent much higher than his. They were the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Before the 3 of them had reached the age of 40, they dominated the first 3 places in the heaven rankings of the Rising Sky Mansion district. The position between the flowery monk and Jing Suzi had been swapped many times, but the 1st and 2nd places still remained theirs. Su Jing could only get 3rd place. It was not that he had never thought of improving, but it was just that he was completely no match for the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at all. He had challenged them many times but had failed over time. As for Zhonggu, even though he was close to their age, he had never challenged anybody from the heaven rankings before the age of 40, so he remained unknown. It was only several years later when Su Jing, the flowery monk, and Jing Suzi had left the heaven rankings due to their age that Su Jing and Zhonggu somehow got into a duel due to a clash. That time, both of them were at the peak of the pristine saint stage, and when they were battling with each other, it seemed like Su Jing was at a disadvantage while Zhonggu defeated Su Jing by a narrow margin. Other than the 2 colossal opponents, the flowery monk and Jing Suzi, an additional huge mountain in the form of Zhonggu appeared on top of Su Jing's head. It was only until he had made a breakthrough to the refined saint stage that Zhonggu finally disappeared. However, as the news spread from the outside, Zhonggu appeared once again. As these 3 huge mountains combined together, they pressed down on him until he could hardly breathe. At this moment, he recalled the devouring dark devil technique and the power of the original owner of the technique. Ever since then, he mired down in the mud and could no longer get out of it. In the end, he still could not resist the devouring dark devil technique's temptation and decided to cultivate it. Of course, wanting to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique would require the sacrifice of a great number of young girls. Therefore, at this moment, he and the lackey by his side, the previous young hunchback just now, started to go around to search for a young woman so that they could kidnap her for him to cultivate. After cultivating the devouring dark devil technique, when he was devouring the young girl's vital essence and blood, he could feel the change in his cultivation base at every moment. After having a taste of sweetness, it started to spiral out of control. Of course, due to the irreconcilable enmity between the Rising Sky Mansion and the original owner of the devouring dark devil technique, he dared not expose the fact that he was cultivating the technique. This was because once it was exposed, those old geezers in the Rising Sky Mansion would definitely not allow him to succeed the position of the mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion anymore. Other than not allowing him to succeed, they might even turn around and kill him for cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. After all, right now he could be deemed as the direct disciple of the original owner of the devouring dark devil technique. How could the Rising Sky Mansion possibly let go of their enemy's direct disciple? If I merely rely on the Rising Sky Mansion's resources, I don't even know whether I'll be able to make a breakthrough to the intermediate refined saint stage or not when the Rising Sky Rankings battle arrives in 10 months. Even if I could, I'd just win against Zhonggu at most, and will still be no match for that flowery monk in Jing Suzi. Su Jing continued to mutter to himself. However, after cultivating the devouring dark devil technique, I'll be able to make a breakthrough to the mastery refined saint stage 100%. Not only that, I might stand a chance to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage too. As long as there are enough virgin girls, I'll successfully make a breakthrough to the peak of the refined saint stage in 10 months. Young Mansion Master, I've cleaned it up. Right at this moment, a voice reverberated from outside of the door. The hunchback had returned. Crack. As Su Jing left the bed like a gust of wind, the door opened and he appeared in front of that hunchback, sending him into a fright. Follow me out for a trip and come back only when the Rising Sky Rankings battle is about to start, Su Jing ordered nonchalantly. Young Mansion Master, are you planning to go out to cultivate? The hunchback's eyes lit up. His heart was delighted with joy. He could not help but be thrilled for the young Mansion Master who rarely went out to cultivate. He no longer had to worry that he would be exposed for kidnapping so many young girls back to the Rising Sky Mansion. If the fact about his young Mansion Master cultivating the devouring dark devil technique was exposed, other than the young Mansion Master who would be in trouble, he would face death as an accomplice too. Yes. Su Jing nodded nonchalantly before bringing the hunchback outside to cultivate. Actually, Su Jing had already thought about it carefully before he decided to go outside to cultivate. That was because it would be easier for him to find virgin girls. His target now was to make his cultivation base break through to the peak of the refined saint stage in 10 months when the Rising Sky Rankings battle started. By then, he wanted to rise to the first place of the Rising Sky Rankings with a compelling force. Not long after he left the Rising Sky Mansion, as the young Mansion Master of the Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing heard a piece of shocking news that came from afar. The news was related to the Devil Seal Tablet and Duan Ling Tian. The Devil Seal Tablet, one of the 10 great Super Saint weapons in the 10 great Saint weapons rankings that is also the only weapon that can restrain a devil cultivator among the 10 great Super Saint weapons. Why would this Devil Seal Tablet appeared in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Su Jing frowned, his expression slightly grave. If it had been before he started cultivating the devouring dark devil technique, only greediness would be roused in his heart if he found out about the existence of the tablet. There would be no other emotion at all. However, right now, because he had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, he was already a devil cultivator now. Therefore, he was filled with a sense of panic that rose from the bottom of his heart. Even if I've made a breakthrough to the peak of the refined saint stage, I'd still be no match for an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator who possesses the Devil Seal Tablet. Su Jing muttered to himself as his face turned even more solemn. The young hunchback stood behind Su Jing, and after he heard his muttering, he could guess what Su Jing was thinking about, so he quickly reassured him. Young Mansion Master, the Devil Seal Tablet is in the hands of a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, so it still won't pose as a threat to you. Besides, there's only one Devil Seal Tablet in the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. The person who has the Devil Seal Tablet isn't necessarily your enemy, and won't necessarily become your enemy. Upon hearing the hunchback's words, Su Jing's eyes lit up right away. That's right. You're correct. Let alone the fact that the Devil Seal Tablet is in the hands of a Saint Rudiment Stage Dao cultivator now, even if it's in the hands of a pristine Saint Stage Dao cultivator, he's not necessarily my enemy and might not come to deal with me. As the saying went, blunt were those concerned. Now that the hunchback reminded him, Su Jing returned to his senses completely, and his mood improved. However, to think that he could actually get his hands on such a super saint weapon like the Devil Seal Tablet, that Saint Rudiment Stage Dao cultivator who's called Duan Ling Tian is really lucky. The hunchback looked envious as he thought about this. Humph. So what if he has the Devil Seal Tablet? Not long after that, the entire Dao Martial Saint Land will know that he has the Devil Seal Tablet in his hand, and he either must hide or be killed. Even if he isn't killed, he'd be in hiding and daren't use the Devil Seal Tablet easily. Su Jing snorted. However, there were hints of sourness in his tone. To some extent, the fortuitous encounter of that Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator called Duanling Tian had also elicited jealousy, envy, and hatred in him. Right now, it would never cross Su Jing's mind, not even in his dreams, that Duanling Tian, the owner of the Devil Seal tablet whom he thought would not necessarily be his enemy, had now come to the Rising Sky Mansion district for his sake and had decided to kill him in one fell swoop in the Rising Sky rankings battle 10 months later. When Su Jing and his lackey tyrannically searched for young girls outside, particularly virgins, Duanling Tian was cultivating diligently with his full force as well. As time continued to pass by, the Sun True origin in his body had also started to stabilize and he could finally control it smoothly with just a thought in his mind. However, Duanling Tian did not stop his cultivating because of this. He continued to cultivate and further strengthen his cultivation base of the early pristine saint stage. Right now, his target was to make a breakthrough to the intermediate pristine saint stage or even the mastery pristine saint stage before the Rising Sky rankings battle started. Killing Su Jing, the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion in the Rising Sky rankings battle, was the promise he had made to Han Xuanai's father, Han Zhengtian, who was also the mansion master of the Green Wave Han Mansion. He would have to do it no matter what, regardless of how difficult how it was. If I use the Jasper Celestial Sword, it'll be enough for me to kill Su Jing instantly with my current cultivation base. Unfortunately, no saint weapon or other external power is allowed to be used in the Rising Sky rankings battle. Without the Jasper Celestial Sword, my cultivation base will have to be elevated if I want to win against him. It has to go as high as possible. Somehow, an obsession had risen in Duanling Tian's heart. An obsession to raise his cultivation base higher. An obsession could be bad or beneficial sometimes. At the very least, to Duanling Tian, this obsession had become his driving force, not for any other reason, but for Han Xuanai, whom he had always regarded as his biological sister. He must complete the promise that he made to Han Zhengtian, for that was a man's promise. No matter how difficult the journey was, he would still have to complete it even if he had to crawl. As Duanling Tian was preparing for the Rising Sky rankings battle, Duan Rufeng's feelings still had not calmed down in the faraway Azure Cloud Mansion. The benefactor that he had guessed countless of times turned out to actually be his own son. Even Duan Rufeng, who was the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, could not help but be shocked. However, as he recalled the situation that his son was in now, his heart was filled with anxiety again. How he itched to just send his men to look for Duanling Tian and bring him back to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Only then would his heart be at ease again. However, every time this thought arose in his mind, the old prophet's figure would flash across his eyes once again. According to the old prophet, he should not interfere with his son, Duanling Tian's growth. Once he did, he might cause an unpredictable impact on his son's future. He believed the old prophet sincerely from the bottom of his heart, so he never doubted his words at all, including this time. If it were not for the fact that he was reminded about the old prophet and the words that he had spoken earlier on, he would have sent out his men to search for his son. Tiana, I hope that you can get through this. I'm still waiting for you to defeat Diju, that Dragon Clan's 5-clawed golden dragon, to enter the Dragon Clan's Saint Land, the Dragon Cleansing Pool. Duan Rufeng muttered to himself. As he was muttering, anxiety could be seen in his eyes. In this world, not only did mothers worry about their children, but even fathers would be equally concerned too. It was precisely because of this that Duan Rufeng did not plan to tell his wife Li Ro about this. He knew that once Li Ro found out about this, she would not able to take it at all because her psychological endurance was far worse than his. He did not tell Li Fei either. He secretly ordered the Azure Cloud Mansion estate to block all news about the Devil Seal tablet and Duanling Tian to prevent Li Ro and Li Fei from finding out about this. Some news were better kept in the dark. Ignorance was bliss in this case. However, the fact that the Azure Cloud Mansion did nothing at all did not mean that the Mountainshade Black Market would keep quiet too. As a series of orders were sent out by the Mountainshade Black Market headquarters, its branches in the various districts of the Dao Martial Saint Land had started their moves as well. The Mountainshade Black Market spared no effort in searching for Duanling Tian's tracks. If it was said that the reason the Mountain Shade black market was searching for Duan Ling Tian previously was purely due to the fact that Duan Ling Tian was Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion's son, then the reason for them to look for him now was because he had the Devil Seal tablet in his hand and the latter was desperate to get their hands on it. Although the Mountain Shade black market had deliberately blocked this news on a wide scale, it still reached the Azure Cloud Mansion clearly. What is Duga trying to do? Duan Rufeng's expression was grave as cold brilliance flashed across his eyes. At this moment he also found out that before the Devil Seal tablet in his son's hand was exposed, he was already being targeted by leader Dugu from the Mountain Shade black market. Dugu actually knows who my son is and even has his portrait on top of that. Where exactly did he get it? Duan Rufeng was puzzled over this. However, as a light bulb went off in his mind, he could easily guess that this most likely had something to do with the Dragon Clan. After all, the reason he went to the Dragon Clan the last time was because of his son. They even have my son's portrait. It looks like it must be Diju, that five-clawed golden dragon from the Dragon Clan, who's pulling the strings. Soon, Duan Rufeng locked his target down. After he had his target, his brows knitted together tightly. He never thought that Diju would be so unscrupulous. He had already made that 5-year promise with his son Duan Ling Tian, yet he still dared to get up to some mischief. However, even though he was sure that it was Diju who was up to no good, he did not have any evidence at all. Therefore, despite his fury, he did not approach the Dragon Clan to get even with Diju. Diju had thousands of excuses, saying that he had nothing to do with this matter. After knowing that the Mountain Shade black market had launched such an unbridled movement, Duan Rufeng was even more worried about his own son's safety and became even more restless. However, as he recalled the old prophet's strict words last time, he still bit his tongue. Of course, Duan Ling Tian did not know about Duan Rufeng's concerns. He did not even know that his father was the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, the eminent quasi-third-rated force in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At the same time, Feng Tianwu, who had entered the Greenwave Han Mansion district not long ago, heard about the bustling news and could not help but start to be worried about Duan Ling Tian's safety. I hope that blessed are the good men like Big Brother Duan. Where are you actually now, Big Brother Duan? However, after coming to the Greenwave Han Mansion district, Feng Tianwu was not in a rush to leave. A month after, she came to the Greenwave city and inquired about Han Xuanai's identity. Even though she had never met Han Xuanai face-to-face before, she had heard of her name more than once from her big brother Duan. On top of that, she roughly knew what kind of person Han Xuanai was. In the eyes of her big brother Duan, Han Xuanai was of unknown origin and possessed a mysterious identity. Feng Tianwu had heard of Duan Ling Tian speaking about Han Xuanai. On the other hand, Han Xuanai had also heard her brother Ling Tian mention Feng Tianwu too. For this reason, although the two of them had never met each other properly yet, they had long known about each other's existence. It was precisely because of this that when Feng Tianwu announced her identity and asked somebody to inform Han Xuanai quickly sent somebody to invite her to the Greenwave Han Mansion. Her mansion. Your sister Tianwu? I used to always hear brother Ling Tian mention you. In the face of Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai was very passionate. Xuanai. I've also often heard Big Brother Duan speak about you. Feng Tianwu smiled in response, but quickly broached the main subject as she asked, Xuanai, your brother Ling Tian has come to find you already, hasn't he? Brother Ling Tian is here to find for Sister Feier. Han Xuanai sighed. However, someone took her away some time ago. As for brother Ling Tian, he stayed in our Greenwave Han Mansion for a month and has now left. I believe that he'll come back to visit me before that. He'll definitely come. In the end, Han Xuanai was almost muttering to herself. He's left. After learning that Duan Ling Tian had come to the Greenwave Han Mansion, Feng Tianwu's eyes lit up, but upon learning that he had merely stayed there for a month before leaving, her heart sank again. She would not be able to see her big brother Duan again. Looking at Han Xuanai, Feng Tianwu's eyes gleamed brightly as she asked without beating around the bush. Xuanai, did Big Brother Duan mention where he was going? No, he didn't. Han Xuanai smiled wryly. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianwu was greatly disappointed. However, the clues about Duan Ling Tian's trail was also completely cut off right there. All of a sudden, Feng Tianwu did not know where she should head. She felt like she had nowhere to go. With Han Xuanai's invitation, Feng Tianwu temporarily stayed in her mansion in the Greenwave Han Mansion estate. The news about how another outsider had come to Han Xuanai's mansion after several months soon reached Han Xian, the supreme elder of the Greenwave Han Mansion again. Nevertheless, since Feng Tianwu was a woman, he did not mind. Time flowed past like a stream of water, trickling quietly through the fingers. In the Rising Sky Mansion district, the discussion trend about the Rising Sky Mansion had also come to reach its peak as time went by. Soon, it was the month before the Rising Sky Rankings battle took place. In the entire Rising Sky Mansion district, people everywhere were talking about the Rising Sky Mansion. The hottest topic in the Rising Sky Mansion district was undoubtedly the Rising Sky Rankings. A month time was neither long nor short. In this 1 month, the venue where the Rising Sky Rankings battle would be held was a vast canyon called the Nimble Valley, which was a lively and bustling place. The Rising Sky Rankings battle was a grand occasion in the Rising Sky Mansion district. There was still 1 month to go before it officially started, but a group of people had already reached, waiting for the Rising Sky Rankings battle to start. In this period of time, there were many genius martial and Dao cultivators who fit the requirements that came from all over the Rising Sky Mansion district too. In the vast Nimble Valley, martial and Dao cultivators could be seen everywhere, sitting cross-legged cultivating. Some even sat in the air cross-legged to cultivate, while true origin could be seen revolving around their bodies. Saint stage powerhouses did not seem to be valuable right there. As there were only 3 more days to go before the Rising Sky Rankings battle started, somebody shouted loudly and attracted many people's attention at once. "The people from the Rising Sky Mansion are here." When the crowd lifted their heads to take a look, they saw a group of people with an extraordinary bearing. Under the guidance of an ancient, old man, they entered the Nimble Valley and forcibly occupied the picturesque tip of the Nimble Valley, forcing the martial and Dao cultivators who were originally cultivating there to leave. In the Rising Sky Mansion district, the Rising Sky Mansion was the absolute colossus. Nobody dared to pick any trouble with them at all. On the last 3 days, more people came to the Nimble Valley in succession. Some of these people came from the 5th-rated forces in the Rising Sky Mansion district, while others were from 6th or 7th-rated forces. As for the people from the 8th and the 9th-rated forces, even if they came, nobody knew them at all. A majority of the people from these forces dared not even come at all. Other than having an impetus bearing, the fight between 2 Saint stage powerhouses had an extremely shocking force that lingered as well. If one's cultivation base was not enough and they did not put a safe distance in between them, one would most likely be impacted. If the force was light, then one might be wounded, but if it was heavy, one might even be killed. There were a total of 35 5th-rated forces in the Rising Sky Mansion. The Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi came from 2 of the forces. The Flowery Monk was the disciple of a 5th-rated force called the Brahma Temple, while Jing Suzi was the disciple of a 5th-rated force called the Pure Yang Shrine. These 2 people were also known as the most outstanding geniuses among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion district. Even the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion was suppressed underneath them. However, even though there were many people who came from the Brahma Temple and the Pure Yang Shrine, nobody could see the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi at all. Looks like the people from the Brahma Temple and the Pure Yang Shrine are here to prepare and occupy a decent space for the people at the back. After all, the Rising Sky Rankings battle will be held for more than a day, and each sect will need a place to rest. Other than Elder Zhou from the Rising Sky Mansion, who had brought his men to occupy the best place, the Brahma Temple, the Pure Yang Shrine, and another 5th-rated force had also occupied 3 strategic places. The rest of the people who were shooed away did not dare to say anything, although they were infuriated. In this world where the strong ruled, whoever had the strongest punch had the loudest say. 2 days went by and the Rising Sky Rankings battle were to be held the next day. Thus the crowds that came slowed down to a trickle. However, the number of people who now came was in a larger group than before. "It's the Flowery Monk, and the people from the Brahma Temple too," somebody cried out loud. As his voice resonated, it merely attracted the people in the surrounding at first. After all, the Nimble Valley was not small, and even though his voice was quite loud, it could not reverberate throughout the entire Nimble Valley. However, as he and the people surrounding him narrowed their eyes in unison toward the distance to take a closer look, the others also noticed the movement and their gaze followed to look there. From a distance, a group of people was making their way over in a massive and mighty formation. The person who led them was a bald, old man who was wearing a golden kasaya. He had a pair of white brows and had a long white goatee on his chin. Ambling in the air in slow steps, he presented an unusual bearing as he gave off an unfathomable feeling. Soon, somebody recognized the old monk and exclaimed out loud, "It's the abbot from the Brahma Temple, Master Wuxia." The abbot of the Brahma Temple was also the leader of the Brahma Temple. He held the highest position in the Brahma Temple. Behind the abbot of the Brahma Temple were 4 people who followed closely behind him. Among them there were 3 old monks who wore silver kasayas. Each and every one of them looked so aged and shaky, giving one a feeling that they had undergone transcendence. It was obvious that they were not just some ordinary old monks. Standing beside the 3 old monks who were wearing the silver kasayas was a young man who was wearing a red kasaya. He had an ordinary look and was the type of person who was not easily recognized in a crowd. However, the fact that he could stand together with the 3 old monks donning the silver kasaya and whose identities were obviously extraordinary was enough to prove that he was not simple. This young monk was none other than the strongest person among the middle-aged generation in the Brahma Temple, the Flowery Monk. The reason he was known as the Flowery Monk was that he was particularly promiscuous and had many love affairs, not abiding by the Brahma Temple's rule of refraining from sex. Of course, even though he was promiscuous, he never forced women at all. He would only touch women who were hell-bent on him and were willing to sacrifice everything for him. Therefore, even though his reputation was particularly good in the Rising Sky Mansion district, it was not particularly terrible either. If an ordinary Brahma Temple disciple had broken the celibacy rule, he would be punished by flogging and ordered to reflect upon his sins by facing the wall for a light offense or be kicked out by the Brahma Temple if it was a heavy one. Without a doubt, the Flowery Monk was an exception. In addition to the fact that his master was the abbot of the Brahma Temple, all of this was mainly because of his innate talent in the martial Tao that elicited respect from the entire Brahma Temple to the point that nobody would say anything even though he had broken the temple's rules. Could they just expel him just like that? In fact, ever since the Brahma Temple was formed, the Flowery Monk was the one who had the highest innate talent in the martial Tao. Besides that, he might even be able to lead the Brahma Temple to make further progress and become a 4th-rated force. It was only normal for such a person to have special rights in the Brahma Temple. It's the 3 great guardian warriors of the Brahma Temple. To most of the people in the Nimble Valley, the Flowery Monk was no stranger to them as he usually did not like to stay in the Brahma Temple and would always wander around in the Rising Sky Mansion district. Furthermore, his actions were high-profile, causing many people in the Rising Sky Mansion district to know who he was. Even those who had never met him in real life had at least seen his portraits before and could tell who he was. As for the 3 old monks wearing the silver kasayas beside him, only very few people recognized them. The 3 great guardian warriors of the Brahma Temple were just below the abbot of the Brahma Temple and the supreme elder of the Brahma Temple. Their strengths were powerful and they were well known in the Rising Sky Mansion district. However, because they rarely showed themselves in front of crowds, not many people recognized them. When any one of the trio was alone, his strength was already quite notable, but when they joined forces, their strengths were not that much inferior to the abbot of the Brahma Temple. Are they the 3 great guardian warriors of the Brahma Temple, Huifeng, Huiyun, and Huihua? That's right. It's them. I heard that ever since they entered the sects, they have since cultivated together. Now that they have spent hundreds of years together, there's already a tacit agreement between them and they can cast out extremely powerful joint techniques. I heard about that too. I heard that when the 3 of them join forces together, their strength is in no way inferior to the abbot of the Brahma Temple. Even the 3 of them don't join forces with one another. They are quite eminent powerhouses in the Brahma Temple. Looks like the Brahma Temple takes the Rising Sky Rankings battle quite seriously as well. Other than having the abbot making his presence, the 3 great guardian warriors have actually come too. The crowd in the Nimble Valley discussed among each other excitedly. As for the group of old and middle-aged monks behind the 5 of them, all of them were completely ignored. Of course, after a while, some people could recognize these monks. These monks were basically the elders in the Brahma temple, and some of them had strength and positions that were far greater than the Brahma temple elder who had come to the Nimble Valley a few days ago. Because the Brahma temple elder was here as the leader a few days ago, he had also taken the spotlight of many people present. These elders, on the other hand, had come together with the abbot, the three great guardian warriors, and the flowery monk, so they served as the foil and appeared like the green leaves to the flowery monk and the other four who were like vivid red flowers. They were the green leaves that set off the beauty of the red flowers. However, among the group of people who came from the Brahma temple, the person who grabbed the most attention was the flowery monk. He was one of the leading characters in the Rising Sky Rankings battle this time. The strength of the flowery monk and Jing Su Zi of the Pure Yang Shrine have always been neck to neck. This time, I wonder who will win and get first place in the Rising Sky Rankings. That's the ultimate honor in our Rising Sky Mansion district after all. Whoever gets the first place will bring quite an extraordinary meaning to their respective forces. That's right. Whoever wins first place in the Rising Sky Rankings will definitely have more people fighting to join their respective force. The charm of the champion of the Rising Sky Rankings is no joke at all. Without a doubt, the first and the second place in the Rising Sky Rankings will definitely belong to the flowery monk and Jing Su Zi. I'm just wondering if Su Jing, the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, will be able to get third place or not. I think it'll be hard. After all, Zhonggu's cultivation base has already broken through to the refined saint stage now. I don't think so though. Even the Rising Sky Mansion will definitely take the Rising Sky Rankings battle this time seriously as well. Therefore, they definitely have used up a great number of resources on Su Jing. I won't find it strange even if he has made a breakthrough to the intermediate refined saint stage now. You have a point. If Su Jing has made a breakthrough to the intermediate refined saint stage and Zhonggu hasn't, Zhonggu will be no match for him at all. In the Nimble Valley, the topics of the discussions among everyone were either the flowery monk, Jing Su Zi, Su Jing, or Zhonggu. Without a doubt, the four of them were the main characters in the eyes of the crowd. After the group of people from the Brahma temple arrived, they descended at the tip of the Nimble Valley where the Brahma temple elder had brought people to occupy first a few days ago. Other than the flowery monk, all of the monks were sitting quietly there without moving an inch at all, appearing like an array of statues. Only the flowery monk was swiveling left and right before locking his gaze on one person. It was a cold and aloof-looking young man who had a simple and unadorned sheathless sword in his hands. Hovering there quietly, he did not move an inch at all as he oozed a series of invisible sharp aura, as though his entire physique had transformed into a sword at that very moment. Nonetheless, the reason he noticed this young man was not because of this. When the flowery monk just arrived, he already noticed that among all of the people that he could see, this was the only person who had taken a blind eye to the arrival of him and their Brahma temple posse. Of course, perhaps this person never even stole a glance at them. Given the state that this person was in now, he could still see that he had not completely shut off all of his five senses. With him acting like this, he was either someone who considered himself remote and looked down on their Brahma temple, or he was someone who had remarkable strength and an uncommon background. Thus not the arrival of the Brahma temple posse did not elicit any interest from him at all. However, the flowery monk's intuition told him that this person did not belong to the former. The flowery monk was a straightforward person. After his interest in this aloof man was perked, he straightaway walked over in the air and went to the young man's side before taking the initiative to greet him. "Friend, are you here to join the Rising Sky Rankings battle too?" The young man opened his eyes and cast a nonchalant glance at the flowery monk before asking, "Is there anything I can help you with?" "Friend, I'm called the flowery monk, but I wonder how should I address you?" The flowery monk replied with a smile. "Li Feng." Actually, the aloof man was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Of course, although Duan Ling Tian's expression remained distant, it was not the appearance that he had disguised as when he went to the Greenwave City. He had changed into another face using the disguising secret tactic, and though it was still aloof-looking, it was completely different from the Ling Tian last time. Right now, he was here for the Rising Sky Rankings battle. Li Feng was his name now. Li was his mother's surname, while Feng was taken from the last word of his cheapskate father's name. "So, you're actually Brother Li Feng. Brother Li Feng, are you here to join the Rising Sky Rankings battle too?" The flowery monk smiled till his eyes disappeared as he asked. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded indifferently while thinking to himself. This flowery monk is just like what the rumors say. He's really a vagabond who's without an ounce of etiquette. Though he's a monk, he doesn't have the habit of one at all. No wonder he's labeled as the variant in the Brahma temple by the people in the Rising Sky Mansion district. However, the fact that he could win against Su Jing, that young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, is enough to prove that he's not that simple as well. Of course, Duanling Tian, who had come to the Rising Sky Mansion district a while back, had heard of the flowery monk too. In addition to the flowery monk, he had also heard of Jing Suzi too. Just as the flowery monk was about to open his mouth to say something, he seemed to have noticed something, and with a jolt, he tore his gaze away from Duanling Tian and looked in the distance. A group of men was approaching in a great formation. The person who was leading them was an old man who was wearing a dopo and held a whisk in his hand. The old man was medium-built and had white hair with a ruddy complexion. The robe on his body fluttered without any wind as he appeared to be like a Saga. There was a young man and two old men behind this old man who were all wearing dopo. Of the two old men, one was fat while one was skinny, with a temperament that was as though they had seen through the world. Behind the four of them was a group of middle-aged and old Taoist priests. It's the people from the Pure Yang Shrine. At this moment, many people in the Nimble Valley recognized this group of people, and they exclaimed out loud one by one. Right now, the person who was leading the group of Taoist priests making their way there was none other than the shrine master of the Pure Yang Shrine. As for the two old men behind him, they were the two vice shrine masters of the Pure Yang Shrine. Standing beside the two vice shrine masters were Jing Suzi, the most outstanding genius Dao cultivator among the middle-aged generation in the Pure Yang Shrine. In the Pure Yang Shrine, other than the older and younger generations, the people who were in the same generation as he was called him Great Senior Brother. Hence, in the Rising Sky Mansion district, as long as the Great Senior Brother of the Pure Yang Shrine was mentioned, everyone knew that they were referring to him. Unlike the flowery monk's unruliness, Jing Suzi was a very solemn person. He was serious and stern. As the most outstanding genius powerhouse among the middle-aged generation in the Pure Yang Shrine, both of their strengths were almost on par with each other, but their personalities were poles apart. Hee. Jing Suzi, it has been quite some time since we last met. I'm taking the first place of the Rising Sky rankings this time. Looking at Jing Suzi, the flowery monk chuckled. His tone was filled with provocation. In the Rising Sky Mansion district, the flowery monk and Jing Suzi were a pair of mortal enemies. This was something everyone knew. Thus, the meeting between the two of them would always be unpleasant. Humph! In the face of the flowery monk provocation, Jing Suzi merely snorted and did not say anything more. Even though he did not utter a word, the meaning he wanted to convey was obvious. He declined to comment on the flowery monk's words. Truth be told, he did not think that the flowery monk would beat him and obtain the first place in the Rising Sky rankings. Jing Suzi. At this moment, Duanling Tian's gaze landed on Jing Suzi. He had long heard about this genius Dao cultivator in the Rising Sky Mansion district and knew that his strength was almost on par with the flowery monk. Besides, both of them were also much more powerful than Su Jing, the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion. Of course, saying that they were much more powerful than Su Jing only meant that they used to be much more powerful than him. Tomorrow was the day the Rising Sky Rankings battle would be officially held, and for the sake of this day, Su Jing, the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, must have done his preparations too. Not only that, even the Rising Sky Mansion must have spared no effort in nurturing him and spent a great number of cultivation resources on him. For this reason, even Duanling Tian did not dare conclude that the flowery monk and Jing Suzi would be able to beat Su Jing now. Of course, even though he was not sure, his intuition told him that the flowery monk and Jing Suzi would be stronger than Su Jing was. Zhonggu is here too. Another exclamation reverberated and attracted many people's attention, including Duanling Tian's. Duanling Tian cast a glance and saw an ordinary-looking, plain-dressed, young man walking in the air toward them from a distance. He had a pair of broadswords that had no sheath on his back. Instead, it was merely tightly wrapped by layers of plain cloth, making him appear particularly low-profile. However, even though this young man was low profile, the moment he appeared in the Nimble Valley, he still startled many people because he was Zhonggu. If it was said that the most outstanding people in the middle-aged generation not more than 50 years old in the Rising Sky Mansion district were the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi, then other than Su Jing, the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, he was next. When Zhonggu was still at the peak of the pristine saint stage, he had once defeated Su Jing, who was on a similar stage too. However, after Su Jing had made a breakthrough to the early refined saint stage, he was no longer a match for him. Be that as it might, Zhonggu had also made a breakthrough to the early refined saint stage now. If Su Jing was still at the early refined saint stage now, he might not be a match for Zhonggu. Of course, the chances of Su Jing still being at the early refined saint stage were slim. After all, he was the young mansion master of the fourth-rated force, the Rising Sky Mansion. The Flowery Monk, Jing Suzi, and Zhonggu appeared in succession, attracting the gaze of many people in the Nimble Valley. On the other hand, Duanling Tian, who was hovering in the air not far from the Flowery Monk, did not attract much attention due to his wallflower presence. It was only the Flowery Monk who seemed to express interest in him from the start. However, after a series of probing, the Flowery Monk did not notice any difference in Duanling Tian, and this made him puzzled. In the end, after bidding goodbye to Duanling Tian, he proceeded to leave and go back to the corner of the Nimble Valley where the other Brahma temple people were. As for the group of people from the Pure Yang Shrine, including Jing Suzi, all of them had now descended at the Nimble Valley. As a sectless cultivator, Zhonggu did not put on such a display of splendor. He found a place alone and quietly rested there. From the beginning till the end, he did not talk to anybody at all, appearing to be particularly cold. As time passed by, the last fifth-rated force arrived in the afternoon. Of course, the people from this fifth-rated force had already come to occupy an area before this. They took up a corner in the Nimble Valley as their resting place and proceeded to stay there the moment they arrived. Even though this fifth-rated force did not have such outstanding genius disciples like the Flowery Monk of the Brahma Temple and Jing Suzi of the Pure Yang Shrine, they were not lacking disciples with high innate talent too. This time, they came in a huge group, aiming to participate in the Rising Sky Rankings battle the next day. Of course, they dared not think of entering the top 3 spots. Furthermore, they dared not even think of claiming the 4th place of the Rising Sky Rankings too. In the opinions of most of the people in the Rising Sky Mansion district, if no mishaps occurred, the top 10 of the Rising Sky Rankings would definitely include the Flowery Monk, Jing Suzi, Su Jing, and Zhonggu. Of course, even though the words "no mishaps" were used here, how could there possibly be so many accidents? Therefore, many people were almost certain that the top 4 in the Rising Sky Rankings would definitely be the 4 of them. The target set by this fifth-rated force for its disciples was to make it to the top 10 in the Rising Sky Rankings. Soon, evening arrived and the sky above the Nimble Valley seemed to have been dyed as it completely transformed into a crimson red. The people of the Rising Sky Mansion are not here yet. Many people looked left and right when they did not notice anybody from the Rising Sky Mansion at all. Of course, the Rising Sky Mansion people currently in the Nimble Valley now had been sent out by the Rising Sky Mansion to occupy the space. The leader was Elder Joe from the Rising Sky Mansion. What's wrong with the Rising Sky Mansion? Don't tell me that they only plan to come tomorrow. It can't be. According to the previous rules of the Rising Sky Rankings battle, it always starts the moment the sky turns bright in the east. I'm sure it will be the same this time too, so it's impossible for the Rising Sky Mansion people to come tomorrow. That will be too late. It's not only the Rising Sky Mansion. The people from the other 2 fourth-rated forces aren't here yet too. The powerhouses of the fourth-rated forces abide by the ancestral rule of their respective forces and will come to our Rising Sky Mansion district every 50 years to make sure our Rising Sky Mansion's Rising Sky Rankings is absolutely fair. Usually, they will come together with the Rising Sky Mansion. The discussions in the Nimble Valley were constant and lively. The other 2 fourth-rated forces, even Duanling Tian, had also found out recently that people from 2 other fourth-rated forces would come during the Rising Sky Rankings battle. The people from the fourth-rated forces were the powerhouses of their own respective forces. The reason these powerhouses came to the Rising Sky Rankings battle was not due to the Rising Sky Mansion's invitation, but because they abided to the rule of their respective forces. A long time ago when the Rising Sky Rankings was introduced in order to ensure fairness, the people presiding the Rising Sky Rankings battle were not from the Rising Sky Mansion but from two other fourth-rated forces instead. The strength of these two fourth-rated forces was in no way inferior to the Rising Sky Mansion. For this reason, none of the powerhouses who walked out of their places feared the Rising Sky Mansion at all. In this case, they would not worried that the Rising Sky Mansion people would overwhelm others with their power and cheat. It was precisely because of this that the Rising Sky Rankings battle could be deemed as very fair. After knowing this, Duan Tian also breathed a sigh of relief. This way, even if I kill Su Jing, the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion in the Rising Sky Rankings battle, the Rising Sky Mansion powerhouse won't dare to do anything to me in front of the powerhouses of the two-rated forces. He only had one purpose today, to kill Su Jing, the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, and rescue Xuanai from the crisis. As for his ranking in the Rising Sky Rankings, he did not care at all. Casting aside the fact that he was not from the Rising Sky Mansion district and did not need such honor at all, even if he had no interest in the Rising Sky Rankings either. It was merely a bubble reputation. Throughout the journey, he had gone through so much and was no longer attached to this world. "They're here!" An exclamation reverberated, causing Duan Tian to snap back to reality. At the same time, he followed the gaze of the majority of people in the Nimble Valley and looked over. A group of people was making their way over in a vast formation in the distant sky. After these people got closer, one could still see that they were split into 3 waves of people. The 3 waves of people were walking abreast side by side in no particular order. It's Suitsun, the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion. Somebody who had sharp eyes looked at the wave of people who were walking in the middle, or to be more precise, the person who was leading the group of people walking in the middle. It was a curly-bearded old man. Be it his hair, brows, and curly beard, all of them were white. From afar, he appeared to be like a white lion that gave off an invisible pressure to the others. He was Suitsun, the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion. Even though Suitsun's strength could not contend with the top 3 in the Rising Sky Mansion, making it to the top 5 was no problem for him at all. Therefore, his presence sent quite a fright throughout the crowd. In the Rising Sky Mansion, Suitsun's position was merely inferior to the Mansion Master of the Rising Sky Mansion, the 2 Vice Mansion Masters, and that Supreme Elder who was secretive in his movement and trace. I can't believe that Elder Suitsun would come personally. It looks like the Rising Sky Mansion also places great emphasis on the Rising Sky Rankings battle this time too. Aren't you talking nonsense? The Rising Sky Rankings is the ranking that has the most authority in the Rising Sky Mansion district and holds extraordinary meaning. As the ranking that has the most authority in the Rising Sky Mansion district, isn't it normal for the Rising Sky Mansion to regard it as important? Why didn't I see that young mansion master from the Rising Sky Mansion? That's right. Where's that Su Jing, the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion? As the discussion spread out, everyone realized that Su Jing, one of the lead roles in this Rising Sky Rankings battle, did not seem to have arrived together with the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion and the rest. Don't tell me that Su Jing isn't coming at all. Impossible. No matter what, Su Jing is still the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, and on top of that, his innate talent isn't bad, so how could he possibly miss the Rising Sky Rankings battle this time? That's right. The Rising Sky Rankings battle is held every 50 years, and there's an age limit. In other words, a person only has one chance to join the Rising Sky Rankings battle once in his entire life. How could he possibly not come? Even if he doesn't want any fame, he'll still want to become the next mansion master. As far as I know, a person who has never entered the Rising Sky Rankings will never stand a chance to become the mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion. It's the law of the Rising Sky Mansion and has been an iron law since ancient times. I've heard of that too. Still, although the great battalion of the Rising Sky Mansion has come, Su Jing, who is the young mansion master, has not shown up at all. What's actually going on? Perhaps he has met some sudden situation. In the Nimble Valley, the fact that Su Jing had not come yet had caused a commotion to erupt. That's rather haughty of him. In terms of strength, the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi are much stronger than him, yet he's still not yet here. What show is he putting on now? The young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, TSK. If he doesn't have this ring of glory with him and he's in either the Brahma temple or the pure Yang shrine, he'd have long been suppressed by the flowery monk and Jing Suzi till he can't lift his head up at all. The Nimble Valley was getting livelier with chatter. Many people even started to mock Su Jing, the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion. In the Rising Sky Mansion district, even though Su Jing, the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, had gained quite some fame, it was mostly because of his identity. In terms of strength, he was no match for the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at all. Apart from that, in terms of the same stage, he was no match for Zhonggu either. In the Dao Martial Saint land where the strong ruled, such action from Su Jing would surely evoke displeasure from many people. Furthermore, he was as famous as the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. In the crowd's eyes, the reason the achievements Su Jing had today was merely thanks to his identity. If it were not for his blessed identity, he would be nothing and might not even be able to enter the top 10 in the Rising Sky rankings. Upon hearing the discussion of the majority of people in the Nimble Valley getting more and more wanton, the expression on Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion's face turned grave at once. Usually he would have long overawed the others by force and make them all shut up. However, now that the powerhouses of the other two fourth-rated forces were here, the strongest powerhouse from either of the forces was not inferior to him. Therefore, though he was enraged by the discussions around, he did not do anything. In the end, Su Tsin still could not help but announce, "Our young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion has gone out for some training. Of course, he'll show up in this Rising Sky rankings battle. Thanks for your worries, everyone." The moment he opened his mouth, his voice that contained true origin spread out and passed through the entire Nimble Valley. Everyone heard him. At once, most of the people who were originally talking about it clammed their mouths one by one. They could hear that the fury in the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion's tone. Of course, a small fraction of people seemed to know that with the people from the two other great fourth-rated forces here, the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion would not dare to do anything, so they still continued to whisper among one another. As for the contents of their whispering, every sentence of theirs was related to Su Jing, the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion. Among the group of people to the left of the Rising Sky Mansion people, the old man, who was also the leader, looked at Su Tsin with a grin as he said, "Elder Su Tsin, it looks like the young mansion master of your Rising Sky Mansion is prepared to show himself after the Rising Sky Rankings battle starts." This old man was garbed in green and held a cane. His eyes that had turned into slits looked gentle and affable, like the old man next door. Upon hearing that, Su Tsin could only flash an awkward smile. "It looks like it. The two of you, let's go to the side to take a rest first." Pointing to one of the picturesque nooks in the Nimble Valley, Su Tsin gestured to the old man in green and the leader of another group of people. His tone was polite and he dared not slack at all. Be it the old man in green or the other man, both of them were from the fourth-rated forces. Their strength was not inferior to Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion. The place where Su Tsin pointed to was where Elder Ju of the Rising Sky Mansion had occupied. The three great fourth-rated forces began to rest in the Nimble Valley as such. There are two other great fourth-rated forces, the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion. Duan Ling Tian did not know much about the powerhouses of the two other fourth-rated forces who were presiding the Rising Sky Rankings battle. Nonetheless, when it came to these two fourth-rated forces, having been in the Rising Sky Mansion district for a long time, he had heard of them before. The Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion were powerful fourth-rated forces that were just as mighty as the Rising Sky Mansion. They were just adjacent to the Rising Sky Mansion. The Greenwave Han Mansion was located in the district of the Sky Hurdle Mansion. I can't see through that the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion at all. He's most likely an eminent Saint Stage powerhouse, and an extraordinary eminent Saint Stage one on top of that, thought Duan Ling Tian to himself as he watched the silhouette that soon disappeared before his eyes. In the face of Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion, Duan Ling Tian obviously felt a certain amount of pressure. This pressure was even more immense than the pressure he felt when he first met Han Zheng Tian, the mansion master of the Greenwave Han Mansion. As a conclusion, he was almost certain that Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of the Greenwave Han Mansion's strength was more powerful than Han Zheng Tian. After the powerhouses of the three great fourth-rated forces, including Rising Sky Mansion, had settled down, the leaders of the Brahma Temple, Pure Yang Shrine, and another fifth-rated force each went up one by one to pay respects, as though they feared that some unexpected calamity would fall on them if they slack. As a fifth-rated force, though its strength was notable, it was nothing in front of the fourth-rated force. Evening gradually faded away and night fell. At this moment, Su Jing, the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, had still not appeared yet. Hovering above a peak in the Nimble Valley, Duanling Tian, who did not raise much attention, frowned unnoticeably and thought to himself, "Does Su Jing really plan to show himself after the Rising Sky Rankings battle starts?" In fact, the purpose he came this time was Su Jing. Now that he had not seen Su Jing yet, it was normal for him to feel slightly in turmoil. As midnight came, even though there were many people in the Nimble Valley, it gradually quietened down and nobody spoke anymore. It was silent for the entire night. Early morning the next day, when the sun rose from the east, almost everybody already was wide awake and they flew up into the air. A loud bang reverberated. It turned out that an old man from the Sky Hurdle Mansion had raised a hand and pointed his cane to the sky in the middle of the Nimble Valley. At that very instant, the sky quaked. Ripples that looked like waves appeared and spread out wave by wave before it gradually swept out. "What's he doing?" Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian was stunned. The next instant, he saw the leader of the Raging Wave Mansion also start to make his move. He was a bald, stout man dressed in blue. With a raise of his hand, a simple and unadorned gigantic hammer appeared in his hand. The gigantic hammer swept through the sky and crashed toward the sky at the middle of the Nimble Valley. The final target of the gigantic hammer was where the old man in green from the Sky Hurdle Mansion had pointed at with his cane just now. Both of them struck the same area. In the sky, the ripples that were originally spreading out like waves began to crumble abruptly after it was hit by this hammer. At that second, a crack appeared without warning in that piece of sky in the middle of the Nimble Valley. The crack got bigger and bigger, sending chills down Duanling Tian's spine. What's actually going on? Actually, apart from Duanling Tian, many people were also shocked by the scene in front of them. Of course, some were not surprised by this at all. These people were those who had experienced the Rising Sky Rankings battle before. They had either participated in it before or watched from the sidelines before. Oh, so it's the effects of a formation. Soon, Duanling Tian realized that the shocking scene that he just witnessed was merely the illusory effects of a formation. To be more precise, the sky in the middle of the Nimble Valley was part of the illusion itself. As the powerhouses from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion made their move, both of them broke the formation and created cracks in it, displaying everything behind the formation completely. After everything behind the formation was finally revealed, the scene that appeared right before everybody's eyes was a chessboard that was continuously expanding. At first, the chess pieces were just ordinary size in their eyes, but after a few moments, they turned to become as huge as a fist. Then, they transformed to become the size of an adult. In the end, the size of each chess piece became so huge that hundreds of people could stand on one of them. At that moment, the chessboard and the chess pieces on the chessboard stopped expanding. We're in an illusory formation. When Duanling Tian returned to his senses from his bafflement, he realized that he had appeared on a chessboard that stretched out to as far as the eye could see. Beneath his feet was a massive chess piece. It would be no problem for 200 people to stand on it if they were willing to cram with each other. Taking a deep breath, he looked around and after realizing that there was no end to the chessboard, he raised his head again. Above him was an overcast sky. The dusky sky pressed down, as though it was trapping him and the rest of the people on the chessboard. This is the Nimble chess set. Right at this moment, a voice reverberated by Duanling Tian's ears, stunning him. The Nimble chess set. Soon, from the whispers of some of the people, he finally learned what the boundless chess game in front of his eyes was. It turned out to be a Nimble chess set in the Nimble Valley. Of course, the so-called Nimble chess set here was actually a type of illusory formation. At the same time, the Nimble chess set was also the stage for the Rising Sky Rankings battle. As a matter of fact, the Nimble Valley had gotten its name because of the Nimble chess set. Duanling Tian only learned about all of these now. Whoosh! Whoosh! As two ear-piercing sounds resonated in the air, he narrowed his eyes and looked over. He saw that the old man from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the bald, stout man from the Raging Wave Mansion had both risen up to the sky. In just the blink of an eye, they hovered high in the sky looking down at everyone. Even then, a majority of people in the vast nimble chess set had not returned to their senses yet. The scene in front of them made them dumbstruck. Among the crowd, this was the first time a majority of them came to watch the Rising Sky Rankings battle. Everyone, due to the ancestral rule set by our ancestor, our Sky Hurdle Mansion will send somebody to preside the Rising Sky Rankings battle that takes place every 50 years. This time, the person that our Sky Hurdle Mansion has sent is me, declared the old man holding the cane in a loud voice. Despite his ancient appearance, his tone was full of vigor, completely unlike the voice of a hoary old man. I'm called Renjong, the Vice Mansion Master of the Sky Hurdle Mansion. You can either call me Vice Mansion Master Rin or Elder Rin, the old man continued to add. As the words left his mouth, the scene undoubtedly burst out in a commotion. The Vice Mansion Master of the Sky Hurdle Mansion. Most of the people in the scene did not know the Sky Hurdle Mansion very well as they were from the Rising Sky Mansion district. On top of that, it was hard for them to come into contact with a force that was at the level of the Sky Hurdle Mansion. Of course, even though they could not come into contact with such a force like the Sky Hurdle Mansion, it did not mean that they were completely clueless about them either. In their opinion, as a fourth-rated force, the Vice Mansion Master of the Sky Hurdle Mansion would be no different from the Vice Mansion Master of the Rising Sky Mansion in the Rising Sky Mansion district. He was a person who held quite a stalwart position. I can't believe that he's actually the Vice Mansion Master of the Sky Hurdle Mansion. Many people mused. The old man appeared to be very ordinary, to the point that it had never crossed their minds that he was actually the Vice Mansion Master of the Sky Hurdle Mansion. To them, this was a great person who was out of their reach. As Renjong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, introduced himself, the leader of the Raging Wave Mansion's people spoke as well. The stout and bald man was the representative from Raging Wave Mansion sent here to preside over the Rising Sky ranking battle. After Renjong finished speaking, he introduced himself as well. Everyone, Elder Ren's words are similar to the words I wanted to say. Due to this reason, I'm not going to repeat it. I'm Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. Similar to the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Rising Sky Mansion, the Raging Wave Mansion was a fourth-rate force as well. However, compared to Renjong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, and Sutsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion did not seem as impressive. Soon after, when people learned about the stout and bald man's identity, someone exclaimed in a deep voice, "Looks like the Raging Wave Mansion doesn't really care about the Rising Sky ranking battle. They only sent a second elder to preside over the event." Since somebody had spoken up, it was only natural for others to begin speaking as well. Soon after, the gigantic chessboard that stretched out as far as the eyes could see began to bustle with noise again. Compared to the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion and the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion doesn't seem to be at the same level as them. I really don't understand what the Raging Wave Mansion is thinking when they sent a second elder here. Exactly. How can a mere second elder of Raging Wave Mansion uphold the fairness of the Rising Sky ranking battle? In our Rising Sky Mansion's district, the only people who are capable of disrupting the fairness of the Rising Sky ranking battle are from the Rising Sky Mansion. If the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion is not around, who's to stop the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion from breaking the rules? How's the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion going to stop him? That's right. I think the Raging Wave Mansion sending the second elder here is just a mere formality. His comparatively weak strength won't make much of an impact at all at the critical moment. Seeing how Lu Hongguang, the second elder of the Raging Wave Mansion, did not seem to mind their words, more people began to shamelessly join in the discussion. Lu Hongguang had a calm expression on his face as he hovered in the air, as though he could not hear the discussion around him at all. In truth, with his cultivation base, he could hear the people's discussion clearly even if they were whispering, let alone the people shamelessly discussing out loud. He remained calm because he was not bothered by their words. However, even if Lu Hongguang did not care about their words, it did not mean the people from Raging Wave Mansion who came with him was not bothered by it. The elders and disciples from the Raging Wave Mansion looked furious. Some of them even opened their mouths to explain, but their voices were buried by the discussions in the surroundings. In the distance, when Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, heard the discussion, his mouth twitched subtly. Did these people say Lu Hongguang was inferior to him? Although he was much older than Lu Hongguang's strength had already surpassed his strength 10 years ago. At that time, he had gone to the Raging Wave Mansion with the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. He and Lu Hongguang had fought, and in less than 100 moves he was defeated. He might not have used any saint inscriptions, Tao talismans or other external aids, but he had used all the tricks he had up his sleeve. However, in the end, he was still no match for Lu Hongguang. Due to this reason, he knew how strong Lu Hongguang was. When he heard the people in the surroundings saying Lu Hongguang was inferior to him, he instantly felt a burning sensation on his face. He was so embarrassed, he wished the ground would split open and swallow him whole. Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion, is not that simple. Among the people present on the scene, apart from those who were familiar with Lu Hongguang, there were only Duanling Tian and a few others who did not agree with the masses. Previously, when the three great fourth-rate forces made their appearance together, Duanling Tian had noticed an abnormality. Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, was not only polite to Renjong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, but he was also polite to Lu Hongguang, the second Elder of Raging Wave Mansion as well. They were all members of fourth-rate forces, and Su Tsin was the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion. Although he had to put on a show of paying respect to the Raging Wave Mansion, he would not have been so polite to Lu Hongguang if he was weak. After all, this was a world where the strong ruled. Those who were of equal standing or stronger would not treat someone weaker in such a way. Those who shared the same thoughts with Duanling Tian were a few other powerhouses from the three great fifth-rate forces in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Apart from them, there were the Flowery Monk, Jingsu Ji, and Zhonggu. Based on their expressions, it was obvious they did not agree with the discussions in their surroundings. Everyone, can you please let me speak? As the situation seemed as though it was going out of control, Renjong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, finally spoke up. His voice contained true origin, and it quickly overwhelmed everyone's voices, causing them to fall silent one by one as they shifted their attention to Renjong. They wanted to know what the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion would say under such circumstances. When Renjong saw the place had finally fallen silent, he looked at Lu Hongguang and said with true origin, "In terms of seniority, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion could be considered as my nephew. However, in terms of strength, even I don't have the confidence to defeat him." The moment Renjong's words left his mouth, the place turned even more silent, if it was even possible. Renjong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, said he was not confident he could defeat the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion? How was it possible? What a joke! Just a second elder of Raging Wave Mansion possesses strength that's on par with the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion? Is this even possible? I think the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion only said so because he doesn't want the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion to feel awkward. I think so too. Although Renjong spoke up to help Lu Hongguang out of this situation, it seemed like nobody on the scene believed his words at all. Everyone felt he was only trying to save the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion from embarrassment by saying such words. Renjong frowned when he saw this. Just as he was about to further explain himself, Lu Hongguang, who standing at the side, stopped him. Lu Hongguang said indifferently, "Elder Run, I'm not bothered by it, so you don't have to bother with it as well. However, I would like to thank you for your good intention." Since Lu Hongguang had already spoken up, Renjong no longer said anything. "Hongguang, you're even calmer than an old man like me." In the end, Renjong could not help but sigh emotionally. No matter what, the main event for today was the Rising Sky ranking that was about to begin. Due to this reason, the discussion about Lu Hongguang slowly came to a stop. Everyone's attention was now focused on the Rising Sky ranking battle. Everyone, when the light of dawn hit the ground, Renjong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, who was also one of the moderators of the Rising Sky ranking battle, said in a timely manner, "Today is the first day of the Rising Sky ranking battle. I'm sure many of you know about the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, I'm sure there are some people who are unfamiliar with the rules as well. I will now announce the rules of the battle so that everyone is aware of it. Renjong began to list out the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle. The first rule he stated was something Duan Lingtian already knew. One was allowed to kill in the battle. Naturally, if the other party admitted defeat, the opponent was not allowed to attack anymore. Renjong and Lu Hongguang, who were both moderators of the Rising Sky ranking battle, would rescue them. Killing was allowed, although almost everyone who came knew about this rule. Their hearts jolted when they heard Renjong announcing it again. Since it concerned their lives and deaths, they found it hard to remain calm. Some of them even had thoughts of pulling out. Although one was allowed to admit defeat, it would be difficult to find a chance to admit defeat unless both parties were equals in strength. The Rising Sky ranking battle did not have any specific rules. The last 10 men standing would be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking. No external aids like saint weapons can be used during the battle. You'll be disqualified if you're found breaking this rule, Renjong continued to announce. This was an important rule as well. No external aid was allowed. One could only rely on one's strength to compete with the others to make it on the Rising Sky ranking. This rule was set in place because the people who created the Rising Sky ranking was worried disciples from greater forces would possess an unfair advantage since greater forces had no lack of high-grade saint inscriptions and Tao talismans. If one could rely on external aids, it would not be fair to ordinary sectless cultivators. All of you must have heard the Rising Sky ranking battle doesn't really have a specific duel rule. Those who manage to last till the end will make it on the Rising Sky ranking. Naturally, the end means when no one could continue to challenge anymore. At that time, the Rising Sky ranking battle will officially come to an end, Renjong continued to say. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the others, Renjong and Lu Hongguang exchanged a glance before they raised the cane and gigantic hammer in their hands in tacit agreement before they struck at the sky above the nimble chess set. This time, the directions they struck were different. Boom! Boom! As two faint sounds reverberated in the air, everyone could feel the heaven and earth spirit energy in the nimble chess set began to turn chaotic. It took a while before it regained its tranquility. At the same time, they could clearly see 10 chess pieces flying up from the nimble chess set. They were 5 black and 5 white chess pieces. After the 10 chess pieces had risen up into the air, they hovered in the air as though some invisible energy were holding them up. This. At the same time, the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, could not help but widen their eyes. Above the sky, the 10 chess pieces began to grow bigger. In the end, every one of the chess pieces had transformed into a vast platform. Although the chess pieces were huge, it was nothing compared to the chessboard of the nimble chess set. Duan Lingtian found the 10 chess pieces that were like towering giants visually impactful. Such huge chess pieces are actually hovering in the air. Is this a mirror image in the illusory formation? However, when Renjong asked the people present on the scene to go up on the 10 chess pieces, Duan Lingtian realized these 10 chess pieces were no ordinary illusory formation's mirror images. When he landed on it, it felt as though he was stepping on solid ground. What kind of formation is this? Duan Lingtian was astonished. To think that they're able to make such a lifelike illusory formation's mirror image. Although Duan Lingtian knew some formation techniques, the formations he knew was nothing compared to the nimble chess set. Even the illusory formation set up by my hallucinogenic formation is nothing compared to this illusory formation. Who was the one who set up this illusory formation? It's so powerful. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Of the 3 formation compasses that he obtained by chance in the Moon Illumination sect, Duan Lingtian had used the illusory formation compass that could set up the hallucinogenic formation. As for the other 2 formation compasses, until now one of them had not been repaired while the other one was still being repaired. According to Elder Hua, he would be able to finish repairing it in another 6 months at most. However, Duan Lingtian, who possessed the Jasper Celestial Sword and Devil Seal Tablet, did not rely much on the formation compasses. Due to this reason, he did not feel a sense of urgency when it came to the formation compasses. Elder Hua had told him that as long as there was enough power being supplied to the 3 compasses, it would be immensely useful to him. Naturally, Elder Hua had also said the usefulness of 3 compasses could not be compared to the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, the difference was the Jasper Celestial Sword would deplete a huge amount of Duan Ling Tian's strength while the three compasses would not deplete much of his strength. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian wished that Elder Hua would finish repairing the formation compasses soon even though he had no use for them now. Who knew if they might come in handy in the future? The effect of the illusory formation is just too lifelike, right? Impossible. It feels as though I'm really stepping on this chess piece. I can even touch it if I bend forward. What kind of illusory formation is this? It's amazing. I'm very sure the chess piece beneath our feet is not real at all. It seems like it's transformed by an energy that has been solidified to support us. This is my first time seeing such an illusory formation. My life is really worth living. These 10 chess pieces will be the arena of the Rising Sky ranking battle? As the discussion turned louder, Duan Ling Tian jolted and he quickly returned to his senses. He shifted his attention to Renjong. Although there were 2 moderators presiding over the Rising Sky ranking battle, apart from when he was introducing himself, Lu Hongguang had remained silent. Renjong had been speaking all this while. Due to this reason, almost everyone seemed to think Renjong was the only moderator. As for Lu Hongguang, it seemed like he had been forgotten. However, Lu Hongguang did not seem to be bothered by it at all. He stood quietly next to Renjong with an indifferent expression on his face. Everyone, the 10 chess pieces you're standing on will be the arena of the Rising Sky ranking battle. You can consider the 10 chess pieces as 10 rings, and in these 10 rings, 10 ring masters will be born. Renjong continued to speak. Whoever's eligible to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle can battle whichever ring master as they like. As long as you can defeat the ring master, you'll replace him and become the new ring master. If any of the 10 ring master has no challenger for the rest of the day, it'll be considered as him passing and advancing to the real Rising Sky ranking battle. Those who fail to become a ring master will be disqualified. The real Rising Sky ranking battle. Although his words sounded confusing, he was not wrong at all. Although it could be said that the Rising Sky ranking battle had begun, 90% of the participants would not be able to participate in the real Rising Sky ranking battle since it could only accommodate 10 people. It was like this since ancient times, and it was the same now. Only the final 10 ring masters would be able to enter the Rising Sky ranking. In other words, the final battle between the 10 ring masters would be the real Rising Sky ranking battle where they would fight for a specific ranking in the Rising Sky ranking. As for now, please retreat to the edge of the chess piece you're standing on to make some space in the middle. Whoever feels like they're qualified can go to the middle of the chess piece to become the ring master. You can challenge the current ring master or wait for the next challenger. Renjong's voice reverberated in the air again. The people on the chess pieces began to retreat to edge immediately. At the same time, the middle part of the 10 chess pieces began to turn empty. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the ear-piercing sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air as 5 people flew out from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and another 5 flew out from the Raging Wave Mansion. 10 of them appeared in the sky above the 10 chess pieces as they looked downward. It was as though they were monitoring the situation on each of the chess piece they were standing above. Lu Hongguang, the second elder of the Raging Wave Mansion, and I will be the main moderators for this year's Rising Sky ranking battle. As for these people, they are the vice moderators. Each of them is responsible for the chess piece below them. They're responsible for checking the age of the participants and ensuring the fairness in the rings. Renjong announced. The people on the scene finally understood. Earlier, many of them had thought the Rising Sky ranking battle would be split into 10 rounds that would take place at the same time. Moreover, they thought there would be 20 people battling each other at the same time as well. If there were only Renjong and Lu Hongguang presiding over the match, even if they managed to monitor everything, would they be able to stop the match if there was an abnormality? Although they were powerful, they would have a hard time if 6 or 7 platforms had problems at the same time. Many people felt skeptical about this. However, after seeing the 10 vice moderators, they finally understood. As it turned out, the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion had come prepared. They had nothing to worry about at all. It's finally going to start? Duan Ling Tian stood at the edge of a black chess piece as he muttered to himself, hugging his sword. The sword he was hugging was none other than the Jasper Celestial Sword. one of the celestial supreme treasure inside the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. The jasper celestial sword had a simple appearance with no adornments. There was a reason Duanling Tian was hugging the jasper celestial sword at this moment. Just a moment ago, he unintentionally discovered that his comprehension of the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method sovereign heart sword seemed to have deepened when he came in contact with the sword. As long as he held the jasper celestial sword in his hands, he had a feeling that he would be presented with an opportunity to break through to the second stage of the sovereign heart sword. Once he discovered this, he no longer stored the jasper celestial sword in his spatial ring or the seven treasures exquisite pagoda again. Up until now, my sovereign heart sword still remains at the first stage, heartfelt sword. I wonder when I'll be able to break through to the second stage. According to the information regarding the sovereign heart sword, even if I only comprehend it until the second stage, the power I'd possess could suppress 99% of the techniques in the Earth rank Saint grade martial tactics. The reason it could not suppress 100% of the techniques in the Saint grade martial tactic is due to the variant in the Earth rank Saint grade martial tactic. For example, a variant such as the top-grade human rank Saint grade martial tactic. There was always one technique in top-grade human rank Saint grade martial tactics that was not inferior to the techniques in an ordinary Earth rank Saint grade martial tactic. Among the Earth rank Saint grade martial tactics, such variants existed as well. There would also be a technique in a top-grade Earth rank Saint grade martial tactic that was not inferior to the techniques in ordinary heaven rank Saint grade martial tactics. Although Duanling Tian's sovereign heart sword was still inferior to such a technique once it was cultivated to the second stage, it was not something to feel embarrassed about. After all, the sovereign heart sword had 5 stages altogether. The stage that was inferior to such techniques was merely the sovereign heart sword's second stage. Although I've not found an opportunity to break through to the second stage of the sovereign heart sword yet, with my current strength, it shouldn't be difficult for me to kill an intermediate refined Saint stage martial cultivator without using any external help. Duanling Tian thought to himself. He felt quite confident about this. He might only be at the intermediate pristine Saint stage, but due to the Sun true origin in his body, in terms of true origin, he was comparable to a refined Saint stage martial and Dao cultivator. With just his Sun true origin alone, it might be difficult for him to fight with an intermediate refined Saint stage martial or Dao cultivator. However, with the help of his 10,000 swords territory and his brute strength, he was confident he could easily defeat an intermediate refined Saint stage powerhouse. Moreover, he had the strange pupil as well. Although the strange pupil he activated using the divine consciousness at the intermediate pristine Saint stage would not be too effective in front of an intermediate refined Saint stage powerhouse. As the saying went, one must not look down on even the most insignificant thing. It was still a little useful to him. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, must have already broken through to the intermediate refined Saint stage. However, even if he has broken through to the intermediate refined Saint stage, he might not necessarily be a match for the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Previously, the flowery monk and Jing Suzi were already at the intermediate refined Saint stage. Currently, they might have broken through to the mastery refined Saint stage. Even if they've not made a breakthrough, I can't underestimate their strength either. Naturally, if they haven't made a breakthrough, I'm confident I'll be able to defeat them. However, if they've already made a breakthrough, it'll be difficult for me to defeat them. The strength of a mastery-refined Saint stage powerhouse is far superior to an intermediate-refined Saint stage powerhouse. However, all of these are not important. My objective of participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle is not to rank first, but to kill Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Duanling Tian did not forget his purpose of participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle. The reason he changed his appearance and his name to Li Feng was to kill Su Jing and save Han Xuanai, whom he regarded as his biological sister. Only if Su Jing was dead would the marriage between him and Han Xuanai be called off. Duanling Tian regained his senses when he thought about this. At this moment, he discovered there were already 2 people fighting in the middle of the chess piece he was standing on. As for now, both participants seemed to be on equal footing. From the richness of the true origin emanating out of their bodies, they must be at least at the intermediate pristine Saint stage. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Looks like the nimble chess set is not as simple as an illusory formation. Both of them are so powerful, but when their energies touch the sky, it seems to be devoured by the sky. It didn't affect the surroundings at all. Otherwise, I would have been awakened by them earlier. Duanling Tian's attention quickly shifted to the nimble chess set. 16 intermediate pristine saint stage powerhouses. At this moment, somebody exclaimed by his ears. How should I participate now? It's only the first round, and there are already 16 intermediate pristine saint stage powerhouses on the 10 chess pieces. Looks like there's no need for me, an early pristine saint stage powerhouse, to participate anymore. I'll only embarrass myself if I participate. Words like that could be heard one after another. At this moment, Duanling Tian cast a glance at the surrounding. He discovered his chess piece and the other 9 chess pieces had 20 people, and the people were equally split into 10 groups who were fighting. However, among these 20 people who were fighting, only 4 of them were slightly weaker. These 4 people had also entered the pristine saint stage. When Duanling Tian stretched out his divine consciousness, he quickly discovered the 4 people were all at the early pristine saint stage. Compared to Mount Hill City, the first place I went to when I arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land, this place is a completely different world. Duanling Tian sighed emotionally. Initially, he had looked up to the Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses in Mount Hill City. However, in the Saint Refinement Masters District, the weakest participants in the Rising Sky ranking battle were already at the early pristine Saint stage. They were Saint stage powerhouses. Not too long ago, Saint stage powerhouses were out of Duanling Tian's league. However, at this moment, Saint stage powerhouses were everywhere he looked. Naturally, Duanling Tian knew he felt this was because he had started from the bottom and climbed his way up, his perception gradually broadening with each step he took. He was different from people who had a great advantage as soon as they were born, like the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing. That was the biggest difference between both of them. Meanwhile, under the watchful eyes of the others, one of the 2 people on the huge chess piece who were fighting were gradually losing. At this moment, ring masters were born one after another, waiting for other people to challenge them. As time went by, the battles continued on as more and more people were defeated. Naturally, there were also some who were killed before they could surrender, causing corpses to be strewn on the ground. The world where the strong ruled was ruthless. Evening had finally arrived. Currently, the strength of those who went up on stage was already much more powerful than before. All right, the Rising Sky ranking battle will end today and resume tomorrow. As ring masters appeared again on each of the 10 chess pieces, Renzhong announced in a timely manner, tomorrow, the 10 of you will become ring masters and wait for your challengers. Dismiss. When his words left his mouth, the cane in his hand quivered slightly. At the same time, Lu Hongguang, who was standing behind him, took his gigantic hammer out and threw it into the sky. Bang! Bang! 2 loud noises reverberated in the air. Before Duanling Tian and the others realized what was happening, the scenery before their eyes changed. The 10 huge chess pieces and the nimble chess set had disappeared and returned to the Nimble Valley once again. What an amazing illusory formation! Many people who saw this nimble chess set for the first time could not help but exclaim. The 10 ring masters today are 3 powerhouses at the peak of the pristine saint stage and 7 mastery pristine saint stage powerhouses. I'm sure the ring masters at the refined saint stage will show up tomorrow. In this case, the day after tomorrow or 3 days later at the most, the people who will be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking should already be determined, someone said. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, doesn't seem to be here yet. Some people noticed Su Jing's absence. Humph! If he still doesn't show up before the final day, he'll miss the Rising Sky ranking battle. It seems like he doesn't care about the Rising Sky ranking at all. That might not necessarily be the case. Perhaps he's just arrogant and is waiting until the final moment before he shows himself. That's possible. Many people were talking about Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. It seemed that some people were dissatisfied with him. There was no doubt the Rising Sky ranking was extremely prestigious in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. In their opinions, Su Jing's behavior was extremely disrespectful to the Rising Sky ranking. If they had the authority to speak, they would have disqualified Su Jing from participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Su Jing hasn't arrived yet. Duan Tian, who was hugging the Jasper Celestial Sword, quietly went to look for a corner in the Nimble Valley. As he leaned against the wall of a mountain, he narrowed his eyes. His expression was calm. At this moment, Duan Tian also saw the people from the three great fourth-rate forces had also returned to the picturesque peak of Nimble Valley to rest. The three great fifth-rate forces in the Rising Sky Mansions district had also returned to rest. Some of the people who went on stage today came from the three great fifth-rate forces. Nobody from the Rising Sky Mansion has gone up yet. Duan Tian noticed this when he watched the battle. As for the Flowery Monk, Jing Suzi, and Zhang Gu, none of them went up as well. Otherwise, they would have been the ring masters. Ha! Suddenly Duan Tian felt a gaze on him. Initially, he thought it was the Flowery Monk since he had taken the initiative to speak to him earlier. However, he no longer bothered with Duan Tian later on. Duan Tian realized he was wrong when he looked at the source of the gaze and discovered it Jing Suzi, not the Flowery Monk. What's he trying to do? Duan Tian was puzzled. He knew he did not stand out. If one had to pick something about him that stood out, it was that he was unsociable and eccentric. Apart from Zhonggu, he was the only one who was alone among the people in Nimble Valley. Most people were at least in a group of 3 of 4. It was precisely because of this that he and Zhonggu appeared particularly eye-catching. It seems like I only caught his eyes because I'm all alone, Duan Tian thought to himself after Jing Suzi looked away. After a while, Duan Tian noticed that Zhonggu's gaze had also shifted to him as well. Since he had already experienced the same thing earlier, he was not too surprised anymore. However, Zhonggu's eyes did not stop on him for long. Perhaps, the reason the Flowery Monk came to talk to me earlier was due to me being alone. At that time, Zhonggu hasn't arrived, and I was the only one moving alone in the groups of people in Nimble Valley. Duan Tian thought to himself. However, he was unaware he had only guessed part of it correctly. The Flowery Monk had spoken to him because of his intuition. However, he felt his intuition must be wrong. That was why he no longer bothered with Duan Tian. In the Flowery Monk's opinion, Duan Tian must be a sexless cultivator who wanted to seek fame through the Rising Sky ranking battle. To most people, the night was very short. Everyone opened their eyes immediately when the sky turned bright. When the early sun lit the ground, the 2 moderators from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang, once again activated the Nimble chess set together. The group of people on the scene also entered the Nimble chess set without being prompted. 10 huge chess pieces, 5 black and 5 white, were hovering in the air. Duan Tian randomly stood on a white chess piece and stayed at the edge. He quietly hugged the Jasper Celestial Sword as he stared at the vast space in the middle of the chess piece. Soon after, the 10 ring masters who were born yesterday evening revealed themselves. One after another, people went up to challenge them. Some won, some were defeated, some were killed, and some successfully killed. It was a gory scene. Soon after, the 10 ring masters changed again. In the end, it was 10 powerhouses who were at the peak of the pristine saint stage. At this moment, silence descended on the scene. "I'll go!" A cry sounded in the air as a sturdy young man walked out of the group of Rising Sky Mansions people. He had a stocky and imposing build. He looked ostentatious with the way he swaggered with every step he took. It made him look like a gorilla that was walking out of the jungle. In front of this gorilla, the ring master whom he was going to challenge appeared particularly weak and small. The people from the Rising Sky Mansion is finally going to participate. I know him. He's the grandson of the second elder of Rising Sky Mansion. His name is Su Gang, and he's a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Rumor has it that after Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had broken through to the refined saint stage, he's widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the refined saint stage in the Rising Sky Mansion. Now that you mentioned it, I remember it as well. I've heard of him before. When Su Gang made his appearance, most of the people's attention shifted toward him. Many of them whispered among themselves, exposing his identity. The grandson of the second elder of Rising Sky Mansion? Duan Tian raised a brow and shifted his gaze to Su Gang. He looked forward to seeing the strength of the grandson of the second elder of Rising Sky Mansion. Being acknowledged as the strongest person below the refined saint stage in the Rising Sky Mansion means Su Gang must be quite powerful. Meanwhile, the other ring masters in the other 9 chess pieces appeared one by one. Nobody came to challenge them. Everyone, including the ring masters from the 9 chess pieces, had their attention focused on Su Gang. After all, he was the first person from the Rising Sky Mansion who stepped into the ring of the Rising Sky ranking battle this year. Su Gang's strength was truly not a disappointment since he was acknowledged as the strongest person under the refined saint stage in the Rising Sky Mansion. Faced with his opponent who was at the peak of the pristine saint stage, he merely used 3 moves to kill his opponent. His opponent could not even react in time. Su Gang immediately became the new ring master in a compelling manner. How powerful! When Su Gang killed his opponent, exclamations of shock could be heard in the surroundings. Previously, although some of them had heard of Su Gang before, due to Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Gang was overshadowed by him. It was only when Su Jing had broken through to the refined saint stage that Su Gang's fame began to spread. However, although he began to gain fame, it was all merely rumors. Today, the rumors were finally confirmed after Su Gang displayed his prowess. Elder Sutsun, it looks like apart from your young mansion master, your Rising Sky Mansion has many outstanding talents as well, Renjong said with a smile as he looked at Sutsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. Long before Su Gang had easily killed his opponent, a smile had already appeared on Sutsun's face. When he heard Renjong's words, he nodded. Although the most outstanding one is still our young mansion master Su Jing, the Rising Sky Mansion still has many outstanding talents apart from Su Jing. Su Gang is merely one of them. His words implied that apart from Su Jing and Su Gang, these 2 geniuses, the Rising Sky Mansion had many other geniuses as well. I've also heard your grandson is also a remarkable genius, Elder Su Xian. Among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion, he's merely inferior to Su Jing. I'm sure he's here today as well, right? Lu Hongguang asked as he looked at Sutsun. Sutsun threw his head back laughing before he turned to look at the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion. His gaze landed on an aloof young man who was dressed in a black robe. Nobody knew what Sutsun said through voice transmission, but the aloof black-clad young man came to stand beside him. Vice Mansion Master Ren, Elder Lu, this is my useless grandson, Sukan, Sutsun introduced his grandson. Although he used the word useless to describe Sukan, one could see in his eyes that he was very proud of his grandson. Renjong, Lu Hongguang, and Sutsun had traveled together to Nimble Valley as soon they met up. They did not interact much with each other, let alone with the group of elders and disciples from the Rising Sky Mansion. Good day, seniors. Sukan greeted Renjong and Lu Hongguang with a nod. Please don't mind him too much. My grandson is born with an eccentric personality. Even when he meets with the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, he's like this as well, Sutsun explained, even though Renjong and Lu Hongguang did not show any signs of displeasure. In his opinion, both Renjong and Lu Hongguang were people he could not afford to offend. It's all right. He's just being true to himself. Renjong expressed his understanding. That's right. Lu Hongguang nodded, agreeing with Renjong's words. Naturally, the conversation between the 3 high-ranking officials from the fourth-rate forces was also heard by the people present on the scene. The eyes that were trained on Su Gang immediately shifted to the black-clad young man standing next to Su Xian. The black-clad young man's name was Su Kan, and he was Sutsun's biological grandson. So he's Su Kan. Many people exclaimed, Su Kan? Who's Su Kan? This was the first time many people heard of Su Kan. Their faces and eyes were filled with confusion. It's normal for you to not have heard of Su Kan compared to Su Gang. Su Kan maintains a low profile in the Rising Sky Mansion. Among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion, Su Kan's innate ability is actually much higher than Su Gang, and he's not inferior to Su Jing as well. Somebody said he's actually 5 years younger than Su Jing. If he's Su Jing's age, even if he can't surpass Su Jing, he would at least be on par with Su Jing. Wow! To think there's such a talented disciple in the Rising Sky Mansion. Many people exclaimed, My goodness! Looks like I'm really out of the loop. I didn't even know the Rising Sky Mansion has such a genius. Somebody chimed in. It's normal to have not heard of him. I've only heard about him 6 months ago. Unlike how high-profile the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing, is, Sukin maintains a low profile. He usually stays in the Rising Sky Mansion to cultivate. Apparently, he's really obsessed with martial art. In his words, there's nothing apart from the martial Tao. I've also heard of this. In the last 10 years, Sukin rarely shows himself in front of others. Even at that time, his innate talent was not inferior to Su Jing. During these 10 years, Su Jing has been wandering around, living a life of leisure while Sukin has been in closed-door cultivation, diligently cultivating. Even if Sukan's strength is not up to Su Jing's level yet, the difference between their strength can't be that much. After a few dozen years, if Su Jing still continues living leisurely, Sukin will definitely surpass him. The people buried their heads together in discussion. Those who had heard of Sukin praised him. Sukan. At this moment, Duanling Tian also shifted his gaze to Sukan. Now that he looked at him, Sukan was quite similar to him. His face quite resembled the disguise he had put on. In a glance, one could see both Sukan and Duanling Tian had an aloof countenance. Their body exuded a cold and unapproachable aura just like two icebergs. Since Sukan is stronger than Su Gang and Su Gang is acknowledged as the strongest person below the refined saint stage, this means Sukan must be at the refined saint stage, Duanling Tian thought to himself. Su Gang stood in the middle of a huge black chess piece. When he saw how everyone's attention had shifted to Sukan, as though Sukan had snatched away his limelight, a wry smile appeared on his face. However, he was not upset at all. He knew very well how he measured up to Sukan. In fact, Sukan was younger than him. 10 years ago, he was no match for Sukan currently. The gap between them had grown even bigger. Moreover, from what he knew, not long after Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, broke through to the refined saint stage, Sukan had broken through to the refined saint stage as well. If one were to ask Su Gang who he admired the most among his peers in the Rising Sky Mansion, his answer would undoubtedly be Sukan. As for Su Jing, Su Gang had never thought highly of that playboy and good-for-nothing rich kid. Due to this reason, even if Sukan had snatched the limelight from him, he did not feel anything at all. Instead, he felt it was justified and he could only smile wryly. After Su Gang killed his opponent and became the ringmaster, the other ringmasters on the 9 chess pieces once again welcomed powerful opponents. They either defeated and killed their opponents or they were defeated and killed by their opponents. The morning passed by very quickly, and the ringmasters on the 9 chess pieces had changed again. As time continued to pass by, there were fewer and fewer challengers. In the afternoon, 30 minutes went by without anyone stepping into the ring at all. Naturally, this did not mean the current 10 ringmasters would be able to make it on the Rising Sky ranking. This was because none of the refined saint stage powerhouses had stepped into the arena yet. Currently, all 10 ringmasters were from the middle-aged generation who was at the peak of the pristine saint stage in the Rising Sky Mansions district. In the Rising Sky Mansions district, although there were not many refined saint stage powerhouses below the age of 50, the numbers were not small either. Some of the people came from other forces, while some of them were sectless cultivators in the Rising Sky Mansions district. Relatively speaking, the latter was more than the former. However, the latter was not that famous. Now it's time for the refined saint stage powerhouses to go up on the arena. Many people whispered to one another as they looked at the arena in anticipation. Duanling Tian stood quietly at the edge of the white chess piece as he hugged the Jasper celestial sword. Currently, he had no intention of making his move yet. This was because he did not feel it was necessary for him to make a move now. Apart from that, he would feel like a bully if he made his move now. Although he was only at the intermediate pristine saint stage, due to the extraordinary Sun true origin, he was not inferior to a refined saint stage martial and Tao cultivator in terms of true origin. Moreover, it was even more powerful than an early refined saint stage martial or Tao cultivator. Along with his other abilities, he would really be a bully if he stepped into the ring now. Moreover, his objective for participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle was to kill Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Due to this reason, he only planned to make his move once Su Jing made his appearance. He only needed to battle Su Jing once to kill him, and he would already achieve what he came here to do. Su Gang, I'll fight you. A voice filled with vigor reverberated in the air as a figure flew out from the group of people of a fifth-rate force called Pure Yang Shrine. It was a young man dressed in a dopo. He had a sinister look in his eyes as they gleamed coldly. It made him look dangerous. "This man is like a poisonous snake," somebody whispered soon after. Although he had intentionally lowered his voice, the people present on the scene heard his comment since all of them had sharp hearings. Many people began to whisper among themselves. The moment this Pure Yang Shrine's disciple appeared, he emits a sinister feeling. Although he's alone, I do feel the aura of poisonous snakes from him. Those who possess this aura are usually not very kind people. This man is dangerous. Not only that, but he must be at the refined saint stage as well. A refined saint stage powerhouse who's not even 50 years old. And he's from the Pure Yang Shrine. Apart from Jing Suzi, there seem to be two other people in the Pure Yang Shrine who fits these criteria. They're Yu Suzi and In Suzi. Jing Suzi is the strongest powerhouse among the middle-aged generation in the Pure Yang Shrine. Although Yu Suzi and In Suzi's innate talents are quite remarkable, they can't compare to him at all. However, the gap between their strength is not too wide. This person must be either Yu Suzi or In Suzi. Although I've never seen Yu Suzi and In Suzi before, I feel like he's In Suzi. The name In Suzi seems to fit his temperament more. The people whispered among themselves as they speculated the identity of this disciple from the Pure Yang Shrine. It's said that In Suzi is a Dao cultivator who cultivates the devil Dao. He can be considered as a devil cultivator. Soon after, someone revealed significant information. Devil cultivator. Everyone's eyes gleamed as they turned to look at the Pure Yang Shrine. There were many devil cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land, but there were not many Dao cultivators who were also devil cultivators. Dao cultivators were usually righteous and they take pride in being righteous. Due to this reason, it was rare for devil cultivators to also be Dao cultivators. However, just because it was rare, it did not mean there was none. The Dao Martial Saint Land was vast, and it was rare to find someone who was both a Dao and devil cultivator. But it did not mean they did not exist. However, in the Rising Sky Mansions district, especially among the middle-aged generation, as far as the people knew, there was only one person who was both a Dao and devil cultivator. That person was none other than Pure Yang Shrine's In Suzi. "You're In Suzi?" A hint of dread flashed past in Su Gang's eyes when he saw the young Taoist priest who walked out from the group of Pure Yang Shrine's people. The young Taoist priest stood close to Su Gang in front of him. They stood opposite each other as In Suzi answered nonchalantly, "That's right. I'm In Suzi." The moment the young Taoist priest admitted he was In Suzi, the place burst into an uproar. Majority of the people, including the 9 ring masters who were standing on the other 9 chess pieces, shifted their attention to him. He's really In Suzi, the only Dao cultivator who cultivates the devil Dao among the middle-aged generation in our Rising Sky Mansions district. It's said that a Dao cultivator who cultivates the devil Dao is even more horrifying than a martial cultivator who cultivates devil Dao. Most of the people present on the scene stared at In Suzi intently. They were eager to see him make his move. A Dao cultivator who cultivates the devil Dao? Interesting. Duan Ling Tian was curious as well as he looked at In Suzi. This was not his first day on the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, he knew Dao cultivators who cultivated the devil Dao in the Dao Martial Saint Land were rare. It was so rare that In Suzi was the first Dao cultivator who cultivated the devil Dao that he had met. Previously, although he had encountered many devil cultivators, all of the devil cultivators were martial cultivators. None of them was a Dao cultivator. "You're the disciple of the Rising Sky Mansion, so I won't kill you. However, if you don't want to get hurt, it's better for you to surrender as soon as possible," In Suzi said as he looked at Su Gang indifferently. His tone was filled with disdain. As a devil cultivator, In Suzi usually would not hold back unless he was faced with someone from his sect. However, since Su Gang was from the 4th-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, he had no choice but to show mercy unless he was not afraid of dragging the Pure Yang Shrine down with him. Perhaps the Rising Sky Mansion might not do anything to him since death was allowed in the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, who knew if after the battle had ended, the Rising Sky Mansion might find ways to trouble the Pure Yang Shrine? As a fifth-rate force, the Pure Yang Shrine was powerless to fight against a fourth-rate force like the Rising Sky Mansion. There's no such thing as surrender in my dictionary. Su Gang shouted furiously when he heard In Su Zi's tone that was filled with disdain. Oh! The fact that a pristine Saint Stage martial cultivator dared to shout so loudly in front of him brought out the ruthlessness of the devil cultivator in In Su Zi. His eyes gleamed coldly before it began to turn red. In Su Zi, make sure you show some mercy. At this moment, Jing Su Zi reminded him through voice transmission. At the same time, other people from the Pure Yang Shrine reminded him through voice transmission as well. They were very clear about In Su Zi's temper. If his temper flared up, he would no longer care about the consequences. Let alone a fourth-rate force, even if it was a quasi-third-rate force, he would still not care once his temper flared up. However, now that the group of Pure Yang Shrine's people reminded him through voice transmission, In Su Zi regained his senses and the red in his eyes began to fade. However, his eyes still gleamed coldly when he looked at Su Gang. You should count yourself lucky. If you're not a disciple from the Rising Sky Mansion, you'll turn into a corpse in just a short while. Based on In Su Zi's words, it was obvious he meant it was easy for him if he wanted to kill Su Gang. We'll see if you have the capability to kill me or not. Su Gang snorted. Although Su Gang was only a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine Saint Stage, his strength was comparable to an ordinary early refined Saint Stage martial or Dao cultivator in the Rising Sky Mansion. It might be difficult for him to defeat In Su Zi, but he could still hold his ground for a long time. Due to this reason, when In Su Zi just stepped into the ring, although he knew he would most likely be defeated, he did not intend to retreat or surrender. He was the disciple of the Rising Sky Mansion. Even if he lost, he would lose in a righteous manner. He would fight with all his might until the very end. Only then would he not taint the good name of the Rising Sky Mansion. TSK. You'll know soon enough. In Su Zi chuckled coldly. His chuckles raised goosebumps on the others. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment his words left his mouth, a gust of cold wind began to blow in within a 100-meter radius around him. Bleak screams and cries could be heard in the wind, causing goosebumps to rise in the others again when they heard it. Then, under the watchful eyes of others, in the territory that In Su Zi consolidated, a few skeletons began to appear. Black snakes with gleaming dark green eyes slithered out of the skeletons. It was a revolting sight, eliciting terror from the spectators. Usually, they would not feel anything if they witnessed such a scene. However, the aura from In Su Zi's territory seemed to bring out the fear in them. Naturally, those who felt fear were the ones with a weaker cultivation base. You have territory, and so do I. Dismiss. When Su Gang saw the territory In Su Zi consolidated using his true origin, he did not stand by idly. In just an instant, he mobilized the true origin in his body and the sky within a 100-meter radius of him began to quake. However, before his territory could fully take form, In Su Zi chuckled coldly again. You're merely a pristine Saint Stage martial cultivator and you want to consolidate your territory in front of me. How naive. As In Su Zi spoke, his territory within a 100-meter radius shook suddenly. Then, the snakes with gleaming dark green eyes slithering around the skeletons rushed out. They landed on Su Gang, whose territory had yet to fully form before it finally shattered. As Su Gang's territory shattered, In Su Zi raised his hand before it trembled. At this moment, the sleeve of his dopo fluttered as though it was being blown by a gust of wind. Then, it moved and twirled, creating the sound of wind whistling. Soon after, a mini tornado could be seen charging at Su Gang's face. The tornado was laced with a black mist. The black mist was similar to the black mist shrouding the snakes earlier. They were the symbol of a devil cultivator. Bang! A loud explosion reverberated in the air. Before Su Gang could react, a gust of energy that made him feel despair hit his body and sent him flying. Barf! Su Gang, who was sent flying, opened his mouth and threw up a mouthful of blood. His body was unsteady as he forced himself to hover in the air with great difficulty. Judging by the way he was panting, it was obvious he could no longer continue the battle. I've lost. Su Gang finally regained his senses after taking a deep breath. Hints of dread could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Yin Suzi. At this moment, he finally realized the strength of an early refined Saint Stage Marshal and Dao cultivator in the Rising Sky Mansion could not be compared to Yin Suzi at all. He could still deal with the former even though it was difficult. However, he was instantly overpowered by Yin Suzi as soon as he made his move. He won so quickly? This scene had taken the spectators by surprise. Although they already knew the outcome of the battle since it was a duel between a pristine Saint Stage powerhouse and refined Saint Stage powerhouse, they did not expect the duel to end so quickly. No matter what, Su Gang was the strongest person below the refined Saint Stage in the Rising Sky Mansion. Even if he could not defeat an ordinary early refined Saint Stage Martial cultivator, he could at least hold his ground for quite a while. However, in front of Yin Suzi, he could not even form his territory. He was heavily injured with just one blow. When Pure Yang Shrine's Yin Suzi showed up, it only took him a blow to heavily injure and defeat Su Gang, the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. Unlike an ordinary pristine Saint Stage Martial cultivator, Su Gang was widely acknowledged as the strongest person under the refined Saint Stage in the Rising Sky Mansion. In the Rising Sky Mansion's district, those below the refined Saint Stage, even those famous martial and Dao cultivators at the peak of the pristine Saint Stage, did not dare to say they could defeat Su Gang. However, someone like that was defeated in just a second by Yin Suzi, who seemed to be only at the early refined Saint Stage. The other 9 ring masters' expressions turned grave immediately as hints of helplessness appeared in their eyes. They knew very well that in the Rising Sky ranking battle this time, there were more than 20 people who fit the requirements of being below 50 years of age and were at the refined Saint Stage had come to participate. Apart from the Rising Sky Mansion and the other outstanding disciples from the other 3 fifth-grade forces, there were also many talented sectless cultivators who came from all over the place. These sectless cultivators did not care much about ordinary rankings since it would only gain them short-lived fame. They would be forgotten after a while. However, the Rising Sky ranking was different. If one made it on the Rising Sky ranking, one's name would be remembered for a long time in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, very few people could reach the cultivation base that could break the shackles of mortality and live forever. Although their lifespan was longer, they would still die in the end. Due to this reason, many people in the Dao Martial Saint Land wished to leave behind a legacy in this world before their lives ended. This way their lives would be worth living. It was precisely because of this that many talented sectless genius cultivators who were unknown would participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle that was held in the Rising Sky Mansion's district every 50 years. Although these sectless geniuses were outstanding, they were still slightly inferior when compared to the powerhouses from the big forces. Their innate talent might not be any worse than the latter, but they lacked cultivation resources. Due to this reason, it was only natural for them to be inferior. Yin Suzi is really powerful. Everyone's eyes shifted to Yin Suzi simultaneously. A baffled expression could be seen on their faces. Although they knew the Pure Yang Shrine had 3 outstanding disciples, Jing Suzi's presence completely overshadowed the other 2 disciples. Due to this reason, not many people paid attention to the other 2 disciples. Today, one of the 2 disciples, Yin Suzi, had proven his strength to everyone. Although I've heard about the Pure Yang Shrine's 3 geniuses, I thought the other 2 was only famous due to their association with Jing Suzi. However, it seems like they really live up to the title of Pure Yang Shrine's 3 geniuses. Someone commented. Many people agreed with his words. Apart from Jing Suzi and Yin Suzi, there's still Yu Suzi. Jing Suzi's strength leaves no room for doubt, and Yin Suzi's strength has already been proven earlier. The fact that he shares the same fame as them means Yu Suzi is quite powerful as well, many people said. Most people had their attention focused on the group of people from Pure Yang Shrine. A few people had their eyes on a young Taoist priest, leading the others to follow their gazes as well. He's Yu Suzi? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's attention was focused on Yu Suzi as well. He was a Taoist priest with an ordinary appearance and a medium build. He did not stand out at all among the group of Pure Yang Shrine's people. If one did not know who he was, it would be easy to mistake him as one of the people who tagged along to watch the show. Nobody would think he was one of the Pure Yang Shrine's 3 geniuses. This Yu Suzi is not a simple person. Although Duan Ling Tian had his own way of judging people, all he could see of Yu Suzi was how reserved and unassuming he was. Due to this reason, his instincts told him there was more to Yu Suzi than meets the eye. Good. At this moment, Renzhong said, "Even I have heard of the Pure Yang Shrine's 3 geniuses before. Now that I finally witnessed it today, you indeed live up to the name. Currently, there's finally a refined saint stage powerhouse among the 10 great ring masters. This means the Rising Sky ranking battle will soon enter the climax and reach its end. Everyone, I'm looking forward to your performance." It was apparent Renzhong's words were meant for the refined saint stage powerhouses who came to join the Rising Sky ranking battle but had not made their moves yet. Perhaps it was Renzhong's words, or it could be Yin Suzi's domineering attitude. After a short while, another person rose up to the stage and landed in front of a ringmaster who was at the peak of the pristine saint stage. As soon as he stabilized his footing, rich true origin began to surge out of his body. As the true origin spread in the air, it caused colors to drain from the face of the ringmaster who was at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Our refined saint stage. The biggest difference between a refined saint stage powerhouse and a pristine saint stage powerhouse was their true origins. The true origins of the 2 stages were at a completely different level. The auras were completely different as well. Due to this reason, when the ringmaster who was at the peak of the pristine saint stage sensed the aura of the true origin of his opponent, he instantly knew his challenger was at the refined saint stage. Who's he? I've never seen him before. It should be a Seckless cultivator. It's said that the Rising Sky ranking battle will bring out a group of outstanding Seckless cultivators. Looks like it's true. Refined saint stage. This battle's outcome is obvious. The people had their attention fixed on the refined saint stage Seckless cultivator. They were certain of the outcome, and as it turned out, they were right. Although the ringmaster at the peak of pristine saint stage was quite strong, he was still a lot weaker than Su Gang. Faced with an early refined saint stage Seckless cultivator, he was also defeated in a blow. Although one was allowed to kill in the Rising Sky ranking battle, if the gap of strength was too wide, the more powerful one would usually spare the weaker one's life unless both of them had enmity or the stronger one was a violent and tyrannical person. The former ringmaster at the peak of the pristine saint stage, who managed to live, looked at the current ringmaster, who was at the early refined saint stage with gratitude and thanked him. "Thank you for showing me mercy." The latter nodded his head nonchalantly. The former was not angry since, with the latter's strength, he could have just ignored him. After that, another 8 refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators made their appearances and became the new 8 ringmasters. The 10 ringmaster had instantly changed to refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators. Naturally, they were all early refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators. Among the 10 ringmasters, some of them were outstanding disciples who came from 5th-rate forces like Yin Suzi. However, there were many Seckless cultivators as well. Half of the 10 early refined saint stage ringmasters are Seckless cultivators. I can't believe there are so many outstanding Seckless cultivators hiding in our Rising Sky Mansions district. If they were nurtured by a powerful sect before this, they'll definitely be even more powerful. Many people lamented. Humph, that's easy for you to say. Do you think that everyone dislikes being a Seckless cultivator? Powerful sects are good, but if you don't have a patron, you won't get anything either. Tell me, are there any sects that don't have corrupt high-ranking officials? Some Seckless cultivators said in disdain. The words of these Seckless cultivators made many people fall silent. Indeed, although it was said that as long as one possessed a high innate talent, one would be able to join forces like the Rising Sky Mansion, Pure Yang Shrine, and Brahma Temple, one would still need a patron to obtain cultivation resources. Otherwise, one would be left out in the cold or be used and sacrificed in both open and hidden vendettas. If this was not the case, how could there be so many Seckless cultivators in the Dao Martial Saintland? Naturally, there were some people who chose to become Seckless cultivators because of the freedom it granted them. However, most of them were more afraid of the schemes in powerful sections. Due to this reason, they chose to become Seckless cultivators. I can't believe there are so many refined saint stage powerhouses below the age of 50 in the Rising Sky Mansions district. Duan Ling Tian said emotionally as he stood at the side hugging the Jasper Celestial Sword. Oh! At this moment, Duanling Tian noticed a pair of eyes staring at him. The owner of the eyes was the flowery monk. Although Duanling Tian was aware of his gaze, he did not turn to look at him. From the beginning until now, he has maintained his composure. Don't tell me he's really one of those powerful sexless cultivators? Or could it be he's just here to watch the show, that's why he's so calm? The flowery monk thought to himself as he studied Duanling Tian. Initially, when he saw Duanling Tian was alone and he could not see through him, he instinctively felt like Duanling Tian was not a simple person. However, after a while, he felt he was thinking too much. However, when he saw how calm Duanling Tian was when the 10 refined saint stage powerhouses suppressed the original 10 ringmasters, he realized Duanling Tian really might not be a simple person. Naturally, there was also a chance he was just putting on an act. All in all, he felt that he could not understand Duanling Tian at all. Now that the 10 refined saint stage powerhouses became the ringmasters, they each stood on a huge chess piece. They were fired up with enthusiasm, and they looked like statues of invincible battle gods as they overlooked all directions. Whoosh! Without any warning, the rapid sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air. Somebody had flown out from the group of people from Brahma Temple. It was a young monk whose face was covered with stubbles. His thick eyebrows made him look majestic but not fierce. Although he had a medium build, it looked strong. When the young monk whose face was covered with stubbles came out, somebody exclaimed, "In the Brahma Temple, there are only 2 people below the age of 50 who are at the refined saint stage. One of them is the famous flowery monk." Don't tell me this is the wine meat monk from Brahma Temple, the flowery monk's senior brother. Wine meat monk. Upon hearing his words, many people's eyes lit up immediately. Wine meat monk. I've heard of him before. He's flowery monk's senior brother. Before flowery monk rose to the top, he was the strongest martial cultivator among the middle-aged generation in Brahma Temple. It was only until flowery monk appeared that he became the second strongest. Somebody added, although he's the second strongest, he's only slightly weaker than the flowery monk. The wine meat monk is not a simple person as well. Many people agreed with this remark. Flowery monk, wine meat monk, this Brahma Temple is quite interesting. I think the wine meat monk must have obtained this name because he doesn't abstain from wine and meat. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Duanling Tian had guessed correctly. In the Brahma Temple, the flowery monk did not abide by the rules and did not abstain from sex, while the wine meat monk did not abstain from partaking in the consumption of wine and meat. It was an open secret. The wine meat monk chose to enter an arena with an early refined saint stage sexless cultivator. When both of them consolidated their territories, the wine meat monk only used 3 moves to defeat his opponent. Intermediate refined saint stage. Just as the last technique the wine meat monk unleashed erupted, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang, who were hovering high up in the sky, was taken aback. They did not expect that apart from the famous flowery monk in the Brahma Temple, there would be another genius cultivator. Based on the true origin from the wine meat monk's final technique, one could tell his cultivation base was at the intermediate refined saint stage. Although they could see the wine meat monk's cultivation base was still unstable, and it was obvious he had just broken through to intermediate refined saint stage not too long ago, they were still shocked. Just a mere Brahma Temple, a 5th-rate force, actually had such outstanding disciples like the flowery monk and the wine meat monk. In terms of nurturing the younger generation of disciples, the Brahma Temple was in no way inferior to the 2 great 4th-rate forces. This pressured them since the birth of powerhouses in a force also meant the rise of the force. Similarly, their forces were not 4th-rate forces previously. They managed to become a 4th-rate force as a result of their efforts as they climbed up step by step. Naturally, there were some that crashed as they tried to climb up. There were many 4th-rate and even quasi-3rd-rate forces many years ago, but they had fallen and become 5th-rate and even 6th-rate forces now. This was because of the lack of talent in the younger generation. This was due to the sectarian bias inherent in some of the older generation. They were unwilling to impart all their knowledge and cultivation resources to the younger generation. This was also one of the reasons why there were so many talented sexless cultivators. Perhaps the Brahma Temple was still inferior to the Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion. However, would this still be the case after 100 years? At that time, the flowery monk and wine meat monk would be in their prime. They might be able to lead and help the Brahma Temple advance to become a 4th-rate force. In fact, Zhong and Lu Hongguang were not the only ones who felt the pressure. Suitsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, was under even more pressure. Suitsun's eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at the wine-meat monk. Although it was not obvious, one could still see it. After he had witnessed the wine-meat monk's strength, killing intent began to surge up in his heart. He was not too bothered about the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion since they were all fourth-rate forces that stood shoulder to shoulder. However, the Brahma Temple was different. It was a fifth-rate force in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. If they managed to rise, this meant their Rising Sky Mansion would be in a precarious situation. Just like the saying went, when Greek meets Greek, then comes the tug of war. It looks like when I return, I'll have to suggest to the Lord Mansion Master to send someone to kill the Flowery Monk and Wine-Meat Monk from the Brahma Temple. Suitsun thought to himself. This was not the first time in the history of Rising Sky Mansion where they had done something like this. Many talented martial and Dao cultivators who rose up to the top in the Rising Sky Mansion's district died an untimely death just because they were not from the Rising Sky Mansion. Until now, nobody had figured out their cause of death. Although many suspected it was done by the Rising Sky Mansion, nobody had the evidence to prove it. Moreover, the Rising Sky Mansion was a fourth-rate force. They could only close the case just like that. However, Suitsun was unaware the abbot of Brahma Temple was looking at him when killing intent flashed in his eyes. Seems like my earlier decision was right. After the Rising Sky ranking battle is over, I'll send the Flowery Monk and the Wine-Meat Monk away from the Brahma Temple and Rising Sky Mansion's district to cultivate. Once they've grown strong in the future, they can return and lead the Brahma Temple to glory and to the peak. The abbot of Brahma Temple had long made up his mind about this. This was to protect the Flowery Monk and Wine-Meat Monk and the future of Brahma Temple. There were cases where others talented Brahma Temple's disciples who had died before they reached their full potential. Previously, the abbot of Brahma Temple had a senior brother whose innate talent was higher than him. In fact, he was in no way inferior to the strongest powerhouse of the younger generation in the Rising Sky Mansion of that era. The strongest powerhouse of the younger generation in the Rising Sky Mansion during that era was currently the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. He was also someone that was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. The abbot believed if his senior brother did not die an untimely death, his current strength would not be inferior to the Mansion Master of the Rising Sky Mansion. Moreover, if his senior brother was still alive, he believed the Brahma Temple would not be a mere fifth-rate force today. Since he had already experienced that, he had learned his lesson. How could he let his two most outstanding disciples in the Brahma Temple suffer the same fate as their predecessor? He had long thought of a way to avoid this calamity and spoil the Rising Sky Mansion's plan. Intermediate Refined Saint Stage. At this moment, the spectators finally found out about the Wine-Meat Monk's cultivation base from the many powerful sectless cultivators who came to watch the show. All of them were shocked. The Wine-Meat Monk has already broken through to the Intermediate Refined Saint Stage? Since the Wine-Meat Monk has broken through to the Intermediate Refined Saint Stage, don't tell me the Flowery Monk has already broken through to the Mastery Refined Saint Stage. Many people were stunned. The limelight was instantly on the Flowery Monk and the Brahma Temple. Whoosh! At this moment, another ear-piercing sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air, causing everyone to shift their attention away from the Flowery Monk. The person who had caused the noise was none other than Yu Suzi from Pure Yang Shrine. He had finally gone up to the stage. Everyone's eyes, including Duan Ling Tian, lit up immediately. They all looked forward to Yu Suzi's performance. One of the three geniuses of Pure Yang Shrine. This is indeed something worth looking forward to. Jing Suzi of the three geniuses from Pure Yang Shrine is undoubtedly powerful. In Suzi's strength has just been proven. Among all those at the early refined saint stage, he's indeed a top-rate powerhouse. Coupled with the fact that he's a devil and Dao cultivator, it might give him an advantage when faced with ordinary intermediate refined saint stage powerhouses, somebody said with an anticipatory expression. I wonder what Yu Suzi's strength is like since he's also one of the three geniuses in the Pure Yang Shrine. Yu Suzi, who was at the center of attention, chose an early refined saint stage sectless cultivator as his opponent in neither a humble nor arrogant manner. Under the watchful eyes of the others, he managed to defeat his opponent in just one move. Boom! The strength he displayed also shocked everyone present on the scene. Another intermediate refined Saint Stage powerhouse. As the moderators, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang narrowed their eyes in unison before they exchanged a look. Both of them could see the hints of bafflement in each other's eyes. The fact that the Brahma Temple had two talented martial cultivators at the intermediate refined Saint Stage who was below 50 years old had already given them quite a shock. However, now they found out the Pure Yang Shrine also had two martial cultivators at the intermediate refined Saint Stage and above. Moreover, the Pure Yang Shrine also had In Suzi. Although In Suzi was only at the early refined Saint Stage, his combat ability that he displayed earlier proved that he was invincible among early refined Saint Stage powerhouses. It seemed as though Renzhong and Lu Hongguang were hit by a pang of realization. They quickly turned to look at Sutsun, who was sitting nearby. They knew Sutsun was even more shocked and even more unwilling to see this compared to them. Whether it was the Brahma Temple or the Pure Yang Shrine, they were both forces in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. The land in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was only this vast. If the Brahma Temple or the Pure Yang Shrine wanted to become a fourth-rate force and occupy a large district, the best way was to use the closest fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, as a stepping stone to rise to the top. As for the other fourth-rate forces, they were not the best options. Just like the saying went, the mighty dragon is no match for the native serpent. Die! All of them must die. If somebody was standing close to Sutsun, they would have noticed the muscles on his face twitching. He was furious. To the Rising Sky Mansion, it was not a good thing for the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine to have such outstanding disciples. Humph! In the distance, the Shrine Master of Pure Yang Shrine had also noticed Sutsun's piercing gaze toward Yu Suzi. He snorted coldly. Rising Sky Mansion, I won't give you a chance in destroying the future of my Pure Yang Shrine. It was apparent the Shrine Master of Pure Yang Shrine had also thought of a way to protect his own disciples. Brahma Temple, Pure Yang Shrine. How surprising! As a fifth-rate force, the Greenwave Han Mansion is far lacking in regards to the quality of the disciples, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. As far as he knew, the most outstanding disciple in Greenwave Han Mansion was Han Xuanai. There seemed to be no refined Saint Stage powerhouses below the age of 50 in the Greenwave Han Mansion at all. Naturally, he believed with Xuanai's innate talent, she would definitely be able to surpass Yu Suzi and the Wine Meat Monk before the age of 50. It was even possible for her to surpass Jing Suzi and the Flowery Monk as well. As time went by, refined Saint Stage powerhouses entered the arena one after another. During this time, a few refined Saint Stage powerhouses had fallen as well. All of the refined Saint Stage powerhouses who had fallen were sectless cultivators. This happened because many of them knew the sectless cultivators did not have any backing, therefore, they did not have to worry about any retaliation. The refined Saint Stage powerhouses who went on stage later possessed strength that was almost equal to each other, so they had spent a long time battling. Due to this reason, many people still did not get an opportunity to enter the ring even though night had fallen. The Flowery Monk, Jing Suzi, Zhonggu, Su Kan, and Duan Ling Tian had yet to step into the ring. Naturally, nobody noticed Duan Ling Tian at all. Almost everyone thought he was just a sectless cultivator here to watch the show and had no intention of participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, when the day ended, there were still 2 Rising Sky Mansion's disciples among the 10 ring masters. Both of them were early refined Saint Stage martial cultivators. Although that might be the case, put Yu Suzi and the Wine Meat Monk aside, both of them were even weaker than In Suzi. It was silent the entire night. The second day, when the day turned bright, everyone in Nimble Valley opened their eyes. They knew the climax of this year's Rising Sky ranking battle had finally arrived. Today, the top 10 rankings of the Rising Sky ranking would be finalized. Today, the top 10 of the Rising Sky ranking will be decided. If Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, still doesn't show up, he'll be disqualified from being ranked in the Rising Sky ranking. Up until now, people were still talking about Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Perhaps Su Jing might not be the most outstanding powerhouse among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion, but he was certainly the one with the highest position among the middle-aged generation due to his father's position as the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. He was also the strongest person in the Rising Sky Mansion district. He'll definitely come unless he doesn't want to be the next mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, someone said. We'll see if he comes today. Everyone was looking forward to seeing if he would show up. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. You must show up. Otherwise, my trip here would be in vain, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he hugged the Jasper celestial sword. His voice was so soft that nobody heard his words at all. As Ren Zhong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, and Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion, made their moves, the majestic and boundless nimble chess set appeared again. Just like yesterday and the day before, they appeared in the mysterious illusory formation as 10 huge chess pieces hovered in the air. Whoosh! 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 The sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air as people landed on the chess pieces and stood at the edge of the chess pieces, creating an empty space in the middle. Meanwhile, the 10 ring masters who had lasted until the end of yesterday stood in the middle of the chess pieces, waiting for other challengers to come forth. To them, today was the most critical day. It would determine whether they would be able to rank in the Rising Sky ranking or not. Only those who managed to endure until the end of today were qualified to be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking. Among the 10 people, 3 of them remained calm. These 3 were the Wine-Meat Monk, Yu Suzi, and In Suzi. Among the 3 of them, the first 2 were at the intermediate refined saint stage and were likely to be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking. In Suzi, on the other hand, was only an early refined saint stage powerhouse. However, with his strength, there was a high chance he would also be able to enter the Sky Rising ranking. As for the other 7 people, the people with the gravest expressions were none other than the 2 early refined saint stage martial cultivators from the Rising Sky Mansion. Currently, among the 10 ring masters, they were the weakest. If somebody was going to issue a challenge, they would definitely pick them first. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, we'll able to pick the 10 people that'll enter the Rising Sky ranking today. Tomorrow will be the day the real Rising Sky ranking battle takes place. The specific ranking will then be decided based on the participants' strength, Renzhong said in a timely manner. Now that everyone knows the rules, let's not waste any more time and begin, he announced indifferently. As soon as Renzhong finished speaking, a figure flew out as fast as a flash of lightning. This person flew out from behind Sutsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. He was dressed entirely in black, and he had an aloof expression on his face. This person was none other than Su Kan, Sutsun's grandson. Su Kan. The moment he appeared, he attracted many people's attention. In the Rising Sky Mansion, if there was someone worthy enough to be mentioned in the same sentence as Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, it would be Su Kan. Apart from that, it had been a long time since Su Kan appeared in public, so nobody knew how powerful he was currently. However, the fact remained that Su Kan was younger than Su Jing and his strength was almost on par with Su Jing many years back. Currently, even if he was weaker than Su Jing, it would not be by much. Moreover, it was apparent the 2 early refined saint stage martial cultivators from the Rising Sky Mansion had entered the arena yesterday to test the water for him. He had to be more powerful than the other 2. When Su Kan appeared, naturally, he did not pick the 2 early refined saint stage martial cultivators from the Rising Sky Mansion. Instead, he picked an early refined saint stage sectless cultivator. It was obvious this sectless cultivator was much more powerful than the 2 other disciples. However, it took only 1 blow for Su Kan to kill him. With a raise of his hand, he mobilized his true origin and killed his opponent in just 1 strike. It was simple and neat. This was Su Kan. Intermediate refined saint stage. Renzhong and Lu Hongguang were slightly shocked when they saw Su Kan's strength. They could see his cultivation base was at the intermediate refined saint stage. Unlike Su Kan, the Wine-Meat Monk's cultivation base at the intermediate refined saint stage was the most unstable since he had just broken through not too long ago. Yu Suzi was better, but it was not by much. However, Su Kan's cultivation base at the intermediate refined saint stage had long stabilized. This meant he had broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage a long time ago. Otherwise, he would not have been able to wield the true origin so effortlessly. Elder Sutsun, although I've heard about your grandson's innate talent, I still can't believe how outstanding he is. Look at his innate talent. I believe even your young mansion master can't compare to him, right? Your grandson has really hidden his strength quite well. Renjong mused as he looked at Su Tsen with a complicated gaze. That's right. Although I've heard about your grandson, Elder Su Tsen, in the rumors, it's said that he's still inferior to your young mansion master. However, after witnessing this, I feel the young mansion master is far inferior compared to your grandson in terms of innate talent, Lu Hongguang remarked. Su Tsen felt as though he was on top of the world when he saw the envy in Renjong and Lu Hongguang's eyes. Everyone loved to hear praises. Moreover, the one Renjong and Lu Hongguang praised was his grandson. I can't believe Su Can has already broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage. At the same time, the group of Rising Sky Mansion's elders and disciples were shocked as well as they whispered among themselves. It was obvious they did not know Su Can was already an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. Some of the Rising Sky Mansion's elders who were more perceptive commented, based on the true origin Su Can displayed earlier, it seems like he has broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage quite a while ago. The group of disciples from the Rising Sky Mansion was instantly baffled. Then, does this mean Su Can broke through to the intermediate refined saint stage earlier than the young mansion master did? Although the disciples of Rising Sky Mansion had no confirmation their young mansion master had broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, they knew it was unlikely for their young mansion master to have not broken through since they knew about the huge amount of cultivation resources in their Rising Sky Mansion. Even if young mansion master has made a breakthrough, he might not necessarily be a match for Su Can. That's right. Su Can has broken through quite a while ago after all. Based on the Rising Sky Mansion's members' discussion, it was obvious they felt Su Can was stronger than Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. The strength Su Can had displayed had greatly shocked everyone. The Rising Sky Mansion is truly worthy of its name. The innate talent and strength of the Su Can is actually more powerful than Su Jing, the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion. Most importantly, he's still so young. Even the flowery monk and Jing Suzi might not be a match for him in terms of innate talent, someone lamented. The Rising Sky Mansion is a fourth-rate force after all. It's normal for them to have such an outstanding young genius, many people chimed in. The moment Su Can made his move, it was domineering. To a certain extent, it could be considered that he had raised the name of Rising Sky Mansion. The people from Rising Sky Mansion, including Su Tsen, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, had an air of pride and satisfaction around them. Su Tsen, in particular, was looking at Su Can with pride-filled eyes. This was his grandson. His biological grandson. It was only natural he was proud of him. Su Can took the initiative and made the first move today. Could be considered as a good start to today's Rising Sky ranking battle. After killing the early refined saint stage sectless cultivator in a domineering manner with just one blow, Su Can stood quietly in the middle and shut his eyes to attain mental composure. He ignored the eyes trained on him as though they did not exist at all. He was the only person to shut his eyes to attain mental composure among the 10 ring masters. It was as though he was not bothered if anyone came to challenge him or not. Look at how composed he is. How rare. Renjong and Lu Hongguang exchanged glances with each other. Both could see the same thoughts in each other's eyes. They had seen many geniuses before. However, the geniuses they had seen were mostly arrogant and considered everyone and everything beneath their notice. They would be filled with pride as though they were invincible. However, Su Can gave them a different feeling. He was neither haughty nor impetuous as he ignored all praises from the surrounding. Although many people said his innate talent and strength were even more powerful than Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, he remained unmoved as though he was an emotionless wooden doll. This Su Can, what a tenacious heart he has toward the martial Tao. The shock was clearly written in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. He could see how determined his heart was toward the martial Tao. If he's given enough time, he'll definitely rise up to the top. It's very likely the Rising Sky Mansion wouldn't be able to contain him. Although Duan Ling Tian did not know Su Can prior to this, it did not dampen his admiration for him. He could see the purity a martial cultivator should have in Su Can. He only had the martial Tao in his heart and eyes. No matter how the wind blew, his heart remained steadfast. His focus was solely on the martial Tao. That was the purity of having only martial Tao in one's heart and eyes. Elder Sutsun, you have a good grandson, Renjong said enviously as he looked at Sutsun. Vice Mansion Master Ren, I heard your grandson has quite a remarkable innate talent too. He's also one of the top-rate powerhouses among the younger generation in the Sky Hurdle Mansion. Sutsun smiled humbly. Well, you can say so. However, he's far from being comparable to your grandson. Renjong smiled wryly. The attention on Su Kan also began to lessen. It was quite boring to stare at Su Kan, who was like a wooden doll. I wonder who'll be the next to enter the ring. The people began to look around their surroundings. Naturally, most of their attention was on three people. They were none other than the flowery monk, Jing Suzi, and Zhonggu. Time continued to pass, and half an hour had gone by just like this. Still, nobody made any move. This caused people to become anxious. Why aren't they going up? Finally, just as many people began to feel anxious, someone finally made a move. An ordinary-looking young man dressed in plain clothes rose into the air as he carried a broadsword behind him. The broadsword did not have a sheath and was merely wrapped with a plain cloth. His entire appearance was very inconspicuous. Although the plainly dressed young man looked inconspicuous, he garnered the attention of the crowd as soon as he walked out. This plainly dressed young man was none other than Zhonggu. He had finally decided to make his move. Zhonggu. I wonder who he'll choose as his opponent. Many people were staring at Zhonggu. Naturally, he won't choose the few sectless cultivators. After all, he's also a sectless cultivator. All these sectless cultivators are quite united, somebody remarked. I think he'll challenge one of the two Rising Sky Mansion's members. As it turned out, this turned out to be true. When Zhonggu went up, he indeed chose one of the Rising Sky Mansion's early refined Saint Stage martial cultivators as his opponent. The early refined Saint Stage martial cultivator's face turned pale when he was chosen. Who was Zhonggu? He was someone who could suppress their young mansion master when they were at the same level. He knew he would be defeated if he was faced with his young mansion master, let alone someone like Zhonggu. Although he dreaded this, he knew he had to pull himself together. He was not only representing himself, but he was representing the Rising Sky Mansion as well. It would only bring shame to the Rising Sky Mansion if he had surrendered so easily. Moreover, he was not worried Zhonggu would kill him since he was a disciple of Rising Sky Mansion. Perhaps, if Zhonggu killed him, the Rising Sky Mansion would not be able to retaliate due to the presence of the powerhouses from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion. However, they had 1,000 ways to look for trouble with him after the Rising Sky ranking battle ended. When he thought about this, he gradually calmed down. However, it did not cross his mind, not even in his wildest dream, that Zhonggu did not have any intention of sparing his life at all. As a sectless cultivator, Zhonggu felt a sense of solidarity with the other sectless cultivators even though he did not know them because they were the same. When he saw how the sectless cultivators were killed one after another by the people from the powerful forces, rage began to surge up in his heart. He tried with much difficulty to suppress it. However, when he was faced with the disciple from the Rising Sky Mansion, he could no longer suppress his rage. Whoosh! Without consolidating his territory, he immediately formed a saber with his hands before he slashed at the disciple of Rising Sky Mansion. His true origin instantly surged up and turned into a gigantic saber ray that swept toward the disciple of the Rising Sky Mansion. Judging by the true origin from the saber ray, one could tell he was above the early refined Saint Stage. In other words, Zhonggu was an intermediate refined Saint Stage martial cultivator. Stop! When Sutsun sensed Zhonggu's the cultivation base at the intermediate refined Saint Stage, his expression turned grave immediately. When he realized Zhonggu intended to kill the disciple from the Rising Sky Mansion, he could not help but shout. He instinctively wanted to reach out and save him. However, before he could even make his move, he was blocked by Lu Hongguang. Meanwhile, before disciple from the Rising Sky Mansion could even react, he had already been sliced into two by Zhonggu's palm saber. From the beginning until the end, he did not even use any technique or his territory. This was an absolute defeat. The entire fell silent immediately. After some time, the sound of heavy breathing could be heard from the group of people from Rising Sky Mansion. Many of them had a grave expression on their faces. Although killing was allowed in the Rising Sky ranking battle, none of them were worried about their safety since they had the most powerful fourth-rate force in the Rising Sky Mansion's district supporting them. Would an ordinary person dare to publicly offend the Rising Sky Mansion? However, someone had just killed a member of their Rising Sky Mansion. It was equivalent to giving their Rising Sky Mansion a loud slap. All of them were enraged. Even then, they knew there was nothing they could do. At least not now. If they wanted to seek revenge, they would have to wait until the Rising Sky ranking battle ended. Amazing! Soon after, the spectating martial cultivators regained their senses and began to cheer in unison. They were proud of Zhonggu. Previously, they had felt upset as well when they saw the sectless cultivators being killed one after another. As a sectless cultivator, they did not dare to kill anyone from a powerful sect. However, those people from the powerful sects treated their lives like weeds. Now that Zhonggu had made his move and killed the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, it washed away the gloominess in their hearts. It was now replaced with delight. Zhonggu! Zhonggu! Some of the sectless cultivators were so excited they began cheering Zhonggu's name to express the joy in their hearts. At this moment, they no longer cared if they offended the people from the Rising Sky Mansion. Zhonggu had killed a Rising Sky Mansion's member to avenge the sectless cultivators, and it would not be right if they continued to act like a coward. The people from the other sects were shocked as well when they saw how bold and daring Zhonggu was to kill someone from the Rising Sky Mansion. They only regained their senses when they heard the cheers from the group of sectless cultivators. This Zhonggu is quite a man. Duanling Tian looked at Zhonggu in admiration. He respected this man who dared to seek justice for those sectless cultivators who were killed before this. At this moment, Zhonggu's face was emotionless. It was obvious he did not care that he had just killed a disciple of the Rising Sky Mansion. The way Zhonggu had killed the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple is similar to how the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple had killed the sectless cultivator. They did not even blink their eyes. Duanling Tian had originally planned to go up after Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had shown himself. However, he was now influenced by Zhonggu, and he could feel his blood boiling righteously in his body. Right now, I'm also a sectless cultivator. The moment he thought of this, he flew out immediately. Many people immediately shifted their attention to him. Who's this person? I've never seen him before. He has been standing alone at the edge. He's as eccentric as Zhonggu. He must be a sectless cultivator as well. Such an eccentric and cold person must be a sectless cultivator. Since Duanling Tian was wearing a disguise, his appearance now was extremely aloof. Li Feng. The moment Duanling Tian appeared, he instantly grabbed the flowery monk's attention. In truth, the flowery monk still could not see through this Li Feng. In the beginning, his intuition had told him this Li Feng was not a simple person. However, he felt he was thinking too much after a while. Although there were many sectless cultivators in the Rising Sky Mansion's district, and there were a lot of sectless cultivators whose innate talent were on par or even higher than him, how far could they go without the great resources a powerful sect could provide? Take Zhonggu for example. In terms of innate talent, he and Pure Yang Shrine's Jing Suzi might not be able to compare to him at all, let alone the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing. Because Zhonggu did not have access to great cultivation resources, not only could he not compare to him and Jing Suzi, he was even slightly inferior to Su Jing. However, with the strength Zhonggu displayed earlier, he was no longer certain if Zhonggu was inferior to Su Jing. Judging by Zhonggu's strength, it did not seem like he had just broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage. In terms of strength, even his senior brother, Winemeat Monk, and Pure Yang Shrine's Yu Suzi could not compare to him at all. Even so, Zhonggu was still inferior to him and Jing Suzi. He was certain of this. As for the aloof young man, Li Feng, based on the aura of his divine consciousness, he must be younger than 40 years old. Even if a sectless cultivator who had yet to reach 40 years of age had some fortuitous encounter and had a high innate talent, just how far could he go without the great cultivating resources from a powerful sect? When the flowery monk noticed Duanling Tian had shifted his gaze to the other Rising Sky Mansion's disciple who was at the early refined saint stage, his heart jolted as he thought to himself. He's picking the other Rising Sky Mansion's disciple? Don't tell me he wants to copy Zhonggu and vent the anger for the sectless cultivators. His opponent is an early refined saint stage martial cultivator. Although he had just broken through, I don't think he's someone a young man who has not even reached 40 years old will be able to deal with, right? In his subconscious mind, the flowery monk Flowery did not think Duanling Tian was more powerful than the opponent he chose. However, when he saw the calm expression on Duanling Tian's aloof face, he was puzzled. Was this young man who had not even reached 40 years old really that confident, or was he just putting on a show? Naturally, the flowery monk did not know Duanling Tian's real age had already exceeded 40 years old. However, due to the complexity of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, the time that Duanling Tian spent inside was almost static outside. Due to this reason, currently, he appeared younger than 40 years old even when someone probed him with their divine consciousness. Many people shared the same thoughts as the flowery monk. After all, there were more than one or two people who were even more powerful than the flowery monk in the crowd. This young man is not even 40 years old? Ren Zhong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, regained his senses. His eyes widened and there was a shocked expression on his face. He's also a sectless cultivator? Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion, was also stunned. He discovered this young man was not even 40 years old after he probed him with his divine consciousness. Although he was not even 40 years old, he dared to make his appearance at this time. Even in the Raging Wave Mansion, he did not seem to have any junior disciples at the refined saint stage who were below the age of 40. However, this young man had boldly stepped out to challenge the early refined saint stage martial cultivator from the Rising Sky Mansion. He found this a little ridiculous. In the lower province of Dao Martial Saint Land, apart from those quasi-third-rate forces, he had not heard of any sect that had martial or Dao cultivators below the age of 40 who were at the refined saint stage. Moreover, not every quasi-third-rate force had such a martial or Dao cultivator either. My goodness! He's not even 40 years old. At the same time, the group people on the scene finally discovered this. The atmosphere instantly turned heated due to Duanling Tian's presence. Many eyes landed on Duanling Tian. Some of them were filled with shock and confusion, but most of them contained doubt. Many of them doubted this young man who was not even 40 years old, and they wondered if he was just putting on a show. Perhaps he was just an idiot. Regardless, Duanling Tian, who had just stepped out, had snatched the limelight away from Zhonggu. Hermf! He's not even 40 years of age, and he wants to challenge the Rising Sky Mansion's early refined saint stage disciple. Isn't he just seeking death? One of the old Taoist priests from Pure Yang Shrine snorted. His tone was filled with disdain. He was an elder from the Pure Yang Shrine. Naturally, many people agreed with his words. I think he just wants to imitate Zhonggu and vent out anger for the sectless cultivators. However, doesn't he know that being in the limelight might cost him his life? The people from various sects discussed among themselves. They all felt that Duanling Tian had overestimated himself. The group of sectless cultivators on the scene felt a burning sensation on their faces. A young man who was not even 40 years old had stepped out to avenge the fallen sectless cultivators, while they only stood idly by the side and watched the show. It made them feel ashamed. However, they truly did not have the courage to step into the ring. Soon after, a kind sectless cultivator said to Duanling Tian through voice transmission, "Little brother, just come back. There's no need for you to sacrifice your life." He was unwilling to see Duanling Tian sacrifice his life for this. Brother, those fallen sectless cultivators understand your good intention. Come back. The Rising Sky Mansion's disciple is not your match at all. Soon after, many more sectless cultivators transmitted their voices to Duanling Tian. They knew very well that the people from Rising Sky Mansion must have already been enraged due to Zhonggu's earlier action. If somebody challenged the other Rising Sky Mansion's disciple now, he definitely would not show any mercy. Perhaps they might not be able to find Zhonggu to seek revenge. However, they could kill other sectless cultivators to vent their anger. Just as they had expected, the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple whom Duanling Tian had chosen looked at Duanling Tian with a gaze that was a mixture of coldness and disdain. A sectless cultivator who's not even 40 years old dares to challenge me? In his opinion, this sectless cultivator was a rash and hot-headed idiot. However, since he had presented himself to him, he would not show any mercy at all. Earlier, Zhonggu had helped the sexless cultivators vent their anger by killing someone from the Rising Sky Mansion. That person was even a relative of his. He was his distant cousin. They even had a close relationship because their strength was almost on par with one another. Boy, are you sure you want to challenge me? The eyes of the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple was filled provocation when he looked at Duanling Tian. When Duanling Tian heard the voice transmissions from the other sexless cultivators, warmth enveloped his heart immediately. He felt he had made the right choice by stepping out to help the sexless cultivators vent their anger even though he was influenced by Zhonggu first. Faced with the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple's provocation, Duanling Tian merely looked at him calmly. But the determination in his eyes was more than enough of an answer. In the middle of another huge chess piece, Zhonggu hovered in the air as he shifted his gaze to Duanling Tian as well. He had noticed Duanling Tian earlier since he was the only one who came to Nimble Valley alone. Just like him. Moreover, Duanling Tian was a sexless cultivator as well. Put everything else aside, just this alone was enough for him to have a good impression of Duanling Tian. When he saw Duanling Tian stepping into the ring, he even felt a sense of admiration. If it was possible, he would not reject being friends with this aloof young man who was also a sexless cultivator. However, when Zhonggu realized Duanling Tian was not even 40 years old, he reminded him through voice transmission, "If you're not confident, just surrender." When Duanling Tian heard Zhonggu's reminder, he glanced at him and smiled at him slightly in response. The faint smile on his aloof face revealed his confidence to Zhonggu. It made Zhonggu feel as though he could see through the aloof young man a little. Among the group of Rising Sky Mansion's people, Su Tsun's eyes gleamed with a piercing light. He told Duanling Tian's opponent, Su Ping, kill him. Naturally, he spoke to him through voice transmission. Su Ping was Duanling Tian's opponent. He was a Rising Sky Mansion's disciple whose cultivation base was at the early refined saint stage. After hearing Su Tsun's words, the killing intent in his eyes intensified. The true origin in his body that he mobilized emitted a blood-curdling aura. It was killing intent. Every sexless cultivators broke out in cold sweat on behalf of Duanling Tian. "You overestimate yourself," Su Ping shouted suddenly as the true origin on his body swept out like a typhoon. At this moment, the area within a 100-meter radius of him was filled with raging wind. The wind continued to rage. In just a few moments, his body was in the eye of the hurricane as his robe fluttered loudly in the wind. In the area within a 100-meter radius, consolidated wind blades could be seen everywhere. The wind blades sliced through the sky with a whistling sound and caused the air to tremble as though they were able to rip the space apart. Although the wind blades were revolving around Su Ping's body, the people standing far away could faintly feel the sharpness of these wind blades. Windblade territory. Such a territory was not uncommon in the lower province of the Dalmartial Saint Land. Naturally, its force was still great even though it was common. Once an ordinary person entered it, he would be shredded into a bloody mess before he even had a chance to react. Duanling Tian was unaffected by the wind blades because he was standing outside of the territory. There were still over 10 meters between him and Su Ping's territory. However, Duanling Tian's robes still fluttered from the hurricane that was charging toward him. "Die!" At the same time, Su Ping snarled loudly. It was as though he had turned into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward Duanling Tian. His wind blade territory that was howling non-stop moved along with him. The wind blades in the territory emitted an ear-piercing noise as he charged out as though the sky was going to split apart. The sky and earth seemed dim in comparison. Many sexless cultivators closed their eyes. They could not bear to watch the scene where Duanling Tian was shredded into pieces by the wind blades. In their opinion, this aloof-looking young man might not even be able to block this Rising Sky Mansion's disciples' territory, let alone fight with him. If he could not even block the territory, there was no need to fight anymore. This was because he would die in his opponent's territory before he could even make his move. Naturally, this would only happen when the gap between the strength was too wide. The sexless cultivators might not have thought like that if Duanling Tian had not been so young. However, Duanling Tian was just ridiculously young. As the saying went, a man too young to grow a beard is not dependable. These words were applicable to the current situation. Overestimated myself, huh? A faint smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face when he heard Su Ping, the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple's words. Duanling Tian's expression did not change at all even though Su Ping was charging at him with his territory in tow. Although his expression did not change, his body began to emit a burning hot aura as a dazzling golden true origin surged out of his body. 10,000 swords territory. At this instant, the area within a 100-meter radius of Duanling Tian transformed into a golden sea. It seemed as though sunlight had enveloped him. It caused many people to instinctively shut their eyes. They gradually tried to open their eyes, but they ended up having to squint. This was because the golden light before them was too dazzling that their eyes could barely stand it. What kind of territory is this? Many people were baffled. This was their first time seeing such a territory. High in the sky, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang's expressions turned grave immediately. This was also their first time seeing such a territory. In their eyes, they could barely see the figure shrouded in golden light. This shocked them greatly. What a horrifying territory! Although the territory had not displayed its strength yet, its aura was enough to make their hearts jolt. What cultivation base does this young man have? To think he can actually consolidate such a powerful territory, Renzhong said in shock as he looked at Lu Hongguang. He must have cultivated some secret technique that could conceal his cultivation base. Even we can't see through it at all. Originally, I thought I'll be able to judge his cultivation base based on his true origin when he unleashes it. As it turns out, his true origin is actually this peculiar. It seems like he's only at the intermediate pristine saint stage. Lu Hongguang said, baffled. You think so as well? Renzhong was dumbfounded. Originally, he thought that he had sensed it wrongly. He could not believe Lu Hongguang came to the same conclusion as him as well. When Duanling Tian displayed his true origin, he realized the aura of the true origin was only the true origin of an intermediate pristine saint stage if one judged it based on normal logic. However, he also realized Duanling Tian's true origin was not as simple as it seemed. Even he could not explain why he felt this way, particularly when Duanling Tian's true origin formed his territory in just a blink of an eye, surpassing the speed of his opponent. He was extremely shocked. Impossible! It's impossible that it's the true origin of an intermediate pristine saint stage powerhouse. What a joke! How could the true origin of an intermediate pristine saint stage powerhouse be able to form a territory so quickly? It confounded them. It felt as though the territory was a vast golden ocean while the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples' wind blade territory was just like papier-mâché that could barely withstand a blow. Renzhong and Lu Hongguang had lived for a very long time, but this was their first time witnessing such a peculiar scene. Who is he? Both of them were bewildered. Both of them had noticed that something was not right. It was only natural that Sutsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, had also noticed something was amiss. The moment he noticed it, his expression turned horrified, and he could not even transmit his voice in time. Instead, he shouted out loud, Su Ping, admit defeat now. The instant Sutsun's words left his mouth, the entire scene broke into an uproar. The Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion actually asked that Rising Sky Mansion's disciple to admit defeat? Did he feel his disciple was not even comparable to a sexless cultivator who was not even 40 years old? Among the people present on the scene, only a few were able to faintly see the situation taking place inside the golden light that appeared in Duanling Tian's territory. Renzhong, Lu Hongguang, and Su Tsun could see it. Apart from that, the Shrine Master of Pure Yang Shrine, the Abbot of Brahma Temple, and another leader of a fifth-rate force in the Rising Sky Mansion's district could faintly see what was happening. As for the others, they could not see anything at all. Perhaps they would only be able to see once they enter the territory. Su Tsun had shouted instinctively when he realized he had underestimated that young sexless cultivator. Earlier, he had thought the young sexless cultivator was seeking death. That was why he had asked Su Ping to kill him. It did not cross his mind that the tide would change in just a blink of an eye. Although the opponent's true origin was similar to that of an intermediate pristine saint stage powerhouse, its vibe after it formed the territory felt more like an intermediate refined saint stage powerhouse. It was precisely because of this he had lost his cool and shouted out loud. Unfortunately, his warning came too late. How could an arrow that was released from the bowstring be retracted? Together with his Windblade territory, Su Ping charged into the Golden Brilliance territory that surrounded a 100-meter radius around Duanling Tian. The 5 powerhouses present on the scene could clearly see the moment Su Ping entered the Golden Brilliance territory. Solidified sword rays suddenly appeared. After these sword rays appeared, it seemed to have transformed the Golden Brilliance territory into a world of swords. As the figure in the middle of the Golden Brilliance territory raised his hand and pointed a finger toward the sky. Whoosh! 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 10,000 ear-piercing sounds of sword whistling reverberated in the air. Stop! At this moment, Su Zhen realized Su Ping had no time to admit defeat, and he immediately shouted at Duanling Tian through voice transmission. This was his attempt to make Su Ping realize the overwhelming odds against him. He could only resort to this when he found out Su Ping was no match for Duanling Tian at all. Stop! A sneer appeared on Duanling Tian's face. He could tell the voice belonged to Su Xian. However, he had no intention of stopping at all. Instead, he only stared coldly at Su Ping, who had a panicked expression on his face. Everything was almost over. 10,000 swords sliced through the sky and charged towards Su Ping, who entered Duanling Tian's territory with his Windblade territory in tow. The entire scene was chilling. Unfortunately, only 5 people could faintly see what was happening inside. As for the others, they merely heard 10,000 ear-piercing sounds of sword whistling in the air that overwhelmed the sound of the wind blades slicing through the air. However, when they heard Su Zhen shouting earlier, they could roughly guess what was going on inside. How's this possible? Many people found this unbelievable. It was like a joke. A sexless cultivator who was not even 40 years old was stronger than the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples who was at the early refined saint stage? Currently, Duanling Tian was no longer like the former him. His cultivation base had already made a breakthrough to the intermediate pristine saint stage. Due to the fact that the true origin in his body had been transformed by Elder Hua into the Sun True Origin, it was extremely domineering. It was almost equal to the true origin of an ordinary intermediate refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivator. The territory formed by such a true origin was almost on par with the techniques and territory of an ordinary intermediate refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivator. Since his opponent was merely an early refined saint stage martial cultivator, Duanling Tian did not use any other technique at all since there was no use for him to use any other technique. He merely used his true origin against his opponent. 10,000 swords whizzed in the sky. Su Ping and his territory were completely annihilated. It was as though they had been vaporized by the sun. There was no trace of them at all. Naturally, when Duanling Tian retracted his territory, everybody present could faintly smell a burnt smell. Su Ping's gone. At this moment, apart from Su Zhen, the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion, who was staring furiously at Duanling Tian, the people from Rising Sky Mansion had a horrified expression on their faces and hints of confusion in their eyes. Although they knew Su Ping was no match for this sexless cultivator who was not even 40 years old from the way the Grand Elder had lost his composure, they did not expect that Su Ping would vanish without a trace after the sexless cultivator had retracted his territory. Silence. The entire place was silent. From the high-ranking officials such as Renzhong, Lu Hongguang, and other people from the fourth-rate forces to the people from the lower forces and the sexless cultivators whose cultivation base was low and only came to watch the show, they were all staring dumbfounded at the aloof young man. They did not regain their senses for a long time. A thought kept looping around in their minds. This sexless cultivator was not even 40 years old yet. Although he was not 40 years old yet, he managed to instantly kill an early refined saint stage martial cultivator. Not only that, he did not even leave a trace of his opponent's body behind. The only thing that remained behind was a spatial ring that was falling down. Naturally, Duanling Tian took the spatial ring. This was his war trophy. It did not belong to anyone else. I can't believe that the 10,000 swords territory that's consolidated by the Sun True Origin is so tyrannical. Moreover, there seems to be a layer of golden light along the edge of the territory that conceals what's happening inside. If I'm not mistaken, those with a lower cultivation base would not be able to see what's happening inside. This was the first time Duan Ling Tian used his 10,000 swords territory after he had broken through to the pristine saint stage and obtained the Sun True Origin. The outcome was completely beyond his expectation. When he was controlling the 10,000 swords attack in the 10,000 swords territory, he noticed the 10,000 swords seemed to have a trace of Sun's flame on them. Although the Sun's flame could not be compared to Elder Hua's flame of Sun, it was still a pure Sun's flame. Faced with the 10,000 swords attack that had the Sun's flame, Su Ping, whose strength was originally inferior to Duan Ling Tian, had completely been vaporized. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was shocked as well. Although he had heard from Elder Hua about how powerful the Sun True Origin was, he was still stunned when he saw how domineering the force of the Sun True Origin was.